Upon running into an acquaintance somewhere in the middle of the forest, Cha Un-yap said in surprise, "I never would have thought I'd see you in a place like this. It's been 5 years, hasn't it?" Without taking his eyes off the forest scenery, Wei Shufan replied, "It really has been that long." The next moment, glancing at the young man he had met, Wei Shufan added, "You've grown a lot since we last met, Cha Un-yap." Gripping his sword in his hand, Wei Shufan added, "I don't think I can warmly greet you in this situation," to which Cha Un-yap laughed and replied, "Everything was different during our last meeting, wasn't it?" In response to his companion's question, Wei Shufan said, "You're right." Then, without hiding his smile, Cha Un-yap drew his own weapon and said, "I remember how you scolded me back then. I learned a lot after that blow." Hearing the remark from his old acquaintance, Wei Shufan asked with a relaxed smile, "Do you still remember that incident?" Receiving the question from the young man across from him, Cha Un-yap, without hiding his sly smile, replied, "How could one so easily forget that quarrel and the pain?" When the reply, "Of course," rang out, Cha Un-yap swung his sword and exclaimed, "Now everything is different." Starting the fight with Wei Shufan, Cha Un-yap made several moves with his flexible sword and blocked his opponent's movements. Feeling that his weapon was blocked, Wei Shufan noticed that his sword was wrapped in his opponent's weapon, and a struggle for control began. At that moment, while trying to wrest the weapon from his opponent, Cha Un-yap exclaimed, "Why don't you feel this?" Continuing to hold his sword in his hands and watch for the slightest changes in his opponent's movements, Wei Shufan said, "You're using your unique style." After making his observation, Wei Shufan applied his own skills and was able to instantly seize the initiative and go on the offensive. Blocking his opponent's sudden attack, the wary Cha Un-yap said, "Isn't that the very same Sammy sword technique?" After which he thought, "I can't believe you're using a technique like that." Without taking his eyes off the young man standing opposite him, Cha Un-yap added in his mind, "Sol Su Bom, you've changed too. I've always wanted to fight someone like you." This story began in a family thanks to the 6 paths of the sword technique, which established itself as the leading family of the Kam-suk Sol clan, or the Hanzue Jia. There were rumors that on a cold day, a poorly dressed couple left their child at the door of the Hansu family. A nanny took him in, and this child was raised as a servant of the Hansu family. And the child we are talking about now is Cha Un-yop. 10 years have passed since he became a servant. They say that water wears away stone, but he has come to realize something while growing up here, and that is, contrary to popular belief, the head of the Hansu family is a very narrow-minded man, Sol Sadok, or Wei Shide, the head of the Hansu family. The head of this household, Sol Sadok, practices the martial art Kam-suk Sol Ga every morning at dawn. From the outside, it somewhat resembles the dance of the white crane, and is also known as the peacock sword technique. However, while observing this every day, Cha Un-yap noticed several concerning aspects in the leader's fencing technique. The young man could sense that the peacock sword technique focused on defense and maintaining balance, allowing for a retreat at any moment, and that it was precisely this technique that made the practitioner stronger on the next breath during the second half of the fight. As he continued to sit near the training area, Cha Un-yap heard, "Hey kid, what are you doing here again?" To which he replied, "Oh, it's just that the family leader's skill is so impressive that I got distracted and watched in awe." Upon learning the reason for the boy's presence at the training ground, Sol Sadok, wiping sweat from his face, remarked, "It's interesting that an ordinary servant can understand this just by watching." Hearing this remark and smiling nervously, Cha Un-yap thought to himself, "Later, I'll tell him what bothers me about this sword technique." As he continued to watch the family leader's training, Cha Un-yap thought to himself, "In any case, he must have studied it for decades, but even a servant like me can spot flaws in his fencing." Also, upon arriving at the family leader's training site and seeing Cha Un-yap there, Grandpa called out, "Don't bother the family leader, come here." Hearing the elder's instruction, Cha Un-yap walked over to him and exclaimed, "Grandfather Huang, you're here? No matter how amazing he is, isn't it rude of you to stare so intently at the family leader? Be more careful." Feeling Grandpa Huang place a hand on his shoulder, Cha Un-yap turned his gaze back to the head of the family's training and thought, "I can't believe this is one of the top 100 martial arts masters." And here's another reason why Cha Un-yap thinks the head of the family is a boring person. His first marriage was to a woman named Min Ga-yeon, or Min Jia-yin. They say the family head treated his wife poorly. Listening to the stories of other family members and servants while carrying out his duties, Cha Un-yap could see what a great person Lady Min was. However, the head of the family and Lady Min had differing views on every important decision. Yet, upon reflection, most of Lady Min's opinions were correct, and that is precisely why everyone in the Sol household respected and enthusiastically supported Lady Min. But while this was the case among the servants, the head of the family himself was deeply jealous of his wife's intellect. The head of the family continued to treat his wife with increasing coldness, and eventually this attitude spread to her children as well. And this attitude did not change until Lady Min passed away. Out of his own foolishness, Sol Sadok pushed his family away and lost his wise wife. He is certainly, truly, and genuinely a short-sighted family leader. First of all, that was Solga's backstory, and now I can tell my own story. More precisely, this won't be a personal story, but a story about Cha Eun-yop and Sol Su-bomi. Smiling happily and carrying a box of groceries in his hands, Cha Eun-yop said, "Another wonderful harvest today." But Cha Eun-yop hadn't gone far when he felt someone grab him by the collar. Turning around, he exclaimed in annoyance, "Who dares to grab someone by the collar?" However, before Cha Eun-yop could finish expressing his displeasure, he noticed who he was dealing with, stopped short, and exclaimed in confusion, "Master?" Having been raised as a servant in the Sol family, Cha Eun-yop, upon reaching the age of 7, began running errands in the city, and now, finding himself outside the house once again, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "The master needs a brush and paper, the cooks need salt and garlic, that's right." Eventually, Cha Eun-yop began to pay attention to what was happening nearby, and upon spotting a familiar face, he thought to himself, "That kid again." Most of Cha Eun-yop's peers whom he encountered were orphans, just like him, and since they had no money, they survived on food they stole from shops. But if you aren't skilled enough at stealing, you can get caught and beaten until you're on your last breath. That's exactly what happened to one boy. When the shop owner caught him, he shouted, "Damn it, it took him so long." When the owner led the boy aside, Cha Eun-yop smiled slyly and thought, "But I'm different. Even I don't even have to look back. I can tell how many people are watching me." Continuing to monitor the situation around him, Cha Eun-yop added to himself as he moved along a certain path. By moving this way, you can instinctively avoid drawing unnecessary attention. In this way, without arousing suspicion among the shop owners, Cha Eun-yop gathered dumplings, rice cakes, pancakes, and other food. The orphans in the village to whom he gave this harvest followed Cha Eun-yop. His ability to feed the children meant he didn't think he was doing anything wrong. That same day, Cha Eun-yop was preparing as usual to fill his basket with the harvest and head home, and he didn't even expect such a turn of events. Joyfully heading home after a successful day of stealing, Cha Eun-yop remarked, "Today's harvest was wonderful too." But in an instant, feeling someone grab him by the collar, Cha Eun-yop turned his head back and exclaimed in annoyance, "No! Who goes around grabbing people by the collar?" Hearing the reply, "Put down what you're holding," Cha Eun-yop, seeing Sol Su-bom in front of him, exclaimed in confusion, "Master!" Having caught his subject with the stolen goods, Sol Su-bom said, "This is from Mr. Hong Yu-gwa's dumpling shop, the eatery next to the alley." Spilling everything Cha Eun-yop had managed to steal for the orphans onto the ground, Sol Su-bom added, "And the rice cake stolen from Mr. Yu." Without taking his stern gaze off the boy in front of him, Sol Su-bom added, "Since when did you start stealing?" Looking at his master with a bewildered gaze, Cha Eun-yop laughed nervously and asked, "What do you mean?" Then he thought, "He knows not only that this was stolen, but also from whom I stole it." Continuing his thoughts, Cha Eun-yop added in his mind, "But the master has never been seen." And then, upon hearing the young man say, "You're lying even now," he was struck in the chest. Falling to the ground after the blow, Cha Eun-yop thought in confusion, "More than 10 raids, yet I never once felt the master's gaze." Trying to get back on his feet after what had happened and hearing Sol Su-bom say, "Are you going to keep lying?" Cha Eun-yop thought, "They've caught me after all." Continuing his thoughts, Cha Eun-yop, imagining the situation in his mind, added, "How terrifying it feels, as if all my actions are laid bare before the great master." Catching Sol Su-bom's piercing gaze, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "Fear is different from a blow or a slap. It's the fundamental fear that someone sees right through me." Spreading his arms wide, Cha Eun-yop said discontentedly, "I could understand if you'd stolen something from the head once, but if you keep stealing, you'll be nothing more than a common thief for the rest of your life." Hearing from the master how dirty and shameful it was, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "To expose me, you're deliberately putting yourself in an awkward position in a public place." After reprimanding his subordinate, Sol Su-bom said, "There's a hole in the courtyard of our house, under the Zelkova tree." Continuing the conversation with his subject to correct his behavior, the master added, "I will place one of my purses there every day. Wherever you go, take it with you and use it to buy food." The next moment, drawing his sword and pressing it against the boy's neck, Sol Su-bom added, "But in return, If you steal anything else even once, I will cut off your hands. Without looking away after receiving the warning, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, if I do this, I'll become a servant who has paid for his sins and earned his master's favor. Having said everything he thought, Sul Subam walked away, leaving Cha Eun-yap alone to ponder that there was no longer any need to steal. Recalling the image of his master once more, Cha Eun-yap added silently, he didn't just track my actions. His memory's ability to recognize and foresee the source of all thefts allows him to read you instantly, just by looking into your eyes. The great master Sol Subom is the most terrifying person of all. However, the head of the Gansu family, Sol Sadok, did not recognize these qualities in the master. He was head over heels for his new wife and followed her everywhere. And here is the final reason why Cha Eun-yap considers the family head a fool. The previously mentioned daughter of the Kam Suk family, Chu Tuijian, also known as Chu San-mi or Tu San-mei. She is a clever woman who married a member of the leading Kam Suk family in pursuit of power. She won over the family members to her side by driving a wedge between father and son. At first, Cha Eun-yap was simply annoyed that the master was being mocked, but at some point, he was overcome with rage. Why was the great master defenseless against Chu San-mi's attacks? With his level of skill, he could have easily parried and struck back. He didn't like this at all. So, considering that Cha Eun-yap was merely an observer, he thought that as soon as an opening appeared, he would need to fill it. On his way back to the house, Cha Eun-yap saw a girl not far from him, who had just sprinted past, and he thought, it's her. Without taking his eyes off the girl, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, Sol San-hee, or Wei Xiangxi, the youngest daughter of the Gansu family. Upon reaching the right spot, Sol Sang-hee began turning her head in all directions to make sure no one would see her. At the same time, watching the girl closely, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, this is the master's room that brought Sol Sang-hee here. It's absolutely clear that Chu Sang-mi has something up her sleeve. Jumping over the fence and following the girl, Cha Eun-yap added in his mind, now they'll even use their own daughter. I can't say for sure until I see it with my own eyes. Continuing his thoughts, Cha Eun-yap added to himself, rivalry has existed since ancient times, especially in the conservative approach of the Kam Suk families. Will we see a real battle between Chu San-mi and the Grand Master? When the girl left Sol Subam's room, Cha Eun-yap peeked inside and thought to himself, clumsy Sol San-hee definitely left evidence behind. Noticing the open door of one of the cabinets, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, I knew it. I wonder if I should take a look at what exactly she's hiding. Taking a scroll out of the cabinet, opening it, and looking through its contents, Cha Eun-yap said in surprise, what is this? A land deed? Interesting, I see. Continuing to piece together his guesses about the situation, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, they plan to accuse the Grand Master of the disappearance of the documents, and if this comes to light, the Master will fall into an abyss. Having figured out the likely plan, Cha Eun-yap, looking at the papers, thought to himself, well, fine then, what should I do with this? Holding the scroll in his hands, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, if this document is found in the Master's room, he'll be accused of a serious crime, the embezzlement of the family's wealth. Thinking of the current wife of the leader of the Gansu Hour, Cha Eun-yap added to himself, but of course, that's exactly what Chu San-mi is aiming for. Continuing his reflections and recalling the moment at the market, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, although the great master disgraced me and caused me terrible pain, from that day on, he never once broke his promise and provided food for the children. Recalling how he recovered after that incident, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, at first, it was so that I would change my habits. I thought I would simply adjust my spending with coins from my wallet. Also recalling the daily replenishment of supplies, Cha Eun-yap added in his mind, but from that moment on, the master continued to place the wallet in the hole regardless of the weather. Without breaking the promise he made to his servant, Sul Subam demonstrated that he truly behaved like the eldest son of a respectable family. However, his sense of justice would be no match for Chu Sang-mi's cunning scheme. After muttering these thoughts in dissatisfaction, Cha Eun-yap added to himself, but if the great master disappears because of that clumsy Sol Sang-hee, what will happen to the fortune I received after enduring such agonizing humiliation? Moreover, the battle I had been anticipating between Chu Sang-mi and the master will end before it even begins. Gritting his teeth and clutching the scroll in his hands, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, I must simply watch this unfold. For a good battle and entertainment, both sides must be on edge. If it all ends like this, without a harvest, without a struggle worth watching, what pleasure is there in such a life? Having made his decision and looked around to check for witnesses, Cha Eun-yap, hiding the scroll, thought, that's why I'm doing this. only to protect the joys of my life. Recalling the image of his master, Cha Eun-yup added in his mind, not because I feel obligated for the quiet kindness the master has shown all these years. Frowning in dissatisfaction, Cha Eun-yup added in his mind, it's not because I admire his outstanding abilities and righteousness, which even I must acknowledge, and certainly not out of compassion for starving children. Definitely not. A few days later, at the Seoul family home, having gathered his closest relatives, Saul Sadok exclaimed indignantly, Seoul Subom, you scoundrel, do you know why you were called here? To which he replied, no, I don't know. Responding to his father, Seoul Subom, without looking up, thought to himself, from early this morning, everyone from Chusan-mi to Seoul San-hee has gathered together. What are they plotting? Casting a displeased glance at his son, Seoul Sadok said, it seems you're trying to pull some trick. The document I signed and placed in my drawer a few days ago has disappeared. You say you really know nothing. Sticking to his story, Seoul Subom bowed his head to his father and said, yes, I don't know. Hearing nothing from his son again, Seoul Sadok exclaimed indignantly, so you think the document grew legs and ran away on its own? You too don't stay silent. Speak up. As the landlord you know nothing, do you? Joining the conversation, Chu San-mi said, it's not that I've been watching, but lately it seems the master has been going to that neighborhood often. The next moment, shifting her gaze to Saul Subom, the woman added, now that he's fully grown, he goes out, and the habits of the neighborhood children might have influenced him. Noticing how Chu San-mi, adding, I'm just worried, covered her sly smile with a fan, Seoul Subom thought, oh, so that's it. This time they're trying to make me out to be a thief. Immediately after joining the conversation, Seoul San-hee remarked, oh, come to think of it, yesterday when I was picking up the laundry, I saw something in the master's closet that looked like a scroll. Hearing the girl's testimony, Seoul Subom thought to himself, if I'm falsely accused, all my efforts will be in vain. Continuing his thoughts, Seoul Subom added to himself, I put up with this to keep my promise to that old lady. But then he muttered, who would have thought that the second daughter of the Saul family would be helping with the housework? Hearing the words, you truly have a noble heart, directed at her, Seoul San-hee exclaimed with a forced smile, oh my, it seems the master didn't know because he was at the neighbor's. After these excuses, recalling how Seoul San-hee had beaten Cha Eun-yup while saying, stop meddling in other people's business, go work, Seoul Subom thought, she's lying and not even blushing. I clearly saw her beating our servant like some kind of insect. How can a father fail to notice such obvious thing? Finally, unable to contain himself, the head of the family, grinding his teeth in anger, shouted, hey! Search Saul Subom's room immediately and bring me the scroll. Yes, sir, came the reply. A short while later, bringing the scroll from Seoul Subom's room to the head of the family, the servant exclaimed, sir, we found it, just as the young lady said. The scroll was lying in his closet. Hearing the report from his servant, Seoul Sadok took the scroll from the man's hands and said, well, just as expected. We'll know the truth for sure when we look inside. Bowing his head, bracing himself for the worst, and hearing his father say, let's take a look, Seoul Subom thought. What a shameful peasant spectacle is unfolding here. Unrolling the scroll and noticing something unexpected, the head of the family exclaimed, what is this? Without taking his eyes off the scroll's contents, Seoul Sadok added in surprise, this isn't a land deed, it's a drawing. Hearing what his father had just said and seeing the scroll's contents, Seoul Subom thought, a drawing? That's funny. It must be the peacock sword technique for beginners. Cha Eun-yong. That's his handiwork. Realizing he'd managed to avoid trouble, Seoul Subom bowed his head and said, I'm ashamed of my drawing skills, so I hid the scroll where no one would see it. The next moment, raising his gaze to Cha Eun-yup, who was sitting nearby on a tree, Seoul Subom added, something's wrong with this. Noticing that the boy had just looked at him, Cha Eun-yup, flustered and losing his balance, thought, oh no, how did he find out it was me? I'm really a scary person. When the situation had run its course, Seoul Subom raised his head and said, Father, may I leave now? To which he heard, yes, you may go. Hearing that the head of the family was letting his son go, Seoul Sang-hee exclaimed in displeasure, but father! At that very moment, interrupting the conversation, Chu Sang-mi shot a menacing glance at the girl and sternly said, Seoul Sang-hee, stop. And just like that, the incident involving the stolen document was resolved. However, the evidence of this incident, the contract itself, was still in Cha Eun-yup's hand. No one could even imagine that the culprit was the young servant. After digging out the coin purse again, Cha Eun-yup said, how long am I going to let them bully me? If this keeps up, you'd better know how to take care of yourself, master. As he was lost in thought and digging through the money, Cha Eun-yup heard a voice behind him say, Just as I thought, it was you, and he instantly turned around. Seeing Sol Su-yeon, or Wei Shuyan, the eldest daughter of the Hansu family, standing before him, Cha Eun-yup exclaimed in confusion, "Ms. Sol Su-yeon," to which she replied, "I'm sorry if I startled you." Hiding the coin purse behind his back and taking a step back, Cha Eun-yup asked, flustered, "Why are you here at this hour?" To which she replied, "I just thought you might be taking the coin purse at this time." Smiling gently at Cha Eun-yup, the girl added, "I heard from my brother that you buy food for starving children." When asked by his mistress, Cha Eun-yup nervously replied, "Oh, so that's what it means," and then thought to himself, "It's interesting that the mistress has such a keen eye." Continuing her conversation with a servant, Sol Su-yeon said, "Stealing is wrong, but I still don't think it's something to be ashamed of if it's done for the sake of others. It's good that there are still people in our family who understand what righteousness is." Trying to deflect the girl's praise, Cha Eun-yup remarked, "No, that's not it. It's just a bad habit. Even helping the master this time was just an impulsive act, because I remembered how Sul Sang-hee beat me." After offering his excuse, Cha Eun-yup sighed heavily, and, heading off to attend to his business, added, "In any case, I'm not as good-natured as you say." Hearing her servant's remark, the girl said, "Nevertheless, I still want to express my gratitude. I'm truly glad that someone as talented as you helped my brother." Receiving this praise and running a hand through his hair, Cha Eun-yup thought to himself, "The master would most likely call me cunning rather than talented." Continuing his thoughts, Cha Eun-yup added in his mind, "Kindness means finding good qualities in everyone and sharing them. A gentle nature, despite her intelligence, prefers to observe those around her rather than lead." Resting his hand on his chin, Cha Eun-yup thought to himself, "Even if Cha Sang-mi is angry, you tolerate her out of a sense of duty to the Solga family, since it's convenient to be a servant like me who has nothing to lose. But what about family honor or the names of our ancestors? If the master and Sol Su-yeon suddenly lose what they want to protect, how are they going to cope with this emptiness? It's disheartening." Hurrying to the young master's study, the servant exclaimed in confusion, "Young master, the old lady," which greatly shocked Sol Su-bom. Upon hearing the sad news, Sol Su-bom immediately rushed to his grandmother's room and, seeing her in bed, froze for a moment. Recovering and taking his grandmother's hand, Sol Su-bom fell to his knees, bowed his head over her, and said silently, "Grandmother." Thoughts of his grandmother's teachings flashed through the young man's mind. "Mubom, family disputes only bring unnecessary sacrifices. As the eldest son, you must always protect our family. That is my final wish." Having lost his last reason to keep his promise, Sol Su-bom said silently, "I'm sorry, Grandma. Family, I can no longer just stand by and watch as it falls apart." The elderly lady's funeral took place in a somber atmosphere. Only her closest relatives gathered to honor her memory. Standing aside next to the family head, Cha Eun-yup murmured, "May she rest in peace." Su-yeon was deeply saddened, and the master's grief was so profound that even Cha Eun-yup found it difficult to watch. Without taking his eyes off Sol Su-bom, Cha Eun-yup thought to himself, "But this time, I couldn't help. Just as I couldn't with the documents. I have no choice but to simply watch from the sidelines." The next moment, glancing at the family leader's wife, Cha Eun-yup thought to himself, "Now the leadership of the family will fall to Chu San-mi if this happens to the master." However, to his great surprise, for some reason, Chu San-mi left the master alone, as if she were waiting for a better time. A month later, the season had changed. After the elder lady passed away, the master often became lost in his own thoughts, and Cha Eun-yup could barely imagine what he was thinking. He, too, had some preparations to make. Arriving at the tree at night and leaving a wallet with money beneath it, Sol Su-bom said, "This will be the last one." Leaving the money where he usually did, Sol Su-bom headed for the exit when he suddenly heard behind him, "You're leaving already, just as expected." Turning back and seeing Cha Eun-yup in the tree, the young master asked again, "What did you hear?" "Well, if the Grand Master has made an important decision, he'll need a lot of money for it." Continuing the conversation with the young master, who was about to leave his family, Cha Eun-yup handed him a scroll and said, "That is precisely why. Take this with you." Hearing the request from his subordinate, Sol Su-bom remarked, "You're acting as if you already knew I was going to leave," to which he replied, "Well, I've been waiting for you all night." The next moment, jumping down from the tree and landing on the ground, Cha Eun-yup added, "In any case, I can't understand why you're doing this. Leaving the family." Waving his arms in front of the young master, Cha Eun-yup added, "Didn't you have plenty of opportunities to stand up to Lady Chu? You should have asserted yourself as the legitimate eldest son of the family, just as I did. Unwilling to accept what was happening, Cha Eun-yop added discontentedly, why did you remain calm until you reached this point? After listening to all the remarks from his subject, Sol Subam bowed his head and said, if my grandmother were alive. The next moment, averting his gaze from Cha Eun-yop, the young master added, a son and grandson are at odds, and the new daughter-in-law was destroyed by the son of my former wife. She would not have wanted such an outcome. Having explained the reasons for his actions, Sol Subam looked up at the sky and added, but now that my grandmother is no longer with us, there is no longer any reason to hold back. Continuing his speech, the young master glanced at Cha Eun-yop and added, don't think I won't return. Aside from the Cha family, many forces in the martial arts world have their sights set on us. Also, mentioning the current situation in the family, the young master added, now that Chu San-mi has gained real power in the family, she plans to oust me. My father and the rest of the family will understand this later. After hearing this, Sol Subam bowed his head and added, however, I am the eldest son of the family. I cannot just stand by and watch this happen. I will become stronger than I am now and deal with them. With a sly smile, looking into the young master's eyes, Cha Eun-yop said, I understand. It seems that in this family, even the master finds it difficult to become stronger. Closing one eye and resting his hand on his chin, Cha Eun-yop added cheerfully, it's all about the arrogance of the Kam-suk clan and their conservative approach. Take, for example, the Sol family's peacock sword technique. Extending his arm in front of him, the young man added, the fifth form of this technique is the two-sword style. Assuming a stance to demonstrate what he meant, Cha Eun-yop added, it combines attack and defense. Speaking of his knowledge of the family's technique, the servant added that to ensure an attack, one must relax and pull the hips back. However, the family leader does not use this posture because it is unattractive and creates a gap. Hearing Cha Eun-yop add, wouldn't it be a good idea to learn more by looking beyond our family? Sol Subam said, I acknowledge your intelligence, but you're not trying to insult my own family in front of me, are you? Hearing this remark, Cha Eun-yop smiled happily and said, of course not. I was raised here too, but the new trend seems more promising than our family's conservative approach. The next moment, handing the scroll with the contract to Sol Subam, Cha Eun-yop added, in any case, I only came to say goodbye because I was worried about the master setting out on a long journey. Taking the scroll from the boy's hands and raising it above his head, the young master said, well then, you are free to do as you wish. The main thing is to remain true to yourself. However, if you steal or do something wrong, I will punish you. After speaking with his servant, Sol Subam said, I have one last request. Hearing this, Cha Eun-yop thought, not again, and asked, what do you wish? Hearing that his servant was ready to listen to his request, Sol Subam said, if Su-yeon is in danger, just once, only once as I did for you, help her. Continuing to listen, Su-yeon is a very smart child, but just in case, please continue to look after her as before. Cha Eun-yop asked awkwardly, look after her as before. Trying to somehow refute his master's words, Cha Eun-yop asked, when was I ever interested in Su-yeon? To which he heard, you got so angry at my words, but haven't you been worried about Su-yeon all this time? The next moment, tossing the scroll into his servant's hands, the young master added, I have no need for this. You may do with it as you please. Slinging his backpack over his shoulder and heading for the exit, Sol Subam added, I hope your mischief will make the world a happier place. After these words, the master left the family, and later, Cha Eun-yop realized that it had been like a final conversation between brothers. Time flew by quickly, and spring arrived unnoticed by everyone. After gathering herbs from the garden and placing them in a basket, Cha Eun-yop said, well, that's enough. Everyone is waiting, so I can't be late. As spring approached, the days grew warmer. Less than half a year had passed since the master left. Yet during that time, Cha Eun-yop had grown as fast as a bamboo shoot. Thanks to this, Cha Eun-yop was able to take on more assignments, traveling here and there. Each time, he thoroughly explored the area, covering the village and its surroundings to ensure the safety of the people the master had left behind. Fortunately, everything is fine with Su-yeon, and there are no serious problems to worry about. Unlike the young master, she has no reason to clash with Chu Sang-mi. Presumably, the master had foreseen this and trusted in Ms. Su-yeon's good judgment when he decided to leave. In fact, he even left behind a final safety net, Cha Eun-yop. Chun-yop, snorting thoughtfully as he pondered, said to himself, the master's ability to influence people with just a few phrases shows that he is much stronger than me. After all, as he approached the maids, Cha Eun-yop saw one ask the other, did you hear? Someone from the Yahello family is coming. What's going on? Interrupting the two women's conversation, Cha Eun-yap slipped a basket of the ordered plants between them and said, "I'm back." Turning her attention to the young man who had brought the necessary ingredients, the grandmother said, "As expected of Cha Eun-yop, you've skillfully selected only the very best." The young man then asked, "Is something happening?" In response to the young man's question, the other woman replied, "The Yahello family is sending someone over, and it seems they're planning a long stay. Make sure we have enough food prepared." To which Cha Eun-yop sighed and replied, "I suppose since the Seoul family is the best in the Kamsuk clan, they're concerned about their reputation." After expressing his opinion, Cha Eun-yop rested his hand on his chin and thought, "Still, that's strange. The Yahello family isn't the kind the Seoul family would treat with such generosity." He heard a voice behind him. "Cha Eun-yop, look at my sword skills." Upon being asked to watch their fight, Cha Eun-yop tossed them a handful of coins and called out, "Hey guys, take this and go buy whatever you want to eat." Hearing Cha Eun-yop's instruction, one of the maids remarked, "Not just any food, but food fit for a festive table." Looking at all this commotion, it seems there's going to be some kind of celebration. After hearing the woman's remark and thinking about the celebration, Cha Eun-yon heard one of the boys say to another, "Since I caught it, the money stays with me." Continuing to ponder the holiday, Cha Eun-yop mentally added, "A holiday for outside guests." But no celebrations had been held in the village lately. Could it really be? Somewhere on the Gansu family estate, holding out a patterned card to the girl, Chusan-mi said, "Please, accept this." The next moment, covering her face with a fan, the woman added, "They say this treasure is for you." The young master of the Yajulsi family seems to have gone to great lengths to meet Lady Su-yeon. Without taking her eyes off the flustered girl, Chusan-mi added, "Now is the time for our meeting, to lead and care for many people. I believe Su-yeon feels the same way." Sitting across from Seoul Su-yeon, the woman added, "Since the family head is busy and the young master has left without saying a word, the management of external affairs falls to you, the eldest daughter." Removing the fan from her face and smiling slyly, Chusan-mi added, "Please accept and support my proposal." Having finished his business and arrived at training, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself. Su-yeon calmly continued her usual routine, but, swinging his sword during training, Cha Eun-yop added in his mind, during the master's absence, there were attempts not only to use external forces to control the Seoul family, but they even tried to sell Su-yeon as a pawn. After making one more move and stopping, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "The amount of information I can get as a servant of the family is limited. If Su-yeon goes somewhere, all I'll be left to do is..." The next moment, throwing his hand behind his head and beginning to scratch it, Cha Eun-yop added disappointedly, "This damn Baekok technique isn't what I want to learn." Suddenly, behind him, Cha Eun-yop heard a voice speaking in a dissatisfied tone. "It's that kid swinging a wooden stick." Turning around and seeing two familiar figures at the entrance, Cha Eun-yop thought, "Seoul Sang-il and Seoul Sang-hee, why are they here?" And heard the arrogant one say, "What are you doing here with such arrogance?" Bowing his head before the pair of young gentlemen, Cha Eun-yop said, "I was cleaning up the trash scattered around the firewood," to which he heard, "In your opinion, it looked like you were collecting branches." Having received a remark directed at him, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "These scoundrels, they're up to something again," and heard, "I heard that you were secretly spying on my father's training." With a sly smile and a swing of his staff, Seoul Sang-il, the second son of the Gansu family, added, "A servant like you wants to learn martial arts?" The next moment, a dull thud echoed through the storage room as Seoul Sang-il snatched the staff from the servant. After beating the boy and knocking him to the ground, Seoul Sang-il shouted haughtily, "How about this? I'll personally teach you swordplay." After that, Cha Eun-yop thought, "I see. They were watching the family servants on Chusan-mi's orders." While his sister stood nearby and just laughed, Seoul Sang-il added, "Get up. From now on, I'll be swinging this wooden stick, so try to defend yourself." Noticing that the servant was still lying on the ground, Seoul Sang-il asked, "Are you hesitating? Don't you want to do this?" After which, Cha Eun-yop thought, "It doesn't matter what I am." Gripping the stick in his hands and heading toward Cha Eun-yop, Seoul Sang-il shouted angrily, "This scoundrel has no respect whatsoever." Seeing his opponent coming at him, Cha Eun-yop thought, "Do you really think I'd let myself be beaten by such a nobody who isn't even close to a master's level?" and dodged. As a result of the failed attack and miscalculations, Seoul Sang-il stumbled and fell face first onto the floor. After groaning from the fall, Seoul Sang-hee cried out in alarm, "Brother!" The next moment, grabbing Cha Eun-yop and restricting his movement, Seoul Sang-hee added, "Sang-il, hurry up and show him what you're capable of." Getting to his feet and seeing that the servant was holding Seoul Sang-il, he exclaimed indignantly, How dare you so brazenly dodge my blow? It left a mark on my precious face. After taking the first blow to the torso from young Master Cha Eun-yap, he heard, "You damn scoundrel who lives off our household." Watching as Sol San-il continued to land blow after blow on him, Cha Eun-yap thought, "Damn it, I got angry for no reason and escalated the situation. Now, I have no choice but to endure the blows until Sol San-il gets tired." Trying to restrain himself, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "These kids always cause trouble. Damn it, if the master had just dropped that document on the ground, I could have been free." Bowing his head after the numerous blows he had already taken, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "What can a nobody like me possibly do?" Imagining a fight with Sol Subam, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "It would be wonderful if, just once, I could meet a young master with impressive martial arts skills." Continuing his musings, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "But here I am, a lowly servant swinging a wooden shield, silently taking blows because of my low status, feeling every blow despite his attempts to break free." Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "Learning to wield a sword seems like a distant fantasy. It's obvious I'll die from a single strike by the young master." Imagining that he had already collapsed to the ground after Sol Sobam's strike, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "How absurd it was for me to stand there ostentatiously and criticize our family's approach in his presence." Trying to lift his gaze toward the young master, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "In this state, I won't be able to protect either Su-yeon or anyone else. I'll probably just be crawling in the mud, unable to tell heaven from earth." Looking into Sol Subam's eyes and seeing the stern gaze, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "If you saw me in such a pitiful state, master, what look would be on your face?" Breathing heavily and pressing his hands to his stomach, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "I hate all of this. Nothing has changed, not even the situation where I'm being beaten with weak blows that don't even come close to a tenth of the master's power. It's truly disgusting." The next moment, a dark figure appeared at the entrance and shouted, "What are you doing here?" Hearing this and seeing her, Cha Eun-yap wondered who it was. Later, when the girl came inside and rested his head on her lap, Cha Eun-yap opened his eyes and thought to himself, "It's Su-yeon." Seeing the one who had saved him, Cha Eun-yap turned his head to the side and, as he lost consciousness, thought, "Ms. Su-yeon, how embarrassing. The person I was supposed to protect is protecting me instead." While staying at Grandpa Juan's house for recovery and treatment, Cha Eun-yap murmured in his sleep, "Ms. Su-yeon, next time I'll definitely..." Hearing these sleep-talking ramblings, Grandpa Juan grabbed the boy by the cheek and, pulling it, shouted, "Hey, wake up!" After waking the boy, who had been lying unconscious for some time, Grandpa Juan said, "It seems you're deeply disappointed that they rejected you, judging by what you were muttering in your sleep." The next moment, seeing the boy jump up from his spot in fright, Grandpa added, "You've always tried to avoid trouble. What happened this time?" Hearing Grandpa's question, Cha Eun-yap touched his chest and said in surprise, "My body," then thought to himself, "It doesn't hurt that much. The wounds have already healed." After checking his condition, Cha Eun-yap turned his gaze to the old man and asked, "How long was I unconscious?" To which he heard, "A whole day has passed. It's been about the same amount of time as when you were beaten yesterday." Upon learning how long he had been unconscious, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "I definitely saw Su-yeon yesterday." After checking on her servant, Su-yeon used her technique and said, "Your ribs are damaged. If they aren't treated, your abdomen could swell and make it difficult for you to move." As she continued treating the boy, Su-yeon added, "San-il deliberately inflicted the most painful wounds. I'll apologize for that on his behalf." As she went over all the injured areas, Su-yeon also added, "You'll feel better soon. I've controlled the blood flow to ease the pain, so now rest." Turning his gaze toward Cha Eun-yap, he thought awkwardly, "She treated me to ease the pain," and then heard, "Are you so disappointed because Lady Su-yeon is getting married?" When Grandpa Cha Jung-yap asked him a question, Cha Eun-yap turned his gaze toward him and exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you suddenly saying such nonsense?" To which Grandpa Huang replied, "At your age, that sort of thing happens." Smiling slyly at the young man's remark, Grandpa Huang said, "Didn't the news of Miss Su-yeon's marriage anger you so much that you got into a fight with the junior master?" To which he replied, "Do you really think I'm that stupid?" Hearing what Grandpa Huang had just said, that it really doesn't matter, even if fools like us try to dispute their choice, Cha Eun-yap sighed in dissatisfaction. Without taking his eyes off the old man, Cha Eun-yap remarked, "You're also worried that Lady Su-yeon is leaving. The old man is thinking about the lady too, isn't he?" After hearing the young man's remark, the man asked in surprise, "What are you talking about so suddenly?" To which Cha Eun-yap, clutching his chest and groaning, replied, If you keep shouting like that, my ribs will crack. The next moment, resting his hand on his chin, Cha Eun-yap added, now that I think about it, aren't you living with Jong-woon? Isn't the fact that Soo-yeon sent me here because you have a deep connection with the Sol family and are a trustworthy person? Continuing to voice his guesses, Cha Eun-yap added, now that makes sense. I remember how you grieved at Grandma's funeral. What connected you to her? Maybe it was something similar to how I'm trying to protect Soo-yeon. Surprised by the young man's guesses, Grandpa Huang, without taking his astonished gaze off him, asked, what do you mean? Then Cha Eun-yap told Grandpa Huang exactly what had happened in the Sol family. About the incident with the land deed, about the misdeeds of Sol Sang-il and Sol Sang-hee, and also about the news of the sudden marriage. Based on Cha Eun-yap's suspicions, everything related to Chu San-mi seems questionable. Resting his hand on his chin, Grandpa Huang, shocked by everything he'd heard, said, that's exactly why I find it suspicious that Chu San-mi is rushing into marriage. After everything he had said, Cha Eun-yap, rubbing his head, heard this and thought, it really is worrying how you lived while hiding all of this. Without taking his eyes off the boy, Grandpa leaned toward him and added, why are you revealing your true feelings right now? As he continued listening to Grandpa Huan, all this time, you've been deceiving the old man who raised you, you scoundrel, Cha Eun-yap replied awkwardly. I've heard that many times, but I didn't want to offend you. The next moment, deciding to minimize the conflict, Cha Eun-yap groaned and added, the more I talk, the more my stomach hurts. Hearing the boy's words, Grandpa Huan sat down next to him and said, I heard your ribs were injured. Ms. Soo-yeon restored the blood flow to prevent complications. A person trained in martial arts can regulate the internal energy flow and thus remove the clotted blood. Continuing his conversation with Cha Eun-yap, Grandpa Huang added, you can speak calmly after such a beating, only thanks to her. Now try repeating after me. I'll teach you how to breathe comfortably. Hearing Grandpa's instruction, Cha Eun-yap turned his gaze to the side and asked, hey old man, did you also study martial arts? Activating an aura around himself, Grandpa, trying to concentrate, added, we'll talk about that later. For now, breathe in and out slowly. Following his mentor's instruction, Cha Eun-yap thought for a moment, turned his head forward, and tried to repeat the process. The breathing technique Cha Eun-yap tried for the first time allowed refreshing energy to flow into his body. Soon, after a few breaths, the pain subsided, and his body felt more comfortable and lighter. Feeling the effect of the technique, Cha Eun-yap asked in surprise, is it true that you discovered this technique? To which Grandpa Huang replied, once, while I was traveling, I met an old man with a strange appearance in the mountains. Recalling the image of that strange person he had met, Grandpa Huang added, in exchange for raisins and alcohol, he gave me a book from which I learned this. Perhaps that old man was a martial arts master unknown to the world. Reaching into his closet to find the book, Grandpa Huang said, it's somewhere around here. You're smart, so you can read this book on your own. You're just lying around here doing nothing anyway. Taking out the book and beginning to blow the dust off it, Grandpa added, remember, you'll need half a month to recover. After blowing the dust off and handing the book to Cha Eun-yap, Grandpa Huang added, I only managed to read one chapter myself and didn't get any further. If you're interested in martial arts, this might help you. Take it. Taking the tattered book that Grandpa Huang had handed him, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, an old man who looks strange and who knows such a breathing technique. What kind of person is he? After handing over a book that might interest Cha Eun-yap, Grandpa Huang said, now get some rest, and upon hearing that asked, where are you going? When asked this, Grandpa Huang stopped at the door and said, I'm going to tell Jong-un that you're staying here a little longer, and I need to think over everything I've learned. The next moment, glancing at the boy and smiling gently before heading out on his errands, Grandpa said, I'm glad Sol Subam recognized you. Hearing the door slam shut, Cha Eun-yap said, that's true, but in reality, I'm the one who recognizes the master's abilities. Opening the book, Cha Eun-yap began to read. There is heaven and earth, and the people upon them. People are born and live, imbued with the energy of heaven and earth. By aligning and merging with this energy, one can learn to control it. After rereading these words, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, but isn't our birth determined by our parents? How can heaven and earth be the cause of this? There are so many strange statements in this book. Well, the first part of the book was mostly written like that. As Cha Eun-yap continued rereading the book, he pondered from time to time. The story went on for a long time, but the moment I read one sentence, I was able to understand the feelings of the old man who wrote this book. Without taking my eyes off the book, Cha Eun-yap continued, I was born too weak, so I gave up everything to gain strength. Therefore, here I will leave my breathing technique, which is the foundation of my strength. Continuing to read the writings of the unknown old man, Cha Eun-yap said, He who seeks strength through training will be able to reach great heights. As he continued to meditate, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, even though I've only followed the basic technique from the book, the pain has almost subsided. I must master these breathing techniques to freely control my body. 5 breaths, 6 breaths. Suddenly falling to the ground during his breathing exercises, Cha Eun-yap exclaimed in frustration, I never would have thought that breathing could be this difficult. The next moment, getting up and opening the door to the outside, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, damn, how amazing must this technique be for it to be so hard to master? After making a few sudden movements and feeling no severe discomfort, Cha Eun-yap, finding himself on the street, thought in surprise, what's this? The pain has practically gone. Picking up the book again and glancing at it, the young man said, well, I don't know who the elder was who wrote this book, but it's quite unusual. It certainly can't be easy. After these thoughts collapsing to the ground and sighing heavily, Cha Eun-yap thought, just watch. I'll master everything in this book. Finishing his thoughts and looking up at the sky, Cha Eun-yap saw a woman standing nearby and thought, bewildered, it's Lady Su-yeon. Once inside the room with the girl, Cha Eun-yap asked, what brought you to such a shabby place? To which she replied, I came to check on you and see how you're doing. Continuing her conversation with the servant, Su-yeon added, it's my brother and sister's fault. I apologize for their behavior. To which Cha Eun-yap replied, you shouldn't do that. You cured me so the pain wouldn't get worse. Hearing that Cha Eun-yap wasn't holding a grudge, the girl breathed a sigh of relief and, without taking her eyes off him, added, still, I was worried that you'd get worse. Thank God that's not the case. Trying to spare Su-yeon from unnecessary worry, Cha Eun-yap exclaimed, I'm fine, as long as I don't get scolded again for letting a lady into such a shabby room. Noticing the somewhat tense atmosphere, Su-yeon stood up and said, it seems I'm making you worry. I'll leave the medicine here. Be sure to take it. Leaving the medicine behind and heading for the exit, Su-yeon said, see you later, and thank Grandpa Juan for me, to which she heard, yes, Ms. Su-yeon. Picking up the book and starting to read it again, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, I thought of this as just another blow I could endure, but if Ms. Su-yeon is so worried, then I simply have to become stronger. Resuming his breathing exercises, Cha Eun-yap repeated in his head, 10 breaths, 12 breaths, 20, slowly, letting the numbers fade as if disappearing, filling his breath with sincerity. Later, hearing the creak of a door behind him, Cha Eun-yap turned around and saw Grandpa Juan, who asked, what are you doing here so late? Haven't you gone to bed yet? Upon hearing this, Cha Eun-yap looked out the window and said in surprise, Grandpa, it's already night. It was morning out there just a moment ago. How long have you been gone, Grandpa? To which he heard, haven't you come to your senses yet? More than half a day has passed, can't you see? Realizing how late it was, Cha Eun-yap pressed his hand to his forehead and thought to himself, oh my gosh, I thought only half an hour had passed. After which he heard, but are you sure it's okay for you to stand like that? Don't your ribs hurt? Hearing this question, Cha Eun-yap thought in surprise, I don't feel any discomfort right now. My whole body is filled with energy. Noticing that the boy was feeling better, Grandpa Huang said, I'm glad you can move. I have a story. Sit down and listen. Sitting down across from Grandpa Huang, Cha Eun-yap said, by the way, where have you been? You even brought a little packet. Hearing the boy's question, Grandpa Huang rested his hand on his chin and said, I was running some errands and remembered a story an elderly lady once shared with me, even before you were born, Eun-yap. There were 2 families fighting for dominance in the Hanam province. One of them was Meteor, founded by a remarkable man named Dan Mok-chun. The other was a small group known as the White Dragon. However, in this conflict, it was the White Dragon, with its unconventional martial arts, that unexpectedly emerged victorious. Naturally, the Baekdo alliance, which had predicted a Meteor victory, watched the battle between the families with astonishment. Then the Meteors suddenly stopped fighting and returned to their faction. After that, both families vanished without a trace, as if they had absorbed one another. However, the White Dragon's heir has recently appeared. After hearing this story, Cha Eun-yap rested his hand on his chin and thought, that's interesting. In that case, Chusan-mi must be in an alliance with them. He continued, I tried to find out about it, but I couldn't find any information about Ms. Su-yeon's prospective groom. Continuing the story, Grandpa Huang added, but I remember how the elder lady spoke casually about it. The new bride knows far too much, which is why I kept watching Sol Su-bom and Sol Su-yeon. Hearing this addition, Cha Eun-yap clenched his teeth and thought, damn, now I'm starting to understand. After that, Grandfather Huang added, that's all I know at the moment. The next moment, turning his back to the young man, Grandpa said, tomorrow I'll thoroughly investigate the potential dangers to the young lady's marriage. Perhaps then, I'll learn more about the Yahello family as well. After listening to Grandpa Juan, Cha Un-yap turned his attention to the bundle lying on the floor and asked, "What about this little package? Where did you get it?" Receiving the question from the young man and also glancing at the package, Grandpa Juan said, "The elder lady sewed these clothes for me in my youth." Without taking his eyes off the bundle, Grandpa Juan added, "I never even tried them on because I didn't want to ruin them. I just kept them with the intention of returning them someday. Nevertheless, this is all the elderly lady left me, so I had to bring them." After listening to this story, Cha Un-yap said, "Grandpa, I understand your feelings, but haven't you gone a bit too far?" "Not at all," the old man replied. "Someone like me needs to figure everything out before you do." Upon learning exactly what Grandpa Huang planned to do, Cha Un-yap said, "You should be more careful so you don't get into trouble." To which Huang replied, "Maybe I'm not as smart as you, but I've been through a lot too." Glancing at Cha Un-yap, with whom he was speaking, Grandpa Huang added, "While I'm not around, you must protect the young lady." Grandpa Huang left the Soul family home this morning. The elderly lady must have been a special person to Grandpa, but now that she has left us and the master has gone, only Lady Su Yan remains. Watching Grandpa Huang's retreating figure, Cha Un-yap thought to himself, "I wondered if I was burdening the old man with my problems, but we're in the same situation. I was supposed to protect the lady, but in the end, I had to save myself. I need to become stronger, but for what?" Sitting in front of a book and practicing his breathing technique, Cha Un-yap thought to himself, "Is it for revenge and justice, like the master, or to protect those dear to me, like Grandpa Huan?" Continuing to focus on his technique, Cha Un-yap added in his mind, "None of that matters. I just want to live without regret. As an orphan, serving in other people's homes, I want to forge my own path, like a superhuman who can overcome all of this." Thinking of Soul Subam, Cha Un-yup said to himself, "To ignite this fire, an unconventional path is far more suitable than the tedious path of justice." That is why Cha Un-yup chose the path of the Sammy Master. The next moment, recalling Ms. Su Yan, Cha Un-yup added in his mind, "Ms. Su Yan, I realize that I cannot protect you right now. Nevertheless, you are intelligent and will be able to get through these difficult times on your own." Continuing to imagine everything he was thinking in his head, Cha Un-yup added silently, "Just as you are walking your own path, I must also find my own path." Later, imagining his grandfather's situation, Cha Un-yup thought to himself, "Grandfather Huan, it's not that I don't understand his feelings, but watching him walk as if chasing after the elderly lady he cherished his whole life, his choice differs from what I desire." At one point, despite all his concentration, Cha Un-yap heard someone call out, "Un-yap," from somewhere outside, and turned around. Seeing a familiar face there, the young man exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Jong-un," to which he replied, "Considering how much you love to wander around, I was worried you might have died from being cooped up inside." Hearing his uncle's remark, Cha Un-yap laughed and said, "I'm not feeling very well." To which Jong-un replied, "With no work and spending the whole day in your room, your face has gone pale." After helping himself to the buns Uncle Jong-un had brought him, Cha Un-yap said, "By the way, if Grandpa Huan doesn't return within 5 days, he said you can take those things. You understand what he meant." Hearing the information passed on to him, Cha Un-yap thought anxiously, "This is bad. The old man must have run into trouble." The next moment, turning his gaze to Uncle Cha Un-yap, he asked, "Did Grandpa Huan really say that?" To which he replied, "Yes, ma'am. She suddenly gave him some kind of assignment, and he went quite far away." Also, upon hearing Uncle Jeon Woong add that it seemed Grandpa had been deeply troubled by something lately, Cha Un-yap thought to himself, "There's no doubt about it. He's been caught red-handed." The person who had been deceiving Chu San-mi for decades was suddenly exposed. It seemed that Cheol San-il and Sol San-hee hadn't been hanging around for no reason. Chu San-mi is trying to get rid of all remaining members of the Sol family before Su-yeon's wedding. Now that the younger master has left, she can easily get rid of Grandpa Huan. Realizing the full extent of the situation, Cha Un-yap thought to himself, "It's only a matter of time before I, who recently spent time with Grandpa, come under suspicion. I need to act quickly." As he began unpacking the bundle Grandpa Huan had left him, Cha Un-yap said to himself, "Grandpa, I will definitely avenge you." Taking out the clothes left for him and putting them on, Cha Un-yap added in his mind, "Master, you asked me to help Ms. Su-yeon just once. Perhaps now is the right time. Given the circumstances, I can offer only the smallest help, but I will make sure nothing happens to her." Sitting in her room and looking out the window, Su-yeon thought to herself, "Grandfather Huan hasn't been seen for several days now. It seems something is about to happen." The next moment, there was a knock at the girl's door, and the maid who entered said, "Miss, I have something for you." Approaching the girl sitting at the table, the maid held out a small bundle and added, Cha Eun-yop asked me to give this to you. Taking the small package that had been brought to her, Soo-yeon said, "Thank you. You must be busy. You may go." After letting the servant go about her business, Soo-yeon waited until she was alone in the room and began to unwrap the package. Seeing a single valuable item inside, Soo-yeon thought to herself, "This is the land deed, the one my brother was nearly accused of stealing." After examining the item, Soo-yeon caught a glimpse of a diary at the bottom of the package, which was also meant to come into her possession. Placing the land deed on the table and picking up the notebook, Soo-yeon said in surprise, "What kind of book is this? A diary?" Opening the pages, the girl read, "Ms. Soo-yeon, first of all, I would like to apologize for only being able to offer indirect help. By the time you read this diary, I will have already left the Sol family home. The man you're marrying is a dangerous person who hides his true identity. However, even if I, Sol Subam, and Grandpa Juan aren't here, I'm sure you're wise enough to handle this. Miss, please leave the Sol family and hide somewhere else." Noticing a strange figure passing by, one of the residents said in surprise, "Who is that? I've never seen him before." After asking himself that question, the young man noticed that a bundle of coins had appeared in his bag. Upon finding the coins and something valuable, the maids began to whisper, "My goodness, such a precious thing. Who could it be?" After distributing his savings to everyone and leaving the city, exhausted from walking, Cha Eun-yop thought, "With this, I've lightened the burden on my heart. Nothing keeps me here anymore." Looking back at the village he was leaving, Cha Eun-yop added to himself, "I've lived with this family for over 10 years. I'm different from them. I have no intentions or thoughts that bind me." Bowing his head and casting one last glance at the settlement, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "From this moment on, I will focus solely on my goal, young master. Ms. Soo-yeon, from this moment on, my story will begin." Hearing her servant report that Mr. Huang had died, without revealing anything, Chu San-mi said, "I see. Well, now that I know his true nature, I'll handle the rest myself." Turning her gaze away from her servant, the matriarch added, "Dispose of the body. Now there's no one left who could stand in the way of the marriage." After giving the order to her servant, Chu San-mi smiled slyly and thought, "I didn't expect that old man, with such a ridiculous fate, would remain on the estate. Entrusting San-il and San-hee to watch over him was a good decision." Continuing to gloat, Chu San-mi, the matriarch of the Gansu family, thought to herself, "With this, we've removed everything that stood in the way of the Kumsuk-sol family. Now, no one can stop us. Not only our incompetent leader, but San-il and San-hee will also play their part." Reflecting on her cunning plan, the woman thought to herself, "But this is only the beginning. To achieve what we need, there can be no exception." After 5 days of traveling, Cha Eun-yop stopped in the thicket of the forest and said, "It seems no one has passed through here in these 5 days. Maybe I should rest today." After building a fire and preparing a snack, Cha Eun-yop was finally able to relax a little and practice controlling his aura again. After resting a bit, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "I'll probably spend about 10 days here, and then I'll head into the mountains to focus on training. To master this technique, I'll need to train for a year, maybe even 2. The next moment, glancing at the fire burning before him, Cha Eun-yop added to himself, "I need a martial arts style that suits me, one that will be more impressive than the one used by the Kam-suk clan." Continuing his musings, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "As soon as I finish my training, I'll first find out where Lady Soo-yeon is. Even if it takes several years, I'll track down the enemies who harmed the Sol family and take my revenge. And once my revenge is complete, the day will come when I can face the young master in battle." Lying down next to the fire after dinner, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "But that's not all I truly want to achieve." Suddenly feeling something strange under his foot, Cha Eun-yop sat up and saw a staff lying next to him. Picking up the stick that lay beside him, Cha Eun-yop smiled and reached for the dagger he carried with him. Setting to work and beginning to carve a sword from the stick, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "True, I've always been alone since birth. When this is all over, I'll be able to live as I please." Holding the homemade sword he had just carved in front of him, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "Freely and proudly, I will conquer this vast world." 2 years later, on her way back through the Sol family settlement, a woman ran into an acquaintance and asked, "Oh, have you been working hard since early this morning?" Hearing the question and turning his gaze to the woman, the man said, "I'm just sweeping. There's nothing to it. But you've also returned quickly, auntie," to which he heard, "There's nothing I can do. The new servant from the Chu family isn't doing his job." Hearing the aunt's story, the young man snorted in displeasure and said, "He's still the same servant, but he acts too arrogantly." After the leader's wife took over the household, he was more submissive when the elder lady was around, to which he heard, "Don't you know what it means to be afraid to say such things? What if the young lady or the master hears you?" After the eldest son's disappearance, The atmosphere became quite eerie for a while, and then the eldest daughter vanished as well. It's no wonder the Sol family is in decline. Their former glory is gone, and now they simply live off the scraps of people's attention. Who would have thought this was the leading family of the Kamsuk clan? As he continued sweeping, the young man said, "It's no wonder the eldest son and daughter left this place. I really hope that one day a young master will appear like a hero and restore the Sol family." After listening to the boy's dreams, his aunt said dreamily, "That would be wonderful," while a traveler was approaching the castle. On his path of self-improvement, Sol Subam finally reached the next stage he needed to overcome. Most of those who choose the path of the Sami end up corrupted by a devilish nature while training in martial arts and commit evil deeds, becoming enemies of all of Murin. Moreover, they succumb to their inner demons and lose control of themselves. Some even end their lives by suicide or execution. However, there were also those who lived as skilled fighters thanks to their willpower, a true martial arts master, an evil hero, and his follower, a righteous demon. With the exception of these two, all other martial arts masters adhered to the traditional approach. Yet, despite this, they were able to attain the highest level of mastery and demonstrate that there are noble individuals among the followers of the Way of Sama. And this is precisely where the righteous demon Gal Mun Hyok now resides, the heavenly fortress. Frowning but having no way to object, the righteous demon could only groan heavily. Smiling joyfully after making her final move, Gal Mi Ran, Gal Mun Hyok's granddaughter, said, "Well, I've beaten you again, Grandpa. This is my third victory, isn't it?" Clapping her hands joyfully, the girl added, "Just as you promised, you must teach me a new martial art." Hearing his granddaughter's request, the righteous demon said, "Miran, I'm only saying this for your own good. Isn't it too dangerous to teach you martial arts?" To which the girl exclaimed, "Oh my God, you're saying that now. You won't keep your promise." The next moment, shedding a tear, Miran added, "Or, Grandpa, you never intended to keep it from the start." To which he replied, "No, Miran, I would never break a promise I made to you." Feeling a certain unease at his granddaughter's words, the righteous demon thought, Miran's Baduk skills are improving at an incredible rate. It was a mistake to give up the 9 points because of temptation. At this pace, I'll have no choice but to teach my granddaughter all the martial arts of the Heavenly Fortress. Known as one of the greatest martial arts masters in the world, Gal Mun Hyok is said to have been a scholar who had no interest in martial arts whatsoever. However, he was far too talented to spend his life merely playing Baduk and reading books. So much so that his teacher pleaded with him for several days and nights until he finally entered the world of martial arts. Like Gal Mun Hyok, all his descendants were also scholars with no interest in martial arts. But for some reason, his precious granddaughter, Gal Mi Ran, was a child with a very strong passion for martial arts. Recalling the past with sincere joy, Gal Mun Hyok thought to himself, "When she was little, she would run into my arms every time she saw me, but now she's consumed only by martial arts." Soon after, a servant entered the room and said, "Sir, a young guest wishes to challenge you. His appearance is somewhat extraordinary, so I would like to know your opinion." To which the righteous demon replied, "Interesting. It's been a long time since I've been challenged." Standing up and heading toward the exit, the man exclaimed, "Excellent! In that case, I must personally meet the challenger." Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. "Grandpa, wait! Our conversation isn't over yet." Trying to stop her grandfather, the girl heard, "Miran, I'll be back soon, and then we'll talk." After that, the door slammed shut. Gritting her teeth after her request was ignored again, the girl exclaimed in frustration, "There you go again," slipping away. Stepping outside and noticing a young man nearby, Gal Mun Hyok said, "Interesting. Is this the young man who came to challenge the Heavenly Fortress? What is your name?" Hearing the question from the man who had come to him accompanied by a traveler, the young man replied, "Subam. I don't have a surname, so just call me Mu Subam." The next moment, bowing his head and folding his hands in front of him, the young man added, "I have come to issue a challenge." Also, upon hearing the words of the young man who had arrived at the fortress, the subjects of the righteous demon began to shout, "Hey, what are you saying? Do you really think you can challenge the master of the Heavenly Tower by introducing yourself like that? You fool, it seems you don't value your life." Trying to somehow defuse the situation, Subam bowed and said, "I would not dare to challenge the master of the Heavenly Fortress. The desire of my soul is to find enlightenment within these walls, in whatever form it may take." After listening to the traveler's latest request, Gal Mun Hyok thought, this guy deliberately says provocative things, yet he tries to remain humble. Without taking his eyes off Subam, the righteous demon added in his mind, honest, reckless, and straightforward. "It's been a long time since I've felt such energy." Finishing his thoughts, the righteous demon asked, "Do you know how to play Baduk?" To which he heard, Yes, I do. Having learned what he needed to know, Gal Moonhike turned and said, Excellent. Before challenging the Heavenly Fortress, you must beat me at Baduk. Follow me. The handicap is an obstacle that all challengers must overcome on their way to the Heavenly Fortress. In the past, when many tried to conquer the fortress, Gal Moonhike devised this preliminary test. Although on the surface it looks like an ordinary match, if you look closely, Baduk resembles a battle of numbers on the board. To understand your opponent's moves and exploit their weaknesses, you must engage in a battle of wits. If you can calculate your moves, you will be able to conquer territory and secure it. Baduk is a game in which you can lose everything in an instant and walk the path of defeat. Without a brain, you cannot win in a battle of strength. Only with natural talent and charisma can you see through the ways of the world. Taking his seat at the game board, the righteous demon spoke. To this day, in the world of martial arts, only one person has ever defeated me at Baduk. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, Gal Moonhake added, Even so, he only managed to capture half the board. Well then, let's begin. When night fell, Gal Myran visited her grandfather's room and saw that the game was still going on. Surprised, she asked, Are they still playing? He won one of the 3 games, ma'am. Fixing her gaze on the righteous demon, the servant added, However, this game looks difficult for him. Hearing her subject's reply, Myran said in amazement, I can't believe the game has gone on this long. That boy is clearly no ordinary person. At the same time, sitting at the game board, the righteous demon thought to himself, He's a genius. No matter how smart you are, everyone makes mistakes or gets confused eventually. Without taking his eyes off Subam, Gal Moonhike added in his mind, But this young man is different, more so because of the moves he's making on the board. The game of Baduk is a way to reveal a person's personality and temperament. If you are smart and quick-witted, your playing style will be like water. But if you are fierce and honest, your moves will be arranged like mountains. After pondering these 2 types of players, the righteous demon thought to himself, But he is like a wolf fiercely guarding his territory, and he will never let an enemy who is approached get away. How am I to deal with this formidable opponent? Pondering his next move in the game, the righteous demon said thoughtfully, As I play Baduk with you, I find myself wondering more and more why you want to challenge the Heavenly Fortress. Without taking his eyes off the game board, Gal Moonhike added, If you're truly as talented as you claim, any faction would be ready to accept you. You'd have the opportunity to develop skills far more useful than what you have now. After speaking, the righteous demon thought to himself that for now, he was just a little puppy, but in the future, he could become a predatory beast. Without taking his hand from his chin, Gal Moonhake added in his mind, If he trains, he will surely cultivate an unrivaled and powerful essence within himself. Continuing his musings, the righteous demon thought, Moreover, his level of inner energy is quite high, which suggests he comes from a noble family. But why would anyone need such a level? As he continued to ponder his next moves in the game, Subam said, I have a goal I want to achieve. After speaking these words, lost in his memories, Subam thought to himself, There are people who remain waiting for their master. Also recalling his younger sister, whom he had left under the protection of a subject, Subam added in his mind, There is a person precious to me whom I could not take with me. Not overlooking a special person, Subam added in his mind, There is also one who had a promising future. I made a silent vow to them all, and I must hasten on my way. After these reflections, without raising his gaze, the traveler said, I am here now only because I tried to carry out my plans more quickly. Hearing his opponent's confident words, the righteous demon said, When it comes to important matters, there is no time for hesitation. Continuing to praise the young man, Gal Moonhike added, You were destined to become a great man, and if you weren't so closed off in your thoughts, you could have achieved even more. At that very moment, noticing his opponent's move, Subam thought, The situation has changed. I thought I was leading this game, but unexpectedly it turned out I'd been outplayed. Bowing his head and saying, I lost, Subam thought to himself. Did this happen while I was lost in my own thoughts? As expected, he turned out to be a formidable opponent. Having won the match, the righteous demon rested his hand on his chin and said, Earlier, you challenged me to a sparring match. Do you really want to fight me? Receiving the question from his opponent, Subam bowed and said, I never thought of fighting Master Gal Moonhake with the intention of winning, but I thought that if I were to fight someone who has been praised for many years as a great master, I would undoubtedly achieve great enlightenment. Hearing the guest's remark, Gal Moonhake thought to himself, His humility is impressive. What a wonderful person. And then said, That is true. The next moment saying, Myran, righteous demon, he forced the girl to come out of hiding and added, Stop eavesdropping and come out for a second. Entering the room where her grandfather was and listening as he said, This child is my granddaughter, Myran. the girl thought to herself. How long have you known? Continuing his conversation with the boy, the righteous demon added, the game of Baduk is not only about winning, but also about enjoying the game. Of course, this doesn't mean you can break the rules that were agreed upon before the match. And at one point in his story, when all the necessary people were before him, Gal Moon Hayek said, then how about facing Ran, who trained under me, in a match? Having put forward his proposal, Gal Moon Hayek folded his hands in front of him and added, although she has only recently begun studying martial arts, she is already making progress and mastering them. This is a wonderful opportunity for her to test her current achievements. The next moment, raising his gaze, the righteous demon added in his mind, moreover, if you're going to fight, you'll have to wait a few more days, during which we'll play another round of Baduk. Hearing her grandfather's suggestion, Mai Ran exclaimed, wait a minute, it hasn't been that long since you started teaching me martial arts, and now you're suggesting I fight this master? Besides, you've been skipping my training sessions for the last 3 days, always making excuses. After listening to his granddaughter's remarks, the righteous demon said, well no, Mai Ran. Aren't you and this young man about the same age? First, you have to teach me properly, and then you can ask for something like that. Folding her hands in front of her after receiving the request, the girl added, if I accept this offer, will you teach me every day starting next week? To which he replied, well, of course. Watching the whole scene from the sidelines and hearing the words, we'll see you at the sparring match, the young master Subam replied, all right, and then thought to himself, it seems Grandpa isn't too thrilled that his granddaughter is studying martial arts. Time passed, and the day of the sparring match arrived. A huge crowd had gathered at the fortress. This was because everyone wanted to see the daredevil who had issued the challenge. As he stepped into the ring, Subam heard nearby, is it true that the young master challenged Gal Moon Hek without a shred of fear? Just by looking at him, you can tell he's determined and confident. What was even more astonishing was that a powerful aura emanated from everyone in the crowd. It seemed that everything was calm within the fortress walls, but if even a slight wave of excitement were to rise, it could instantly turn into a tsunami. However, Master Gal Moon Hayek kept the situation under control, which made one realize just how great a man he was. Taking his place in the arena and folding his arms, Subam thought, my opponent is the granddaughter of a famous martial arts master. I must not let my guard down. Watching the unfolding events from the stands, Gal Moon Hayek smiled and said, this young man seems very tense because of the atmosphere here. But before the righteous demon could fully enjoy the moment, he heard a voice nearby ask, yes, did it please you to bet your granddaughter in Baduk? Turning his gaze to the side after receiving the question, the righteous demon said awkwardly, but how could I have done such a thing? After which, So Chi-yeon, Hal Moon Hayek's wife, said, no, but because of this sparring match, this young man will stay here for a while. I'm sure you've been thinking all day about how to play Baduk with him again. The next moment, turning her gaze to the arena, she added, and what about Miran? You always said you weren't going to teach her martial arts because it's dangerous. But now you're making her fight a stranger. After his wife's remarks, the righteous demon said, don't say that. I know Miran very well. Just in case, I thoroughly searched this man and also allowed him to use the sword of the heavenly fortress. So, don't worry too much. Before the battle began, approaching her opponent, Miran said, please go easy on me, young master. Since I am younger and less skilled than you, may I take the initiative? Receiving the request from the young lady, Subam said, you are too modest, my lady. Please, begin. Having received permission to strike first, Miran rushed at her opponent and confidently exclaimed, then I won't hold back. Blocking the strikes of the girl who had initiated the fight, Subam observed her sword movements, incredibly precise, and then remarked, as expected, your defense is superb. Immediately after speaking, the girl leaned on Subam's shoulder, jumped over him, and tried to attack from behind. But having reacted in time to the girl's movement in the obvious direction, Subam managed to block her. Trying to avoid dangerous situations and fend off the girl's onslaught, Subam thought to himself, she's not that easy to defeat. That's why, during the next block, after parrying the girl's strike, Subam tried to kick his opponent. Reacting in time and avoiding the hit, Miran dodged the boy's kick and said, whoa, that was dangerous. Noticing how the girl had actively stepped back, Subam said to himself in surprise, what an impressive improvisation. Without taking his eyes off his opponent, the boy thought to himself, she has flexibility and quick decision-making. If I let my guard down, she'll catch me off guard. Furrowing her brows and preparing for her next attack, Miran thought, there must be a reason why Grandpa liked him so much. As she prepared to launch her best attack, the girl said, you have unmatched skills, young master. This is the first time I've had such high expectations of an opponent. So, Will you be able to withstand this as well? Noticing the girl's intentions, Subam braced himself for the blow and thought, something different is coming this time. Leaping into the sky, the girl used the snow cloud sword technique, intending to strike the traveler. But having recognized exactly which technique his opponent was about to use, Subam was able to read her movements and block the attack. At the same time, watching the battle, Mengihai exclaimed joyfully, "And little Ran is skilled in using the snow cloud sword, just as expected of my student," to which he heard, "What student? You just lost your technique in a match." Also, without taking his eyes off his granddaughter, the righteous demon thought to himself, Ran's skills have improved greatly in such a short time. Yet, watching his granddaughter's movements, Galmoon Hayek added in his mind, despite her unmatched mastery of the sword, this young man has absolutely no fear of another's blade. Noticing every tiny detail and every movement of Subam, the righteous demon added in his mind, he notices every false lunge and change in movement. Analyzing the battle with Subam, Miran thought to herself, he reacts and acts with lightning speed, never losing his balance, and his gaze searches for gaps in his opponent's movements. At first, he seemed confused, but there is no doubt that he has been in many battles before this. After breaking the distance following a failed attack, Miran noticed the stance her opponent had taken and thought to herself in surprise, that's the snow cloud stance. Also, seeing what Subam was about to do, Mangihai exclaimed, "Just look at this insolent thief. He dares to imitate my snow cloud technique without having learned it." Also surprised by what he saw, the righteous demon, without taking his eyes off Subam, thought, it can't be that he learned this technique after seeing it just once. Where did he even come from? Blocking her opponent's attack, Miran said cheerfully, "Just think, to execute the technique so well after only a brief observation. You never cease to amaze me." The next moment, dodging the blow and leaping into the sky, the girl added, "However, because of this, your movements have become easily predictable to me." Finding herself above Subam's head, Miran added, "Unfortunately, my skills are far superior to this." Taking a perfect position for her next attack, Miran said, "Can you block this?" and unleash the 7 blades of Yumi. Actively tracking the girl's movements, Subam blocked the strike, but noticed how she began to alter the trajectory of the blow and thought, impressive. When a cloud of dust rose on the battlefield from the intense clash, someone shouted, "Who won? It's Miran!" Soon the dust cleared, and everyone could see how the battle between the two fighters had ended, while someone joyfully exclaimed, just as expected of the granddaughter of the righteous demon. So, Chiyun sighed with relief that everything had ended in the best possible way. After the sparring match ended, folding her hands in front of her, the girl said, "Thank you. It was a wonderful duel. I learned a lot." Also folding his hands in front of him and bowing to the girl, Subam said, "I too have learned a lot from you. They say the world is full of talent, and now I have personally seen it for myself." Soon the righteous demon joined the conversation and said, "You are both skilled. I haven't seen anything like this in a long time." Hearing this, Miran exclaimed, "Grandpa?" The next moment, turning his gaze to the demon Yuya, Wu Seong Guak Gal Moon Hayek added, "You should also express your gratitude to the creator of the snow cloud technique and the creator of the 7 blades of Yumi. Don't they deserve your respect?" Hearing her grandfather's instruction, Miran asked in surprise, "Excuse me, so you're saying he memorized this technique too? He's certainly smart, but still." Hearing the girl's remark, Wu Xiongguak exclaimed in displeasure, "Ran, how could this hooligan have learned my technique at a glance? It's the culmination of my life's work. It's absurd." After listening to everyone's comments, the righteous demon spoke up. "Did you also see the fight, Elder Wu? This young man was able to copy the movements of the snow cloud sword after seeing it only a few times." Lowering his gaze while everyone argued among themselves, Subam said, "If that's the case, let's test if it's true." Then the righteous demon asked, "Did you hear him?" Continuing to voice his dissatisfaction, Wu Xingguak said discontentedly, "If you haven't memorized anything, then you won't be able to perform anything." Raising his hand above his head, the demon Yuya exclaimed, "Stop acting so reserved and show us what you're made of. Wouldn't it be better to prove yourself and be proud of it?" Hearing the instructions and wishes of everyone present, Subam said, "As you wish," and then flawlessly demonstrated the 7 swords technique. Seeing what had just happened right before her eyes, Miran exclaimed in shock, "It can't be. Those are truly Yuya's 7 blades." Also frozen in shock at what he had seen, Wu Xiongguak exclaimed, "I've memorized it after seeing it just once. Is that even possible? What kind of monster is he?" After demonstrating the technique he had mastered, Subam said, "The sword movements in this technique are quite graceful. I was literally absorbed by it and couldn't take my eyes off it." Standing aside and watching the young man, Miran heard him say, However, if this is considered theft, I swear I will never use it again. Hearing Subam's words, the righteous demon remarked, "That's quite a bold statement for someone who stole another's sword techniques." At the same time, a voice echoed in the traveler's mind, saying, "Just listen and keep quiet." Thinking this, Subon, without taking his eyes off Gal Moonhaik, heard, "Shouldn't you instead beg the masters to teach you?" And in his mind, a voice echoed, "I have long awaited a person like you." Looking into the eyes of the righteous master who was communicating with him telepathically, Subon listened. "If you master the technique of the 8 great defenders of the heavenly fortress, it will certainly benefit you. If you learn and hone the 5 secrets of Yumi's 7 blades, you will be able to embark on the path to mastery." After listening to everything the righteous demon had to say in 2 versions, Subam replied, "I understand what you're saying, but I don't want a demon to be my master." Outraged by the boy's refusal, Gal Moonhaik shouted, "You bastard! You're clinging to your pride to the very end." Radiating a warlike aura, the righteous demon exclaimed, "All right, well said. But what about the one you didn't mention? I lived without shame, respecting my master and following in his footsteps." Calling out to the traveling guest, Gal Moonhaik added, "But those who divide the faction into yin and yang, forcing the world to drown in blood, those are the skills you will worship later, not me." Beginning to gather power in his hand, the righteous demon added, "They are the ones who divide the world into black and white." Speaking of the impossibility of coexistence, do you think a game of Baduk is possible if there are only white stones on the board? Immediately after these words, leaping towards Subom, the righteous demon added, "You too are trying to paint the world in only one color. Those like you must be nipped in the bud." Having expressed everything on his mind, Hal Moonhulk struck the insolent lad squarely in the chest and hurled him into the wall. Seeing what had just happened before everyone's eyes, Wu Xiongguok exclaimed in confusion, "My lord, what has suddenly come over you?" Receiving the question from his subject, the righteous demon exclaimed angrily, "He insulted my skill and spat on our heavenly fortress. Relying solely on talent and possessing such a narrow view of the world, he seems to be mocking us." Seeing the righteous demon in such a furious state for the first time, Miran said fearfully, "Grandfather." Trying to understand what the problem was, Wu Xiongguok exclaimed, "Sir, why are you so offended by the words of an ordinary young man?" To which came the reply, "Damn it, it's too noisy. Unren, Punren, drag this scoundrel away and throw him off Mount Sonam." As he walked away from the arena, giving his orders, the righteous demon added, "Those who choose to help him will meet the same fate." Having carried out Gul Moonhaik's orders, the demonic youth said disappointedly, "What a waste. Let's go back." After some time, coming to his senses on Mount Sonam, Subam looked at his hand and examined the injury. The next moment, sensing that there was something else in his kimono, Subam pulled out the technique notebook that someone had left for him. After reading the inscription and imagining how it might have happened, Subam thought, "The secret manual of Yumi's 7 blades. Now that I've received this, I must call you Master Wu Seonggwa." Continuing to look at the secret manual that had come into his possession, Subam added, "Having experienced the grandeur of the heavenly fortress myself, I will seal the words that the world cannot be merely black and white." Recalling the words the righteous demon had reminded him of, Subam looked at his left hand and imagined exactly what had been used on it. As he continued to stare at his hand, Subam recalled how the righteous demon had told him, via telepathic link, "Just listen and be silent. I've been waiting for someone like you for a long time. You must have many questions, but for now, just calmly listen to what I have to say." Without taking his eyes off him, Subam heard Gal Moonhaok say, "If this becomes known, more than half the masters of this fortress will want to kill you. Until you realize what you've received, keep everything a secret." Hearing the righteous demon add, "I'll help you get out of here in one piece, but what happens after that depends entirely on you," Subam said. "I don't want a demon to be my master." Finishing his recollection of what had happened to him, Subam held out his hand and said, "However, you're a little late, Master Wu Xiongguok, because first and foremost, I receive valuable knowledge from the righteous demon. My master is the righteous demon. You'll have to settle for second place." Somewhere in the mountains, honing his skills, Cha Unyap swung his wooden sword. Pausing his training after yet another misstep, Cha Unyap said, "I just can't figure out why my sword trembles every time I assume the final stance." Continuing his musings, the young man added, "Now, after training in the mountains, my movements have improved significantly. I've only studied the Pekok technique, so I have to build on that." The next moment, turning his head and seeing a white fox nearby, Cha Unyap said, "Interesting. There he is again. What's he staring at?" It's so interesting to watch someone like that. With a sly sigh and reaching for his sword, Cha Unyap said, You look like you know all the wild animals around here. Are you trying to act like a master or something like that? Immediately after his thoughts, the boy growled loudly in an attempt to scare the fox, but it only became alert. The next moment, seeing the fox leap toward him, Cha Eun-yop shouted, "Come on, attack me!" But the fox landed on the boy's shoulder, snatched the food pouch from him, and bolted. Seeing this, Cha Eun-yop yelled after it, "My dried veal!" Unable to catch up to the fox, Cha Eun-yop placed his hand on his shoulder and wondered how it could be so agile, moving in such short strides. I didn't feel any strength in its paws. It was as if it were using only the pads. The next moment, thinking that perhaps he should try concentrating his strength on his fingertips rather than his palms, he began training. After trying out this new fencing technique, Cha Eun-yop joyfully exclaimed in his mind, "Incredible! The sword moves in the desired direction much more naturally." Still delighted with his new fencing style, Cha Eun-yop looked at the fox and exclaimed, "Your teachings are far better than those of the Kamsuk family. The answer lay right at my fingertips." As night fell, Cha Eun-yop returned to his camp and began meditating. He thought, "I've already gotten used to breathing according to the technique. It really helps with recovery." Picking up his wooden sword again, Cha Eun-yop looked at the campfire and thought, "I control my inner energy better than I thought, but I lack the combat skills to use it." Beginning to swing a flexible ribbon above his head, Cha Eun-yop added, "No matter how fluid my movements are, one cannot create a great combat technique from a single swing. Is there a way to perfect this? If so, it will undoubtedly become a magnificent sword technique." As he began to ponder which technique to copy, Cha Eun-yop thought, "Perhaps I should take a cue from the movements of animals, as I did with the white fox, a snake slithering along the ground. It's interesting that, due to its lack of limbs, it lacks variety in its movements." Thinking of other animals whose behavior he could copy, Cha Eun-yop mentally added a hare, which hops quickly but seems too fussy, or a trout, which writhes underwater in various directions. After giving some thought to the animals whose behavior he could imitate, Cha Eun-yop said, "The situation is getting more and more confusing." But then, noticing a delicate little insect nearby, Cha Eun-yop said in surprise, "The butterflies have already appeared." Reaching out the tip of his sword toward it, Cha Eun-yop said, "Look at it. You should fly away from here before the sparks set your wings on fire." Trying to shoo the butterfly away, and seeing those elegant, fluid movements, Cha Eun-yop finally realized what he needed, and began to study the butterfly's movements. A year later, continuing to train in the mountains, Cha Eun-yop kept repeating and refining his movements until the tip of his sword became as light as the flutter of a butterfly's wing. As he practiced his strikes, Cha Eun-yop said to himself, "The sword technique I've developed cannot be performed with an ordinary sword. Focus not on the shape of the sword, but on its trajectory. Use the sword to mimic the movements of a butterfly." As he continued to swing his sword, practicing the technique, Cha Eun-yop counted in his head, first stance, second stance, third, and fourth, the final one. But after executing the final stance, the boy saw that his sword had snapped under the strain. Relaxing and glancing at the remains of his weapon, Cha Eun-yop said, "It seems its lifespan has come to an end. It couldn't withstand the concentrated pressure of the final stance." The next moment, resting his hand on his chin, the boy thought to himself, "I need to go down and find a new sword. I need a flexible sword that will adapt to all stances." Deciding that he needed to make some changes, Cha Eun-yop sat down on the ground and thought, "Nevertheless, I'm already satisfied with what I've achieved. When the time comes, the technique of the bloody butterfly sword will be complete." After gathering all his belongings in the cave, Cha Eun-yop headed toward the exit, where he happened to come across a white fox. Noticing that the fox was already with a mate, the young man said, "For some reason, it keeps circling around me. It seems you've already found a partner. It looks like you want to make this cave your home." Passing by the forest animals and going about his business, Cha Eun-yop said as a parting remark, "Well, do as you please. It seems our paths diverge here." Traveling in search of himself, Cha Eun-yop thought of his family's daughter. 3 years have already passed since I left the family. By now, Sol Soo-yeon must have left home and gone into hiding. Hurrying to finish his work as quickly as possible, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, "The time has come to carry out the promised revenge and conquer the world." The Golden City Escort Agency, ranked among the top 10 in Hanami, was renowned for transporting goods of any type and size. Trust and reputation are vital for an escort agency, but one day, an unforgivable incident occurred. An item entrusted to the agency was stolen. Someone unknown had secretly swapped it out. Moreover, attacks during transport became more frequent. The leader of Golden City decided to restore his lost honor on his own, but he was attacked by unknown assailants and suffered serious injuries, leaving him bedridden. When the Golden City closed its doors, the remaining agencies followed suit one by one. Meanwhile, the Blue Dragon Bureau's new forces began encroaching on their territory, signaling a large-scale uprising. The Golden City had been severely weakened, and only its name remained. Leaning on the table while preparing a herbal mixture, Sun Yeoju, the acting leader of the Golden City Escort Agency, thought to herself, "This place has also fallen into enemy hands. We have nothing left to lose. We can't just leave things as they are." Pressing her lips together, the girl added in her mind, "If I can find an escort for this mission," then a voice called out, "Sister." Lifting her head, the girl saw Sun Yo-hoon, the deputy head of the Golden City Escort Agency, standing before her. He said, "Stop making that kind of face. If the agency leader is so scary, it won't be easy for the others." After listening to her brother's comment, the girl asked, "Well, okay, but you haven't found anything yet? It's a bit early." To which he replied, "Well, I was able to find a few people." Turning his gaze back, Sun Yo-hoon said, "They look strong, but too hard to control." Hearing this remark, Sun Yeoju said, "It doesn't matter who they are. The fact that you found at least someone is a relief. Let's go meet them." After giving the order to her deputy, Sun Yeoju thought, "If we take on this mission, the attacks will start again. But with escorts who know martial arts, it's a little safer. It's worth checking out." Upon arriving at the meeting place and seeing the two mercenaries, the leader of the escort agency thought, "Interesting. Yo-hoon said they're barely fit for escort duty. We need to hear them out first and decide." Unable to bear the silence, one of the mercenaries spoke up. "So, what goods are you planning to transport? Let me say this up front. I'm familiar with the agency's situation. If you clearly explain the task, we'll handle it without any problems." Hearing the remark from one of the mercenaries, the agency's deputy leader turned to Sun Yeoju and said, "Sister." Having decided to reveal all the details of the mission, the girl said, "Escorting an empty shipment, escorting carts without goods." After sharing the basic information, the girl added, "As you already know, we've lost our reputation due to frequent attack." Continuing the conversation and adding more details, the agency leader said, "If only for my father's sake, who tried so desperately to protect the goods, I, as the leader of the Golden City, will restore our reputation." Having expressed all her intentions and wishes, the leader of the Golden City asked, "And how effective do you think this will be?" Catching Cha Eun-yap's attention, who was hiding his face under a hat, he added, "Do you think this will allow you to gather representatives from the 10 agencies?" After receiving a comment from another mercenary, Song Yeoju thought, "This man understood my intentions so easily," and then said, "At least they'll understand how despicable the Blue Dragon Bureau is." After listening to the leader of the Golden City's proposal, Cha Eun-yap stood up and said, "Either you're naive or you're fools. I'm leaving. This conversation is over." Trying to somehow stop the mercenary who was heading for the exit, Sun Yeoju exclaimed, "Listen, I'm grateful for your offer to help, but you shouldn't judge our situation." Having failed to achieve any results, the agency leader spread her arms wide and thought, "Who is he anyway?" After which, another mercenary said, "Let's calm down and continue the dialogue." Leaving the building, Cha Eun-yap heard someone call after him, "Hey, why are you leaving us right in the middle of the conversation?" Once outside and noticing enemies all around him, Cha Eun-yap said, "About 8 of you. I know you're hiding. Come out." Meanwhile, inside the building, trying to somehow resolve the situation, the mercenary said, "First leader, for safety's sake, gather all agency members in one place." Hearing the escort's instruction, Song Yeoju asked in surprise, "What are you talking about?" To which the man, heading out onto the street, replied, "It's already started. Let's go." Stepping outside, the agency leader and her deputy saw several enemies who had already surrounded the young man, who had left the building earlier. Watching the battle from the sidelines, Sun Yeoju, who had just come out of the building, said fearfully, "What on earth is going on?" At that very moment, one of the enemies, noticing that the target was outside, shouted, "Finally, they've shown themselves. Let's finish them off." Jumping into the fray and protecting the agency leader and her deputy, the mercenary grumbled, "We were in the middle of a mission briefing." After dispatching a couple of enemies and tucking his sword behind his back, the mercenary added, "If the agency leader dies before she pays, that's going to be a real problem." Still in complete shock from what was happening, Song Yeoju thought, "They're so strong," while nearby, a wounded enemy reached for his sword. The next moment, hearing a heavy groan and the dull sound of an impact, the agency leader saw that a small stone had finished off the enemy who had tried to take her life. After finishing off the enemy and taking off his hat once the matter was settled, Cha Eun-yap said, "Hey, maybe it's time to wrap this up." Having dealt with all the enemies and looking at their bodies, the mercenary said, "Well, what should we do with them?" To which Cha Eun-yap replied, First, let's drag the bodies inside so the enemies don't find them. The next moment, turning his gaze to Song Yeoju, Cha Eun-yap asked, "Are all the members of your family okay?" Upon hearing this question, the leader of the escort agency said, "Thanks to you, we were prepared for something like this." They acted decisively. Hearing the girl's remark, the Phantom Sword threw his hand behind his head and said disappointedly, "What kind of trouble is this? Dealing with people in the middle of the night who can't even withstand a single blow." To which Cha Eun-yap remarked, "What are you complaining about? You couldn't even finish off a single one properly." Standing aside, the leader and the deputy leader heard what you were saying. "I was protecting the leader. You were just fulfilling your duties as a bodyguard." Without taking her eyes off the two people who had come to their aid, Song Yeoju added in her mind, "I don't know why people like them want to take on the third-rate position of bodyguards." Feeling a certain hope for the people standing before her, the agency leader, with a smile on her face, thought to herself, however, they could become a valuable asset for the agency's revival. Finishing her thoughts, the girl said, "The situation is under control. If you two don't mind, I'd like to continue our conversation." Looking at the man pouring himself sake and saying, "When was the last time I had a drink?" the agency's deputy asked, "Could it be that you are truly that demon of the sword everyone is talking about?" To which she received an affirmative answer. Upon receiving an answer to his question, Sun Yeon-hoon added in astonishment, "Oh Han Pil, the phantom bandit who defeated the Northern Phantom twins, and Sun Dok-ho," to which the man replied, "I am not a phantom bandit. I am the Phantom Sword." Continuing the conversation with the Phantom Sword, the deputy asked, "But where did that boy who was with you go?" Upon hearing that the young man was a butterfly, he said he would scout the area and return. "He's very meticulous. I haven't known him long, so I can't say if he's been like that since birth." After hearing the story about his companion, the deputy leader asked, "Aren't you two regular companions?" To which Oh Han Pil replied, "It's a long story." Upon receiving the question from the agency's deputy leader, the Phantom Sword began recounting the story of how they met, saying, "I met him about 2 months ago." Catching the gold coin he'd tossed into the air, Oh Han Pil thought to himself, "They said there was an underground gambling den around here, and I thought I'd find something interesting, but in the end, I ended up without my wallet." Gritting his teeth after recalling what had happened to him, Phantom Sword added discontentedly in his mind, "That sneaky kid." Recalling Cha Eun-yap, who had fleeced him of every last penny, Han Pil thought to himself, "I can't believe some little kid is making a fortune off underground gambling." Leaning against the wall of the house and continuing his thoughts, the Phantom Sword added in his mind, "And he has a sword too, which means he knows martial arts." Waiting for the right moment, the man thought to himself, "Let's find out right now. It's the perfect time." And then, spotting Cha Eun-yap nearby, he thought, "So there he is." Soon after, Oh Han Pil saw that the young man had stopped and, without turning around, said, "Hey, you there, don't you think stealing other people's money is a job too?" The next moment, casting a displeased glance at the man, Cha Eun-yap added, "Are you going to threaten me with that rusty little knife?" Outraged by the young man's remark, the Phantom Sword took his weapon in hand and said, "You little shit, have you ever heard the name Oh Han Pil? I have business with you, but..." Raising his sword before him and smiling, Oh Han Pil added, "First, I'll have to teach you a lesson. Come with me, and I'll show you just how big the world is." Hearing the man's call nearby, Cha Eun-yap, with a smile on his face, thought, "Sure enough, he must have come here because of the rumors. He might prove useful if I play my cards right." Arriving at a secluded spot, Oh Han Pil, holding his sword on his shoulder, said, "Good spot. No one will see anything." After listening to his opponent's assumption, Cha Eun-yap drew his own sword and said, "True, but only I will see your shameful posture when you fall to the ground." Falling for the young man's provocation, Oh Han Pil said, "Let's see how long you can keep your mouth running. What's your name?" After being asked this question, Cha Eun-yap replied, "I have no name to tell you, but before we begin, I'm curious just how strong you are compared to the best martial arts masters." Also, upon hearing the remark directed at him, "You look strong, but I know nothing about you," Oh Han Pil thought. "This kid," and then said, "What can I say?" The next moment, without warning, he lunged at the boy to catch him off guard, and the Phantom Sword added, "You'll find out when we cross blades." Seeing how Cha Eun-yap parried his strike, the Phantom Sword thought, "He met my sword head on. It seems he does have some skill after all." Having made an initial assessment of his opponent's skills, Oh Han Pil continued to maintain the offensive pace of the battle. Later, seeing that the young man seemed to have opened up, the Phantom Sword tried to deliver a sweeping strike. Reading his opponent's movements and discerning his intentions, Cha Eun-yap ducked, dodged the blow and broke the distance. After pausing following his opponent's last strike, Cha Eun-yap said, "I understand. Watching how you wield your sword, I can tell you're truly strong, and thanks to you, I've also realized my own strength." Upon hearing the young man's words, Oh Han-pil smiled and said, "I'm about to..." But before he could finish, Cha Eun-yap interrupted him and said, "Are you saying you swung so wide on purpose so I could dodge?" Taking control of the conversation, Cha Eun-yap added with a smile, "You were creating moments when I could speak up while I was assessing your movements. You act as if you've been provoked, but you approach battle with caution. It's much more important to understand the enemy's intentions than to react to provocations." Seeing that his opponent had begun to bite his lip thoughtfully, Cha Eun-yap added, "Well done, you passed." Sheathing his sword after assessing the man, the young man added, "I propose a bet. If I win, I'll give you the money I won from underground games and all the information I know, and I'll even help you until you're debt-free." As he laid out the terms, Cha Eun-yap added, "But if I win, you'll help me without any objections for 6 months, so let's have a good fight." Upon receiving this intriguing offer, Oh Han-pil thought that Cha Eun-yap had laid out the terms backwards. There must be something he was counting on, and then said, "I have no objections, but what do you hope to achieve? If it's something dirty or questionable, I'll refuse." Hearing the question from his opponent, Cha Eun-yap said, "I'm looking for someone, but it'll take too long if I do it on my own." Upon learning exactly what the boy needed help with, the Phantom Sword said, "Don't complain later if you lose." After receiving a warning from his opponent, Cha Eun-yap laughed and said, "Well then, let's begin." Also, having drawn his sword and prepared for battle, Oh Han-pil thought, if he's that strong at such a young age, he must be one of the people I'm looking for. Such incredible inner energy. Preparing to demonstrate his true strength, Cha Eun-yap silently recited, "Blood Butterfly Sword Technique, Second Form, Blood Butterfly, Trembling in the Wind." When Cha Eun-yap went on the offensive, the Phantom Sword, confused about what to do, wondered what kind of technique this was. Struck and knocked off his feet, Oh Han-pil thought to himself, "It's unbelievable. Even with such strong defense, I was still knocked back." The next moment, Cha Eun-yap approached the man, extended his hand and said, "I won, just as I promised. You will help me." Extending his hand in response and beginning to rise from the ground, the Phantom Sword said, "I've never met a stranger person than you." Standing up and glancing at the young man, Oh Han-pil added, "You and your technique are impressive, but your inner energy is not something that can be achieved at such a young age. At least tell me which clan you're from and who your master is." After this question, Cha Eun-yap heard, "If you pose a threat to the martial arts world, then I'll be forced to finish you off right here and now." Upon hearing this remark, Cha Eun-yap thought, after a defeat, one shouldn't throw around such words. He thought, "I thought the righteous faction was full of nothing but misers." The next moment, glancing at the Phantom Sword, Cha Eun-yap added to himself, "Interesting. I don't want any unnecessary misunderstandings. It seems I should tell you a little about myself, so there won't be any problems." Having made his decision, Cha Eun-yap spoke, "The Great Yin Breathing Technique. That is the name of the medical book that became the foundation of my powers. I have neither a clan nor a master. I read the book and built up my own internal energy with its help." After hearing the young man's story, Oh Han-pil asked, "The Great Yin Breathing Technique? I've never heard of such a thing before." Cha Eun-yap then looked away and thought, "Well, of course, the book didn't have a title, so I made one up." After revealing some details about himself, Cha Eun-yap asked, "So, what were your plans before we met?" To which Oh Han-pil replied, "Well, isn't that up to you to decide?" Hearing that he was now deciding what they should do, Cha Eun-yap said, "For a member of the righteous faction to be hanging around gambling houses, it seems something is amiss in the martial arts world, and you're sniffing it out." The next moment, turning his gaze to his partner, the young man added, "Let's join forces to get the job done. I need to know where you were headed." Hearing the proposal from his new leader, the Phantom Sword said, "If that's the case, then let's head to Hanam." Finishing the story, Oh Han-pil rested his hand on his chin and said, "Well, that's how it all went." After listening to the entire story the Phantom Sword had told them, Song Yeoju thought in amazement, "He defeated the demon of the sword. What kind of person is he?" Continuing to share other details about Cha Eun-yap, the Phantom Sword added, "I don't know his name yet, but the bloody butterfly he created is impressive." Straining his memory to recount more details, the man added, "That's exactly why I call him the Butterfly Youth. I've been through quite a few battles, but this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful technique." At that very moment, Cha Eun-yap appeared behind the demon sword and asked, "What are you saying about me?" To which Oh Han-pil replied, "Oh, they say even tigers come when called here." The next moment, as the last participant arrived, the phantom sword said, "Since everyone's here, let's talk." After which Cha Eun-yap added, "Tell us your story." Without taking her eyes off Cha Eun-yap, Song Yeoju thought to herself, for his age, he's quite calm and strong. It would be great to have someone like him in our agency. Finishing her thoughts, the agency leader placed her hand on her chest and said, "I didn't have time for this before due to circumstances. Thank you for your help." To which the sword demon remarked, "Well, as he said, I was just doing my job." The next moment, the girl said, "Security. We can't hire you as bodyguards." Hearing this, Sun Ho-hoon said in surprise, "What, sister?" Turning her gaze toward the leader of the Golden City, she added, "I don't know why you came here, but our goal is to travel all over Hanam. I will advocate for the restoration of the Golden City." Folding his hands in front of him, Cha Eun-yap listened as she continued, "And I will do everything to restore our agency's honor, so please, I beg you for your help." Pressing her hand to her chest, Song Yeoju raised her eyes and added, "I will give this house to both of you. When I embark on the escort mission, please protect my family." As he continued listening, Cha Eun-yap heard the girl say, "Even if they take my life, as long as my younger brother is alive," and thought, "Now I understand how this agency has survived until now." Showing no emotion, the young man added to himself, but acting so cautiously, after which he called out, "Sister, this..." Later, deciding to voice his own opinion on the conversation, Cha Eun-yap said, "I'm against it." Hearing that the announced terms didn't interest the warriors, Song Yeoju said, "Even after deducting the debt for the house from its sale, there will still be several thousand nyang and silver left. So, why, do you not understand what I'm saying? Or what?" Taking a cup of liquor in his hands, Cha Eun-yap added, "The house isn't the main problem. A deal where human lives are at stake is always a losing proposition. That doesn't suit me." Reaching into his inner pocket, Cha Eun-yap added, "Before the deal, you should make the Golden City a place that can provide adequate compensation. Therefore, your prosperity only works in my favor." Taking out the receipt and handing it to the agency leader, Cha Eun-yap said, "Here, take this." Taking the letter handed to her by the warrior Song Yeoju, she asked in surprise, "Is this a receipt?" Upon hearing this, she realized it was a bank promissory note. Continuing to explain his idea, Cha Eun-yap added, "The escort mission may take several months, and restoring the agency could take years, but to establish your name, you need a solid foundation." Continuing his thought, Cha Eun-yap added, "With this promissory note, you can pay off the entire debt, including interest. Pay the money in the morning and take the documents home." Without taking his eyes off the girl, Cha Eun-yap added, "I don't need them, so you can leave them with your father." Receiving such a generous offer, the girl asked in surprise, "Why are you helping us so much?" Picking up a sake cup and taking another sip, Cha Eun-yap said, "What I want to do will take some time. If Golden City restores its reputation and helps me in return, it will be very timely. You can consider this an investment." Having received such favorable terms for the deal, Song Yeoju pressed her hand to her chest and said, "We agree, thank you." Also joining the conversation after what he saw, Oh Han-pil asked, "Such a large financial contribution, but you didn't even buy me a drink with that money." After receiving a remark from his friend, Cha Eun-yap said, "I'm telling you, this is an investment. Buying you a drink won't change anything, and you can drink right in front of me. You'll be the one drinking, deputy leader." Hearing the offer to drink, Sun Yeoju smiled and asked, "Do you want to change the subject?" At the same time, remaining seated at the table, Cha Eun-yap thought, looking at them, "I remember the master and Mrs. Suyeon." Unable to get those two people out of his head, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "I wonder what he's doing right now, and where Suyeon is. The incident with the Golden City reminds me of what happened in the Sol family. All of this must be connected somehow. I won't let them do as they please anymore." Meanwhile, after hearing the report from his subordinate, the leader of the Blue Dragon Bureau, Guak Chio, said, "So, it seems we failed." Continuing his report to the leader, the deputy head of the Blue Dragon Bureau, Guak Gi Rayang, said, "The members of the escort agency have returned to the Golden City, and on top of that, all public attention is focused there." The next moment, raising his head, the man added, "I couldn't believe that thanks to them, the agency building had turned into an impenetrable fortress, and that is why I personally went there." Hearing his subordinate's words, the leader rose from his seat and said indignantly, "Fool! Didn't I tell you to observe the situation without using force?" To which he replied, "Yes, but the martial arts masters who appeared there that day exceeded all expectations." After receiving further information about what had happened, Guak Chio rested his hand on his chin and thought to himself, "In the fallen city, there is a master who could easily handle 10 opponents. They must clearly have some kind of goal." Hearing the leader ask, Did you identify them? The vice leader bowed his head and said, I tried to figure out who they were from their tracks, but it seems they buried all the bodies. After learning a bit more information, the leader of the Blue Dragon Bureau stepped forward and said, from the looks of it, we're not connected to this incident in any way, which is why we need to act slowly and cautiously. Without raising his head, the deputy heard, once this problem is resolved, we will be able to surpass the Kam Suchu and Kam Suksol families and finally take our place as the leading branch. Feeling the weight of the responsibility falling on him and realizing that everything must be carried out without the slightest mistake, Guak Giriang replied, I'll keep that in mind. Leaving his leader's office, the deputy walked down the hallway thinking, what's so scary about these martial arts masters? Even if they're skilled, they'll have to work for a small agency, especially one on the brink of collapse. I'll have to face them in battle once again. Upon arriving in the city where the Golden City Bureau was located, Guak Giriang thought to himself, watching this again is still strange. Wandering through the crowd in search of the people he needed, the deputy of the Blue Dragon Bureau thought to himself, all the employees who watched the collapse and worried about the harsh winter approaching now look calm. Later, passing by one of the city's buildings, Guak Giriang thought, it seems this is the main building, and upon seeing 3 people at its threshold, he thought to himself, interesting. Leaving the main building, the leader of the Golden City Agency said, then please do as I said, to which he replied, understood. Noticing the 2 escorts of the agency leader, Guak Giriang thought to himself, it's those 2. Without taking his eyes off those who had just left the main building, the deputy leader of the Blue Dragon added in his mind, these guys killed 10 of my subjects. Tagging along behind him, but so as not to attract attention, Guak Giriang added in his mind, I'm boiling with the desire to defeat them. Trying not to draw attention and pretending to be an ordinary passerby, Guak Giriang thought to himself, great, we'll find out soon enough. I'll personally test just how strong you are as martial artists. Quickly slowing his pace to keep up with his friend, Ohan Pil asked, what happened? Why did you suddenly stop? To which Cha Eun-yop whispered, quiet, someone is following us. Upon hearing the reason for the sudden stop, Ohan Pil whispered, and how long has this been going on? To which Cha Eun-yop replied, I saw someone in the building today for the first time, and I remember every face I've seen at least once. Picking up the pace and moving forward, Cha Eun-yop whispered, stay with the agency leader, I'll lure him out. Seeing that Cha Eun-yop was starting to pull away from them, Song Yeoju asked, why did the young master suddenly pick up the pace? To which she heard, don't look back, just follow me. After receiving the instruction, Song Yeoju thought anxiously, is someone chasing us? Then she heard, leader, over here. When the girl brushed the man's hand off her shoulder, the phantom sword asked, are you sure you can handle this on your own? You don't have a sword. To which he replied, he's too nosy and wants to have a one-on-one battle. He'll definitely come to me, knowing there's no one else around. Continuing to walk forward, Cha Eun-yop added, besides, I want to find out a few things about that guy. It'll be more convenient that way. After explaining the situation, Cha Eun-yop added as a final note, if you don't listen and follow me, you'll be in trouble. To which Ohan Pil replied, every move I make is controlled by a kid 6 years younger than me. Leader, let's go. Seeing that his targets had split up, the Blue Dragon's deputy leader thought in surprise, what's going on? Why did he suddenly walk away so casually? Continuing his thoughts, Guak Giriang added to himself, shouldn't he be with the agency's leader? It seems like the right moment. Following Cha Eun-yop and noticing that he had gone behind the building, the deputy leader of the Blue Dragon Bureau thought to himself, I should check how strong he is. Turning the corner and seeing no one there, Guak Giriang exclaimed in surprise in his mind, he's gone. But where could he have disappeared to so quickly? Appearing behind his pursuer, Cha Eun-yop asked, are you from the Blue Dragon Bureau? Glancing warily over his shoulder, the deputy leader of the Blue Dragon Bureau replied, you have pretty good instinct. At that moment, continuing to play with the butterfly, Cha Eun-yop said, you like to complicate everything, don't you? It feels like it's because of people like you that the world becomes so confusing. The next moment, shifting his gaze to the guy who was chasing him, Cha Eun-yop asked, what's the matter? You want to fight me? Well, if that's how it is, let's do it. Assuming a fighting stance and preparing for battle, Cha Eun-yop said, I suppose these beggars' clothes look ridiculous on you because of your noble background, so it would be better if you rolled around on the ground. Hearing this remark from his opponent, Guak Giriang smiled and said, are you going to fight me with your bare hands? It seems you're skilled with a sword, but a staff will suffice. Before Guak Giriang could finish, Cha Eun-yop interrupted him, saying, if you need it, take it yourself. Don't worry about it, just attack. You'll figure out whether it's worth using a sword against me as soon as the fight begins. Outraged by his opponent's words, Guak Gi Riang lunged at Cha Eun-yop and shouted angrily, "Then don't blame me for your own actions." As he closed in on his opponent, Guak Gi Riang looked at him and thought, his stance is sloppy. It seems he hasn't practiced any martial arts other than fencing. But just as he was closing in, having managed to dodge Cha Eun-yop's strike, the deputy leader of the Blue Dragon Bureau, seeing the mark left by the fist, thought in confusion that it was the fist that had created such pressure. The next moment, noticing that the other was about to strike again, Guak Gi Riang thought to himself, what's wrong with this guy? Then, deciding to show off his trump card, the deputy leader of the Blue Dragon Bureau bared his claws and struck back. Having only lightly grazed Cha Eun-yop's arm, Guak Gi Riang said with a sly smile, "You managed to dodge it. You really are amazing." Continuing to look at Cha Eun-yop, who spoke in surprise, Guak Gi Riang added to himself, although his potential hasn't been fully revealed yet, in the future he could become a formidable beast. Using the full length of his claws for combat, Guak Gi Riang thought to himself, I need to put an end to this. Look at the claws of the Night Shadow. I've honed them to the absolute 8th level. Baring his claws and preparing for a swift victory, Guak Gi Riang thought, I'll take care of you with the Phantom Shadow Claw. Just look at my 8th level mastery. Shifting his attention to the boy's left elbow, Guak Gi Riang thought to himself, first, I'll strike one of his arms. Just as Cha Eun-yop tried to land his next blow, the enemy grabbed his arm and began to squeeze. Reacting quickly to the hold, Cha Eun-yop released his aura, which sent the enemy flying several meters away. Having freed himself from his opponent's grip and preparing to continue the fight, Cha Eun-yop thought, this time, instead of unleashing all my energy, I'll divide it and attack quickly. After landing quite a few blows and seeing that his opponent was still standing, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, he blocked my attack with just his stance. Moreover, these attacks are harder than the previous ones. Considering he's unfamiliar with the techniques, he's an unusual person. The next moment, seeing that his opponent had recovered from his blows and rushed into battle, Cha Eun-yop added in his mind, but how long can he hold out? Having spent quite some time in battle, Guak Gi Riang thought to himself, damn, this is impossible. I attacked with all my strength, yet I still couldn't land a critical blow. Standing nearby, Song Yeoju asked, maybe we should intervene? To which Oh Han-pil replied, leader, don't look so intently. Everything's fine. Let's just wait. Turning his gaze to Cha Eun-yop, the Phantom Sword added, he's not the type to fight his opponent alone without thinking. If it becomes truly dangerous, we'll help. But right now, our intervention would only be a hindrance to him. Drawing the girl's attention to the course of the battle, Oh Han-pil added, look, he's already gotten used to it and is parrying all the attack. Continuing to watch the battle and avoiding eye contact with the girl, Phantom Sword added, I knew he had exceptional talent, but over time he's become increasingly unpredictable. Maybe he's not a bad guy, but I've seen cases where such talent has led to numerous disasters in the world of martial arts. Continuing his musings, Oh Han-pil added, well, the martial arts world is mostly like that, but it would be nice to end the fight sooner. I wonder if there's anything interesting at the market. Hearing the last remark from the Phantom Sword, Song Yeoju asked in surprise, what are you thinking about food at a time like this? Afterward, she thought to herself, what's wrong with him? He was speaking so seriously, and now this guy is pretty hard to figure out. Suffering more and more failures in his attacks, Guak Gi Riang wondered what was going on. Missing Cha Eun-yop time, and again, the deputy leader of the Blue Demon Bureau thought to himself, with each attempt, he's dodging better and better. All my attacks are missing. The next moment, closing the distance and preparing to deliver another blow, Guak Gi Riang shouted with overconfidence. Just as the enemy opened himself up for an attack, Cha Eun-yop, noticing key points on his opponent's body, thought, I see. Copying his opponent's technique, Cha Eun-yop delivered a preemptive strike and managed to hit the enemy's neck. Feeling pain in his neck, Guak Gi Riang jumped back and, glancing at his neck, said, that technique just now. Also surprised by what had just happened on the battlefield, Song Yeoju asked, what was that? The young man's butterfly attack was similar to what I heard. This kid. Beginning to look more closely at the situation on the battlefield, Oh Han-pil added, it seems he's copying his opponent's technique. That's why he was dragging out the fight. Finally realizing what was happening, Oh Han-pil said, studying the opponent's technique through observation. After which Cha Eun-yop said, I see. Now I understand a little. In complete shock over what had happened, the deputy leader of the Blue Dragon Bureau said, how did this guy manage to master that? At that very moment, having achieved everything he needed, Cha Eun-yop kicked the staff into the air and thought, until now, I was only studying his phantom claw. Now, I have to fight him seriously. Taking the finger he had tossed into his hands, Cha Eun-yop extended it toward his enemy and said, now I'll use this. After trying it once, I realized I'm no good at fistfights. Hearing the provocation directed at him, Guak Girayang rushed into the attack and shouted, "You'll regret this!" As a result of the assault, the deputy leader of the Blue Dragon Bureau didn't have time to do anything before he was struck in the jaw with the staff. Seeing butterflies before him, he exclaimed in surprise, "What's that? A butterfly?" At the same time, using his bloody butterfly sword technique, Cha Eun-yap prepared to end the fight with a final blow and activated the first form of the bloody butterfly's frenzy. Also, seeing what had just happened on the battlefield, Song Yeoju exclaimed in surprise, "Is that the bloody butterfly?" Finding himself on the ground after a powerful blow from his opponent, Guak Giryang exclaimed, "Ah, so which faction are you from?" Receiving the question from his opponent, Cha Eun-yap asked in surprise, "What do you mean faction?" Continuing the conversation with his opponent, Cha Eun-yap leaned toward him and said, "I'll tell you one thing. Unlike you, I have no ties to any faction." Thinking of Su-yeon, whom he was searching for, Cha Eun-yap added, "I don't know which one you belong to, but because of you, the woman I'm looking for is hiding, unable to go out into the world." Turning his back and walking away, Cha Eun-yap added, "In other words, if I want to find her, I must either destroy your organization or fight any other that has even the slightest connection to this." Having expressed his thoughts, Cha Eun-yap cast one last glance at his opponent and added, "In the future, if you want to finish me off, send stronger people. I don't have time to play with small fry like you." Unable to bear this insult, Guak Giryang lunged after the young man, baring his claws and shouting, "Get lost!" Hearing this shout and reacting to the slightest movement of his opponent, Cha Eun-yap, without even looking back, prevented his opponent from striking by striking first. Having finally dealt with his overconfident enemy, Cha Eun-yap said to people like you, who think the world revolves around them, "It's hard to admit that there's someone above you." Continuing on without looking back, Cha Eun-yap added, "Competition can only exist between those who have accepted this fact." Striding confidently onward, Cha Eun-yap added, "Then the rest will just sink to the bottom." Watching the young man walking ahead, Oh Han-pil thought to himself, "This kid is going to turn the whole world upside down to find that woman." After which he realized, if a master of that caliber is behind this, there must be quite a few of them. Hearing his companion's remark, Oh Han-pil threw his hand behind his head and said, "The technique of one of the 100 true martial arts masters of the Ka-sak-chu family. She's not all that powerful, the little brat." Hearing the familiar surname, Cha Eun-yap stopped and said, "Kam-suk-chu? Well, of course." After which the phantom sword asked, "What do you mean? You know them?" Smiling slyly after these recollections, Cha Eun-yap added, "Well, I suppose you could say I'm acquainted with them." Later, while conversing with the visitor, the agency leader said, "It seems that thanks to you, my father's condition has improved significantly." To which she replied, "That's nothing compared to how much you've done for us." Meanwhile, the next moment, shifting his gaze to Cha Eun-yap, the phantom sword added, "One way or another, I thought you'd win. But weren't you surprised that your opponent turned out to be stronger than expected?" Also turning his gaze to his comrade and hearing, "It's not just the victory that matters, is it? Next time, use the butterfly first," Cha Eun-yap asked. "The butterfly?" Realizing what his comrade was talking about, Cha Eun-yap remarked, "It's not just a butterfly, it's the bloody butterfly sword technique." To which he heard, "In any case, in the future, fight properly with the sword right from the start." Hearing the warning from his comrade, Cha Eun-yap bowed his head and replied, "As you say, yes." Lost in his memories, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "With my current sword, I won't be able to unleash the full power of the bloody butterfly technique." Also recalling the battle with the deputy leader of the Blue Dragon Bureau, Cha Eun-seong, he added in his mind, "With that guy, it was more than enough to fight with my bare hands, but I don't know how strong the next opponents will turn out to be." The next moment, seeing Cha Eun-yap suddenly get up and head for the exit, Oh Han-pil asked, "Where are you going?" To which he replied, "To the armory. I need a sword." After visiting several shops, Cha Eun-yap found what seemed to be the best option and purchased it from the blacksmith. As he continued on his way with his newly acquired sword, another shop caught the young man's eye, one he simply couldn't pass up. Stepping closer and peering inside, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself that this was also a shop. Picking up the first weapon that caught his interest and beginning to examine it, the young man thought to himself, "This weapon is pretty good, but something is missing." Soon, the shop owner appeared behind the visitor and asked, "Do you know how to make weapons?" After receiving the man's question and holding out the spear he had been examining, Cha Eun-yap said, Well, I carved a wooden sword for myself. Also, as he began examining the item that had caught the visitor's interest, the blacksmith remarked, "It looks like a lot of effort went into making this." To which he replied, "What are you talking about?" Upon learning the reason behind these words, the young man looked at the owner, who was staring at the spear, and said, "Well, excuse me, old man, but it stood out for its unmatched excellence compared to the others. It's hard to explain, but..." Hearing the visitor's words, the owner sighed heavily and said, "My son made it. Only those capable of hearing the breath of a weapon will feel the difference." After that, Cha Un-yop asked, "I see. Where is your son?" Receiving the question from the visitor, the shop owner leaned on the spear and said, "He was so obsessed with one woman that he ran away in the night, abandoning his blacksmithing. It would be nice if he started a happy life, but given his character..." After listening to this story, Cha Un-yop asked, "Your son's skills are incredible, which is why I'm sure he'll be fine wherever he is." Hearing the visitor's words of support, the old man said, "Perhaps right now he's being forced to forge with a hammer in some basement, his legs shackled in chains. If he's still alive, that is. So, what were you looking for?" In response to the owner's question, Cha Un-yop said, "For my technique, I need a sword that can withstand flexible, fluttering movements. Do you have anything suitable?" Hearing what the visitor was looking for, the old man reached for a side table, pulled out an interesting specimen, and said, "Here." Taking the flexible long sword, which looked more like a ribbon, into his hands, Cha Un-yop said in surprise, "Urumi." The old man then remarked, "Many have wounded themselves while carelessly swinging it through the air." Realizing the risks this weapon entailed, Cha Un-yop thought, "If I had this sword..." Having decided to purchase the weapon after all, Cha Un-yop asked, "How much do you want for it?" Hearing the question about the price, the shop owner bowed his head and, sighing heavily, said, "Just take it. I haven't shared my feelings with anyone in a very long time, so I feel lighter after our conversation." Upon learning that he could take the weapon for free, Cha Un-yop said joyfully, "Thank you, old man. I have a feeling that someday I'll meet the person who created this sword. When that happens, I won't leave them in the lurch." Returning to the Golden City Agency's headquarters, Cha Un-yop immediately began training to master the new weapon. Watching the young man's training from the sidelines, Song Yeoju remarked, "It's amazing how freely he wields such a sword," after which Oh Han-pil thought, "Truly beautiful technique." As he continued to watch the boy's skill, the phantom sword added in his mind, "I don't even know how to describe it. He could definitely parry my attack at her 8th level of mastery." Without taking his eyes off the boy who was training, Oh Han-pil thought to himself that one could only guess at this boy's true feeling. Soon a voice rang out from behind. "Sis, are you here?" Hearing her brother Sun Yeoju's voice, she said in surprise, "Yo-hoon, where have you been?" Receiving the question from his sister, the deputy leader stepped closer and said, "I was taking a walk outside, probably because so many people have been coming here lately." Recalling the joyful faces of the city's residents, the deputy head of the Golden City Agency added, "It seems as though Golden City will become a thing of the past." Speaking of his dreams, Song Yo-hoon added, "If it's always this peaceful and calm here, I don't see any point in wishing for anything more." Hearing her brother's words, Sun Yeoju, recalling Guak Chio, thought, "As long as we're under these guys' protection, it'll be safe here, but the risk that we might be attacked again hasn't gone anywhere." Finishing her thoughts and turning to her brother, the agency leader said, "Yo-hoon, let's get ready for the trip." Sitting at the table and enjoying his lunch, Oh Han-pil remarked, "The alcohol today is special." Hearing this, someone asked, "Isn't it just that you like to drink?" He replied, "That's what a true leader is. You're very perceptive." The next moment, shifting his gaze to his companion, Oh Han-pil added, "By the way, when you were practicing, it seemed as if the sword itself had a soul. I've never seen anyone handle a sword with such inspiration, as if they were dancing." Without taking his eyes off Cha Un-yop, the phantom sword added, "After your fistfight with the martial arts master, you must have realized the importance of the sword." Sitting across from Song Yeoju, she heard the phantom sword add, "Did you actually decide to take my advice?" To which Cha Un-yop replied, "I didn't expect a bear to be giving me advice on martial arts." Joining the conversation just as it was starting to take an unwanted turn, the leader of the Golden City said, "It seems the time has come to prepare for the journey." Drawing everyone's attention to herself, the girl added, "However, before that, as a friend and the leader of the agency who has received great help from both of you, I would like to hear more about your stories as masters." Continuing to develop her idea, Song Yeoju, without taking her eyes off her companions, added, "And I would be grateful if you would help me, without hesitation, to tell me a little more about yourselves. Let's start with you, Master Butterfly. Can you tell me why you're looking for someone?" Hearing that he was the first to tell his story, Cha Un-yop said, I was taken in by a nanny from a certain family, and I grew up there as a servant. It wasn't a wonderful life, but you couldn't call it a bad one either. Continuing his childhood story, Cha Eun-yap added, however, due to certain circumstances, I had no choice but to leave that place without properly thanking the person who had shown me kindness. Reaching for the sake cup to take a sip, Cha Eun-yap added, and even though it's late, I'm still searching for her. After listening to what Cha Eun-yap had said, the Phantom Sword asked, is the person you're looking for a girl? Receiving the question and tilting the cup of drink, Cha Eun-yap said, well, she's wise, so she should be fine even without my help. After that, Oh Han-pil asked, without your help? Surely there's a special reason why you must find her. Hearing this question, Cha Eun-yap recalled a moment from the past and said, the first time I saw it was in her eyes. No matter what difficulties she faced, she had a heart capable of love. After listening to his friend's story to the end, Oh Han-pil said, wow, that's quite a sentimental story. I have one more question. What's the reason you're learning fencing? Upon hearing this question, Cha Eun-yap immediately thought of Seoul Subom and said, there's someone I want to challenge and defeat if we meet again. Continuing his story, Cha Eun-yap added, I feel as if this person is watching me, and it bothers me. I can't choose my own path, which is why I'd rather win and prove myself. After that, Oh Han-pil laughed and exclaimed, so that's why you're so obsessed with your sword. Finishing his stories about his past and his wishes, Cha Eun-yap said, that's my whole story. As a result, my path crossed with the Golden City Agency. And now here we are, having a drink like this. Having told everything he could, Cha Eun-yap added, now that I've told you so much, instead of a funny nickname like Master Butterfly, just call me Cha Eun-yap. Hearing how exactly to address the guy, Oh Han-pil said, finally you've told me your name. Maybe then you'll stop giving me nicknames. Stop calling me Hey or Bear. What should I call you then? Sword Demon, Phantom Sword Om. After that, Phantom Sword added, if you call me Hen, you'll swallow your tongue, kid. Hearing how his companion wanted to be addressed, Cha Eun-yap, refilling his drink, said, if you want to hear the word hen from an orphan, first find his parents. Now it's time to listen to Mr. Bear's story. Having received a well-reasoned refusal, Oh Han-pil said, I can't beat you in an argument. Taking the floor, Oh Han-pil said, so, my story, isn't it true? Hasn't young Master Song already told you everything about my adventures? Immediately after asking his question, the man stood up and added, first, I'm going to the restroom. It's been a long time since I've drunk this much. Noticing that Cha Eun-yap had glanced back at the Phantom Sword, Sun Yeoju said, I think he feels attached to you. Cha Eun-yap, based on what I've heard, this man seems to be looking for someone as well. Hearing her sister's words, Song Yo-hoon asked in surprise, when did he say that? Then, realizing she had said too much, Song Yeoju immediately started drinking. Meeting up with his friends somewhere on the street, Oh Han-pil exclaimed, you guys never reach out to me when I expect it. You only do it when I'm drinking. Hearing the remark from their leader, Hoge, one of the trio of fighters said, the gods must be generous. Folding his hands in front of him after hearing the question, Oh Han-pil said, don't make so much noise, to which Yulga replied, I didn't find out much. Lowering his voice by half, Yulga added, first of all, one person is heading toward Mount Mudan, but the whereabouts of the other are still unknown. It seems he hasn't come down yet. After listening to the report from his subordinate, Oh Han-pil took out a scroll and said disappointedly, damn it, I've been searching for 3 years, but still. The next moment, handing the scroll to one of the boys, the Phantom Sword added, Hoge, deliver this letter to Mount Mudan. If my guess is correct, that person will follow you as soon as he sees it. The other person will definitely come from Anhui province, so keep an eye on this place at all times. After listening to his leader's instructions, Yulge asked, isn't the young man you were with recently the one we've been looking for? That guy also seems quite experienced. Receiving the question and recalling Cha Eun-yap, the Phantom Sword replied, it's not him. The person I'm looking for is a Shaolin martial arts expert. This young man's strength should not be underestimated, but his true power lies in the sword. Continuing his explanation, Oh Han-pil added, unfortunately, this man is not someone who can be subdued in this chaotic world. We may one day become enemies. The next moment, after retrieving the pendant, the man added, in any case, remember this well. Our enemy is someone we can only defeat when the three of us come together. After listening to the report from his subordinate, the leader of the Black Turtle group of the Sochong Guild said, interesting news. Guak Gi Riang, who is known for only acknowledging a situation after direct confrontation, refused the mission. That's right, he replied. He returned late last night. Continuing the report, Ham Jin-gyun, a member of the Black Turtle group of the Sochong Guild, added that after the aforementioned duel, he had sustained serious physical and psychological injuries, which is why he is currently undergoing individual training for recovery. Upon hearing Ham Jin-gyun add that all his fingers were mangled and 4 nails were broken, Yael Sa-han remarked, to encounter such an experienced master in Hanam. Smiling dismissively after hearing this, the leader of the Black Turtle group of the Sochong Guild added, and I'm supposed to believe that in today's world of martial arts, someone still uses a long weapon to fend off the claws of the phantom shadow? Resting his head on his hand, Yael Sa-han added, no, Gwakgi Ryang must be holding something back. He doesn't want anyone to touch him until he defeats him. Bowing his head after the leader's order, Ham Jin-gyun thought, ignoring the threat to the guild, he must be quite overconfident. Let's see if we can track down someone like him. Continuing his thoughts, the leader of the Black Turtle group of the Sochong Guild said, then send the 3 demons of the Northern Forest. Hearing the instruction from his leader, the subordinate asked all 3 in surprise. Receiving the question from his subordinate, Yael Sa-han said, 1 failure is more than enough. The price of a second will be even more bitter. After that, Ham Jin-gyun asked, by failure, do you mean the marriage to the Kam Suk-sol family? Laughing at the question, the leader of the Black Turtle group rose from his seat and said, you won't fool me. Because of her, I've become the laughingstock of the entire guild. The next moment, upon hearing, did you really think about marrying such a worthless woman? Yael Sa-han said, worthless? She's definitely the first one who showed me the true meaning of the word failure. Immediately after that, Yael Sa-han's expression changed instantly, and in a stern tone he said, her name is Su-yong, Sol Su-yong. Feeling fear at the leader's tone, Ham Jin-gyun clasped his hands in front of him and said, I will definitely find that woman and make her pay for this. Having received this promise from his subordinate, Yael Sa-han said, if you truly feel that way, you still have doubts about the order to send all 3 demons away. It was precisely negligence that made Gwakgi Ryan what he is. Ham Jin-gyun, I trust you are not the one who would ruin my plans. Hearing the subject exclaim nervously, I will remember this, Leader Yael Sa-han, the leader of the Black Turtle group of the Sochong Guild said, that is how you should behave, Gwakgi Ryan, and that nameless master. Recovering from his hangover and downing 1 cup after another, Oh Han-pil said, I drank too much, to which Cha Eun-yap replied, pull yourself together. Turning his back on his companion, Cha Eun-yap added, the agency leader gave it to you, and you rated the drink positively. The next moment, noticing a figure peering out from behind a nearby building, Cha Eun-yap added, someone might just appear out of nowhere like that clawed monster from last time. Noticing his subordinate, who had completely abandoned any attempt at disguise, Oh Han-pil wondered why he was here again. Realizing he needed to meet with his subordinate, Oh Han-pil folded his arms and, heading toward Moog, said, all right, it looks like we'll have to wipe the Blue Dragon Bureau off the face of the earth, which is why we shouldn't let our guard down even when we're drinking. Watching the ghostly sword head toward the man who was spying on them, Cha Eun-yap heard, you go first. Oh, my stomach. After meeting Muji and stepping slightly to the side, Oh Han-pil asked, hey, what are you doing here? Where did the others go? Why are you standing here alone? The next moment, pressing his hand to his head, Oh Han-pil added, Cha Eun-yap will definitely notice our meeting in such bright daylight. To which Mu-hee exclaimed, hurry, one of the people you were looking for is heading this way. Also, upon hearing Mugi add, mercenaries from the Dark Assassins are chasing him, Oh Han-pil asked in shock, what? Of all the possible mercenaries, why them? Making a facepalm gesture, the Phantom Sword added disappointedly, God, after so many years of waiting, can't I return without trouble? The next moment, having gathered his thoughts, the demonic sword said, this person must be being relentlessly pursued. I am obliged to come to his aid. Somewhere in a mountain forest, fleeing from a group of assassins, the martial arts master thought, how annoying this is. Throwing off the hat that was only getting in her way, the girl added to herself, they're chasing me because of one stupid mistake. I went down there, and now look what's happening. 10 days ago, visiting a small restaurant, the girl happily savored everything she was served, exclaiming, delicious! Besides the cured boar, there are plenty of other tasty dishes here. Soon after, a drunken man approached the girl, took her sword in his hands and said, wow, what an incredible sword. The next moment, leaning toward the girl, the drunkard asked, how strange. It's as if a dung beetle wandered in for lunch, but never mind that. Where did you get something so valuable? Outraged by the man's remark, the girl snapped, what kind of annoying fly is this, ruining the taste of my meal? After these words, snatching her sword from the drunkard's hands, the girl shouted, give it back! Such a thing is not meant for scum like you. First, take off that gold ring if you want to claim to be a martial arts expert." Offended by the girl's words, the drunkard drew his sword and, swinging it, shouted, "This woman wants to die." Without a moment's hesitation, the girl immediately drew her sword and delivered a preemptive strike against her opponent. Cutting through his belt and pulling his pants down, the girl said mockingly, "And why did you act so confident? It turns out you're not even worthy of my gaze." Realizing what she had done, the girl, continuing to flee from the group of killers, thought, "All rich guys usually hire assassins." Gritting her teeth and recalling her past, the girl added in her mind, "I spent my entire childhood in the mountains. I just want to see the world in a more peaceful setting." The next moment, suddenly stopping and drawing her sword from its sheath, the girl thought, "Instead of suffering like this, it would be easier to just finish them off." As she prepared for battle, the girl noticed an old man nearby and thought, "There's someone here." Immediately after shifting her gaze to the group of assassins, the girl thought to herself, "These guys are willing to sacrifice even innocent bystanders to finish me off." Trying to somehow change the situation, the girl shouted, "Grandpa, run away from here! Those mercenaries are over there." But when she saw the old man throw something at her, she thought, "This guy is one of them." At the last moment, Cha Eun-yap appeared behind the girl, simultaneously blocking the old man's attack and finishing him off. Having eliminated the danger and landing next to the girl, Cha Eun-yap said, "Interesting. He's a fast martial arts master. That's quite intriguing." Confused by the events that had suddenly begun to unfold around her, the girl exclaimed, "Who are you?" At that very moment, one of the mercenaries tried to attack, but Cha Eun-yap easily dealt with him with a single swing of his sword. Immediately after the quick conclusion of the first fight, Cha Eun-yap saw the assassins begin to flee and said in surprise, "Where are you going?" Fleeing as far as their eyes could see, one of the assassins thought to himself, "He's a professional martial arts master who defeated the leader with a single strike. If this continues, we'll lose our advantage, so we need to retreat quickly." But before he could get far, he bumped into something hard. Looking ahead, he saw Oh Hanpil standing before him and exclaimed in confusion, "What?" Having dealt with the attacker and seeing Cha Eun-yap near the girl, the phantom sword called out, "Hey you! Why are you here?" "What?" he asked. "Your actions seem suspicious to me, so I followed you." Left out of the conversation, the girl simply watched and listened as the words, "Don't make me laugh. I'd have enough sense to avoid being chased in a situation like this," echoed around her. "Does it even make sense that I arrived here first and waited for you?" The next moment, deciding to join the conversation, the girl spoke up. "And yet, who are you?" drawing everyone's attention to herself. Upon hearing the question, Cha Eun-yap walked away and said, "Talk quietly among yourselves. I won't disturb you. I'll check the surroundings." Seeing that Cha Eun-yap had indeed left them, the girl asked in surprise, "What do you mean seriously?" After that, Oh Han-pil reached into his pocket and said, "Don't worry about it. He's always like that. Let me ask you something directly." Taking his pendant out of his pocket and holding it out to the girl, Oh Han-pil asked, "Do you have something like this too?" Seeing the familiar item and taking out her own, the girl exclaimed happily, "Oh, you have one too?" To which he replied, "There's no doubt about it." The next moment, remembering Cha Eun-yap, who had left them, the girl asked, "What about that guy with the sword?" To which Oh Han-pil replied, "He doesn't have one. How am I supposed to explain all this to you?" At the same time, Cha Eun-yap tracked down another assassin who was trying to flee the scene of the crime. Trying to break free from the pursuit, the girl pulled hairpins from her hair and threw them at Cha Eun-yap. Catching the invisible needles thrown at him, Cha Eun-yap, having only been slightly scratched, threw them back at the girl. As a result of returning the weapon to its owner, Cha Eun-yap struck the girl in the shoulder, putting an end to her run. When the girl fell to the ground, Cha Eun-yap approached her, and, showing her the needle he still held, asked Shen Yao, the old man, where even these invisible needles, this weapon, had come from. Trying to get the information he needed, Cha Eun-yap said, "Answer quickly. Where is the creator of these needles?" Avoiding his gaze so as not to meet his eyes, the girl asked, "What are you talking about?" To which Cha Eun-yap replied, "Zhongri Che-jun." Bringing the invisible needle even closer to the girl's face, the young man added, "You saw my sword. He made it. I promised his father I'd find his missing son, and this weapon was clearly made by his hand." Pointing the needle at the girl's neck, Cha Eun-yap tried to intimidate the hostage and added, "I'll let you go if you tell me where Zhongri Che-jun is." Hearing what Cha Eun-yap was interested in, the girl laughed and exclaimed, "That fool will be hammering away in the dungeon until he dies." After which she realized, "So it's you, the woman who kidnapped him." Biting her lip, the girl said, "My brother and grandfather died today at your hands. The dark assassins will find you even in the depths of hell. Seeing that the girl had just taken her own life, Cha Eun-yop said, so they were all family. She kidnapped someone else's son, yet she dared to think about family before dying. Seeing that Cha Eun-yop had already returned from surveying the surroundings, Han-pil asked, so you're saying you took care of the mercenary who ran away? Receiving an affirmative answer, the Phantom Sword asked, really? Why go to so much trouble for you? This has nothing to do with me. To which he replied, I have my own reasons, but what's more important? Turning his attention to the girl he had recently saved from the assassins, Cha Eun-yop asked, who is she? As he began to get to his feet, the demonic sword said, my sister. I found out she was in danger while trying to find me, so I came to her aid. The girl then folded her hands in front of her and said, my name is So Kye-yeon. Thank you for your help. To which Cha Eun-yop replied, she's my sister. You're from Gaebon too. Upon hearing the question, the girl asked indignantly, what do you mean? That I look like a homeless person? Hearing this, I asked, why are you on such familiar terms with me? She replied, because of your brother, who looks as if he's from there. Hearing this, Han-pil said, you can't hide anything from this scoundrel. After some time, upon returning to the Golden City, Han-pil said to the agency leader, allow me to introduce someone. Glancing at the girl standing in front of him, Ghost Sword added, this is my sister, So Kye-yeon. She studied martial arts while living in the mountains and doesn't know much about the world, but please take care of her. After that, the girl exclaimed, nice to meet you, to which Sun Yeoju replied, likewise. You look tired, Yo Hyun-noon. Take her inside. Continuing his conversation with the agency's leader, Han-pil said, due to certain circumstances, she'll be staying with us, so please allow her to stay here for a while. Meanwhile, Sun Yo-hoon said to the guest, please come this way. Following the deputy leader, So Kye-yeon exclaimed in amazement, wow, what a beautiful house. The building of the famous escort agency really stands out. As he continued to escort her, the deputy leader said, I'm Sun Yo-hoon. As Mr. O's sister, you're just as important to us. If you have any inconveniences, you can let us know at any time. After hearing the young man's words, So Kye-yeon exclaimed, thank you, Yo-hun. Since I'm older, I can now call you my younger brother. Isn't it more comfortable to communicate without formalities when you're older than me? To which Sun Yo-hoon replied in surprise, oh, is that so? Meanwhile, left alone with Sun Yeoju, Han-pil said, leader, if you don't mind, perhaps my sister could join your journey. A skilled martial artist like her would be useful as a bodyguard. Hearing this proposal, the girl replied, since you vouch for her, I don't think there will be any problems. To which the Phantom Sword replied, thank you. And there's something else. We had a conversation on the way here. Hearing Han-pil say, there's a small problem, the girl asked warily. What's the problem? The next moment, pointing in the direction So Kye-yeon had gone, Han-pil said, actually, my sister is being pursued by a mercenary organization. Moreover, this guy recently defeated one of the Blue Dragon Bureau's best masters. The risk of a counterattack is higher than expected, which is why I'm concerned about your safety. After saying this, Cha Eun-yop took a step forward and said, since our goal is the journey itself, I wouldn't want you to needlessly risk your well-being during it. Right now, the agency is short-staffed, and besides, if you stay at this large estate, even the Blue Dragon Bureau won't dare to attack recklessly. Please, let us go on this journey, and you as the leader. Before Cha Eun-yop could finish, Sun Yeoju interrupted him and said, that's impossible. Mr. And Master Cha Eun-yop have helped me greatly, so their problems are my problems. And without the agency's leader, the journey won't be as meaningful. What's the point of saving the agency, the Golden City, if others are the ones saving it instead of its owner? Lowering her gaze, the girl added, on this journey, I want to protect the value of the name that lies deep in my heart. The former leader of the agency, my father, would have acted with the same determination. The next moment, looking again at the two people before her, Song Yeoju added, and now, I am the leader of the Golden City, so I must lead by example. Without taking her eyes off the two assistants before her, the agency leader added, the agency's fate is my fate. For this I am ready to risk my life, but I believe you will not leave me alone in such a situation. After listening to the thoughts of the leader of the Golden City, Han-pil turned his gaze to Cha Eun-yop and said, what should we do? The leader is unwavering in her decision. Receiving the question from the ghostly sword, Cha Eun-yop said, as escorts, we must carry out her orders. The empty cart escort, as the name implies, is an empty cart under the banner of the Golden City Escort Agency. The purpose of the journey lies in the agency leader herself and the escorts driving the cart. As soon as Cha Eun-yop goes into hiding, those who wish to harm the agency will rashly reveal themselves. Deputy Leader Song Yo-hoon also wanted to join, but decided to stay at the estate to look after his father and the agency's people. Hearing So Tae-yong exclaim, "Don't worry, little brother. I'll bring your sister Yeoju back safely," Oh Han-pil said in surprise. "When did he become your little brother?" On the 5th day of the journey, sitting in the carriage with no news and nothing out of the ordinary, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "It's already the 5th day, and still nothing has happened." At that very moment, turning her head toward the boy, So Tae-yong asked, "Cha Eun-yap, is it true that your brother said all you do is swing a sword when you're not eating or sleeping?" Hearing that she was being addressed again, she asked, "Why did you suddenly bring that up, Ms. So?" Hearing how she had just been addressed, the girl exclaimed, "Ms. So, what do you mean by older sister, ma'am?" Looking her straight in the eye. Hearing the girl just call him that, Cha Eun-yap asked, "Older sister?" To which she replied, "You look a year or two younger than me, so wouldn't it be right to call me older sister?" Turning his head away from the girl, Cha Eun-yap remarked, "I've never had an older sister like you, so don't bother me." Outraged by the boy's words, So Tae-yeon stood up and shouted, "You scoundrel! What did you just say? You won't call me that." After that, Sun Yeoju joined the conversation, trying to settle the conflict, and said, "Oh my god, stop it. Why are you acting like this?" When Sun Yeoju asked her a question, So Tae-yeon exclaimed, "Tell him, as an authority figure, shouldn't you establish a hierarchy? Otherwise, this problem will remain even after Yeoju and brother Om get married." Hearing this remark, Sun Yeoju nervously exclaimed, "Wait, Mr. O and I," to which someone replied, "What's that? Aren't you two dating?" The next moment, hearing the girl add, "Every time a woman walked by as we were going to your house, he would mutter something like, 'That jewelry looks like Lady Sun's,' or, 'Maybe I should give Lady Sun a gift,'" the leader exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Steering the cart, Oh Han-pil heard from inside, "I get it. He wants to express his feelings. That's why everything she's saying is so obvious." And then said, "Why is that slut talking nonsense again?" The next moment, turning his head back to the road they were traveling on, Oh Han-pil noticed something unusual. Feeling a sharp jolt, Song Yeoju said, "The cart has stopped," after which Cha Eun-yap asked, "What's going on?" Without taking his eyes off the road, which was blocked by the trio of enemies, the Phantom Sword said, "It looks like they've finally shown up. We have an obstacle in our path." After the sudden stop, Oh Han-pil climbed down from the driver's seat and asked, "Brother, what happened?" When Cha Eun-yap and So Tae-yong stepped out onto the street, the Phantom Sword said, "3 suspicious thugs have blocked our path. They don't look like they're from the Dark Assassin." Hearing the man's remark, one of the 3 demons laughed and said, "What a disappointment, to be compared to some pathetic mercenaries. Just look at these kids. It seems the world has forgotten us." Snorting in displeasure at his companion's remark, the Withered Tree Demon said, "I have no desire to mess with small fry. Hand over the agency's leader, and I'll spare your lives." Outraged by the words of one of the 3 bandits, Oh Han-pil shouted, "Small fry, you say?" No sooner had the demonic sword spoken than one of the bandits lunged at him, but Oh Han-pil managed to block the attack and avoid harm. Seeing what had just happened and instantly on guard, So Tae-yeon cried out, "Big brother!" While continuing to hold off his opponent's onslaught, Oh Han-pil thought to himself, "With that technique, they're not ordinary bandits at all." Realizing he was dealing with no ordinary person, Oh Han-pil suddenly pulled his sword to wrest it from his opponent's hand. Having freed his weapon, the Phantom Sword immediately attempted to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy. Reacting in time to Oh Han-pil's attack, the Withered Tree Demon leaped back and said, "And you know even more than I expected." Finally closing the distance with his enemy, Oh Han-pil stared at his opponent and said, "Demon, Lord of the Withered Trees." Recognizing the enemy and smiling, the Phantom Sword added, "This old legend looks at least 10 or 20 years older, but the nickname is quite well known. I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this." Hearing that he had just been recognized, Din-sol Lag, the Demon Lord of the Withered Trees, said, "So, this young man knows my nickname." Immediately after speaking, Din-sol Lag, the Demon Lord of the Withered Trees, rushed into battle against Om Han-pil, exchanging blows and blocking them. Standing aside, So Tae-yeon, who was in a low stance, said, "We should intervene," to which she heard, "Not now." Deterring the girl from rash actions, Cha Eun-yap added, "If those two make a move, we'll respond simultaneously. For now, let's leave this to Om Han-pil, and we'll focus on protecting the leader's carriage." Justifying his remark, Cha Eun-yap, after taking a closer look at the enemies, thought to himself, "Obviously they're from the same group whose target was Song Yeoju. If these thugs are from the Blue Dragon Bureau, then that means..." The next moment, glancing at his comrade's battle with the demon, Cha Eun-yap added in his mind, That's definitely who I've been looking for all this time. Feeling his superiority on the battlefield, the demon, the Lord of the Withered Trees, said with a sneer, "Quite interesting. What a pity that someone of your caliber works for a pauper from a ruined organization. I'll finish this girl off in a particularly painful way." Succumbing to the provocation, Handpill lost control and shouted, "You old man, I respected you, but you've crossed the line. It's time to chop you up for firewood." Having lost control and begun to swing his sword mindlessly, Handpill delivered a chopping blow. But upon seeing that his sword had struck the ground, he exclaimed in surprise, "What?" At that very moment, Dinsol Log, having dodged the attack and leaping into the air, shouted, "Get out of the way," and prepared to strike. Just then, Cha Eun-yeop intervened in the battle and, with a single swing of his sword, cut Dinsol Log in two. Having saved his comrade and destroyed one of the trio of demons, Cha Eun-yeop shouted to Handpill, "Don't let anger consume you. Pull yourself together." Also, seeing that their comrade had just been killed by the boy, the fire demon shouted, "Ding Solan, you foolish old man. I knew this would happen." After the remark by Chokpal Gui, the blood fire demon Wanga Hu, who went by the nickname Generous Smile, said, "It looks like it's him after all, the friend who broke Guak Gi-ryun's nails." Seeing the two demons rush toward him, Cha Eun-yeop shouted, "Protect the cart! These thugs will take any chance to finish off the leader." Looking at his comrades who had stayed behind, Cha Eun-yeop added, "If anyone dares to approach, take him down together." Approaching the boy and beginning to attack him alongside his companion, the man with the generous smile shouted, "Careful, kid!" Meanwhile, watching the battle unfold from the sidelines, So Gaeon said to Cha Eun-yeop, "He's incredible. He can fight two demons at once. If I join him, I won't let them get the upper hand. Brother, out of the three of us, you're the best at protecting Sister Yeoju." Hearing So Kae-yeon's words, Handpill asked, "Do you want to help him?" To which the girl replied, "He helped me, so I have to repay the debt." Using her air step skill and rushing to Cha Eun-yeop's aid, the girl shouted, "Make sure the agency leader stays safe." Left alone by the stroller with the agency leader, Handpill thought to himself, so this is what her air step looks like. At the same time, Cha Eun-yeop continued to fight an uneven battle against two demons, trying to fend off each of them. And just as the boy was distracted by one demon, Ko Soo-yeon, arriving just in time, managed to block the bloody fire demon's attack. Having saved the boy from danger, Ko Soo-yeon shouted, "Let's fight together. We need to deal with this as quickly as possible and continue our journey." When his attack was blocked by the other person, the blood fire demon shouted angrily, "Don't get in the way, girl!" Feeling insulted, Ko Soo-yeon swung her sword and, parrying Chokpal Gui's next attack, shouted, "Get lost!" Soon, the battle paused briefly, and all the fighters froze for a moment to consider their next moves. When the tension eased slightly, Cha Woo-yeop glanced at the girl and shouted, "Get back! You need to defend the wagon," to which she replied, "Why are you suddenly switching to you?" Ignoring Cha Eun-yeop's instruction and preparing to use her technique, So Kae-yeon shouted, "I'm not the type to stay in anyone's debt." Seeing that the girl was fired up for battle, he smiled even more generously and said, "Here comes youth. They've paid us a visit for the first time in a long while. Shouldn't we warmly welcome our guests?" To which Chokpal Gui shouted, "Arrogant brats! I'll deal with you." Seeing that his companion was seriously enraged, Wanga-hu said, "And this old man boils over quickly. Thanks to you, we'll have plenty of fun." The next moment, pointing his sword toward Cha Eun-yeop, he said with a generous smile, "At moments like this, one should eat slowly, savoring every bite." After hearing his opponent's words, Cha Eun-yeop smiled and said, "Judging by your hands, that guy seems to have conveyed my greeting well." Immediately after his remark, with a smile on his face and preparing for battle, Cha Eun-yeop added, "Then I should show some sincerity too." As a fierce battle began between them, he shouted, "Take this!" with a magnanimous smile, swinging his weapon. But Cha Eun-yeop skillfully dodged every attack, and at one point, noticing something unusual about the boy, Wanga-hu thought that this child was using the Phantom Shadow Claw. Seeing the surprise on the old man's face, Cha Eun-yeop asked, "Did you recognize the technique? I learned it from that boy in case of a battle with monsters like you." To which he replied, "That's quite interesting." At the same time, holding his harrow against So Kae-yeon, Chokpal Gui shouted, "I'll burn you! Get out of the way!" and delivered an uppercut. Seeing that the girl had managed to dodge his attack, the Blood Flame Demon exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa! It seems you're a master at dodging attacks. I acknowledge your talent." The next moment, A third person intervened in the fight between So Kye-yong and Chok Pal-gui, throwing a sword between them and forcing the old man to retreat. Rushing after his weapon, which he had thrown at the old man, Oh Han-pil shouted, "Those guys are getting closer and closer to the cart. We need to immobilize him." Upon reaching his sword, Oh Han-pil immediately grabbed it and swung, during which he noticed something unusual and thought, "He has red eyes?" Feeling the pressure intensify, the phantom sword added in his mind, "He's pushing me back with his technique," and he struck instantly. Struck by his opponent's blow, the demon of the bloody flame flew backward, but as he got back to his feet, he began to rage even more fiercely. Unleashing all his power, Chok Pal-gui shouted, "Well then, now I'll fight you with full force. Take this," and activated the bloody flame skill. Seeing the demonic attack approaching them, Han-pil could think of nothing better than to try to block it with his sword. While holding back the enemy's onslaught, the phantom sword noticed that the gloves on his hand had already burned away, and the flames were beginning to scorch his hand. Standing behind the phantom sword, which was protecting her and preparing to help her brother, So Kye-yon silently resolved to gather all her strength and cut through it with a single strike. Preparing to use her skill, So Kye-yong aimed her sword at the demon of bloody flame and, using her air step skill, sliced him in two. Sensing his end was near, Chok Pal-gui said heavily, "Damn you, shaman. You've raised a strange child." Hearing her opponent's final words, So Kye-yon wiped the blood from her lips and said indignantly, "It's you who called me strange." After defeating the second demon, Oh Han-pil saw that the girl had collapsed and rushed to her side, exclaiming, "Sister, are you all right?" To which she replied, "Yes, everything's fine." At the same time, deciding to see what was happening on the battlefield, Sun Yeoju left the cart, thinking, "I hope no one got hurt." Peering out from behind the cart and seeing So Kye-yong and Oh Han-pil kneeling nearby, Sun Yeoju thought, "Kye-yong and Mr. Oh." Noticing that the man had quite a few burns on his hands and that the girl wasn't in the best condition, Yeoju called out, "Mr. Oh," to get his attention. Hearing the girl's cry, Cha Eun-yap also glanced back and, seeing her there, thought, "Damn, the leader." Turning his head and seeing Sun Yeoju nearby, Wanga-hu said cheerfully, "Oh, you came out." Without a moment's hesitation, he flashed a magnanimous smile, grabbed his mace, and immediately headed towards Sun Yeoju to finish her off. Reacting in time, Cha Eun-yap used his weapon to wrap around the enemy's weapon handle and prevented him from carrying out his plan. Having prevented the enemy from finishing off Song Yeoju, Cha Eun-yap employed the Bloody Butterfly sword technique, the first form, Bloody Butterfly's Frenzy. As a result, having inflicted serious damage on the enemy, the young man knocked the demon of the generous smile to the ground, while Oh Han-pil, rushing to the woman, cried out, "Leader!" Even despite his serious injuries, Wanga-hu raised his head and said, "I can't believe these kids are challenging me. The world has truly become a strange place, but still." The next moment, glancing at the opponents who had rushed towards Song Yeoju, the demon of the generous smile added, "That's not enough to finish me off." Hearing the demon of the generous smile's words, Cha Eun-yap shouted, "Hey you! I'm your opponent!" and tried to attack the old man. Continuing the battle at the same pace, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "I can't believe he can still move after the Bloody Butterfly technique," to which he heard the child say, "Now taste my moon sickle." As he continued to dodge his opponent's attacks, who didn't even think of slowing down, Cha Eun-yap thought, this could go on forever. Watching Wanga-hu prepare for his next strike, Cha Eun-yap added in his mind, "I have no choice but to pierce the very heart of this old demon." As he continued his thoughts, Cha Eun-yap said to himself, "I'll use the power of reverse rotation," and then heard, "Come on." Carrying out his plan, Cha Eun-yap used the second form of the Bloody Butterfly sword technique. Using the skill of the Bloody Butterfly, trembling in the wind, Cha Eun-yap severed his enemy's arm and thought, "Now." Trying to fend off the enemy's attacks, which had become even more aggressive despite the loss of Wanga-hu, he wondered, what are these red butterflies? Gathering his thoughts and preparing to fight back against Cha Eun-yap, the demon with a magnanimous smile shouted, "Scoundrel!" At that very moment, Cha Eun-yap was already employing the third form of the Bloody Butterfly sword technique. Using the skill of falling bloody petals, Cha Eun-yap delivered the final blow, after which the enemy would certainly not survive. Feeling his end approaching, Wanga-hu said, "It's shocking to think that I'll be joining those old fools so soon." The next moment, raising his mace above him and firing needles from it in all directions, the demon with the benevolent smile added, "But this old man will be too lonely without a companion in the afterlife." Seeing the needles flying at him from his opponent's mace, Cha Eun-yap combining maneuvering and weapon skills, avoided every single hit. At the same time, Oh Han-pil, who couldn't move because he was protecting the two girls, shouted, "Damn it!" Having dealt with the demon's final burst of power, Oh Han-pil gave a magnanimous smile, then clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and said, "Go to hell, you old man." Seeing that it was all over, Song Yeoju called out to her companion, Kei-yeon, who replied, "I'm fine, sis. It's all over now." Sighing heavily after the battle against the three demons ended, Cha Eun-yap sighed heavily and thought, "This won't do. I need to become even stronger." Sometime later, while undergoing treatment under Cha Eun-yap's supervision, So Kei-yong let out a painful cry. Hearing these sounds, the boy said, "Stop squirming. This is the first time I've used my skills this way." After that, So Kei-yong asked, "What clan are you from anyway?" While his companions were undergoing treatment, Oh Han-pil said, "Leader, we're fine. So don't blame yourself. We were prepared for something like this. Those three old devils, they're known as the three demons of the northern forest. It won't be easy for them to send masters like them again, so let's rest." Just as the Phantom Sword suggested taking a break, he heard familiar sounds nearby and said, "That's the sound of carts approaching, and it sounds like there are two of them." Also, turning her attention to the carriages heading toward them. So Kei-yeon exclaimed, "Isn't that the Blue Dragon Bureau's emblem? Maybe they're from the Blue Dragon Bureau my brother mentioned." To which Oh Han-pil replied, "No, they're not." Suddenly pausing and focusing his attention on the figures emerging from the carriages, the Phantom Sword thought, judging by their behavior, they're unlikely to be connected to those old demons. They're probably from another organization and have come in connection with the news about the Golden City Agency. Stepping forward to address the guests, the Demon Sword said, "Stop. We are representatives of the Golden City Escort Agency. We need to verify your identities for the safety of the agency's leader." Hearing the warning from the escort member, the man said, "As expected, this is the Golden City Escort Agency. We came from Luoyang because of the news about your leader. If possible, may we meet with the agency leader?" Before the man could finish, upon seeing a familiar girl behind Oh Han-pil, he exclaimed, "Son Yeoju, is that really you?" Hearing the familiar voice and looking in the direction from which it came, the leader of the Golden City Escort Agency exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Seeing familiar faces in front of her, Song Yeoju happily added, "Uncle Ju-ren." Continuing the conversation with the strangers, Oh Han-pil asked, "Are you by any chance from Hanam?" While Son Yeoju had already run over to Uncle Ju-ren. As soon as the leader of Golden City ran up to them, Ju-ren took Son Yeoju by the hand and joyfully exclaimed, "Sister!" Joining the conversation, Sangwon Jin-gol, the foster brother of Son Il-san, the leader of the Golden City Escort Agency, said, "It seems like 5 years have passed since we last met." The next moment, unable to hold back her tears, Jin Ju-ren, the eldest daughter of the Dead Sea Bureau, added, "Sister, I missed you." Hearing these warm words from her acquaintances, Son Yeoju said, "You know how much I wanted to see Uncle, but who would have thought that I'd run into him by chance, along with all of you, in a Dead Sea Bureau carriage." The Dead Sea Bureau, along with the escort and development agencies, is one of the 3 bureaus remaining in Hanami. Upon hearing that representatives from the Golden City, which was currently in decline, had set out on a journey, they sent Jin Ju-ren, who is well acquainted with Son Yeoju, and several other envoys to meet them. Holding Son Yeoju's hand, Jin Ju-ren said, "I don't know where you're headed, but my father insisted that I accompany you to the bureau. Will you agree to come with us?" Hearing the girl's question, Son Yeoju confidently exclaimed, "Of course. I haven't seen my uncle in a long time, so I should go visit him." Having learned everything he needed to know and achieved the desired result, Sagwan Jin-gol said, "Well, now I'd like to hear about what happened." Shifting his gaze to the trio of escorts standing behind the girl, the uncle added, "It seems a lot has changed at the agency while I was away." After listening to Son Yeoju's story, Sagwan Jin-gol said, "You've truly been through a lot. Due to circumstances beyond my control, I had to step down from my position as leader of the Golden City Agency." Plunging into memories of what had happened, Sagwan Jin-gol added, "I've always regretted that. If I had stayed, I would have shouldered the burden alongside Il-san and helped you overcome the difficulties." Continuing his impassioned speech, Uncle added confidently, "Although I'm late, please let me help. I'll go to the agency and meet with my brother." Hearing this intriguing proposal from Sagwan Jin-gol, Song Yeoju exclaimed joyfully, "Uncle, if you stay with father, I'll be able to continue my journey without worry." After listening to what his niece had just said, Sagwan Jin-gol replied, "No, I meant that I'll visit my brother and come back so you can stay at the Dead Sea Bureau in peace. I'll be with you from now on." Upon learning what Sagwan Jin-gol had meant, Song Yeoju remarked, "No, uncle, Please don't worry about me. I beg you, please help Yohoon instead. He's working so hard at the mansion all by himself. Continuing to look at her uncle, the girl added, I think it's hard for him to take care of the house while also looking after my father. I have wonderful companions from the Golden City Agency, so I'll be fine. Recalling all three of her companions, Song Yeoju added, They are masters without equal, uncle. Please don't worry about me. And please give my regards to father in Hanam. Hearing yet another assurance from his niece, Sagwan Jingol thought, so that young man who looks even younger than Yohoon is also a bodyguard. Those two also look experienced, but there's a certain roughness about them. People like that usually become bodyguards. Continuing his thoughts, Uncle added to himself, interesting, but if she trusts them so much. Then he placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and said, all right, I'll trust your choice, but don't act recklessly while I'm away. Hearing her uncle's advice, Ju Ren took Sun Yeoju by the hand and exclaimed, Don't worry, my sister and I will return to Luoyang safely. After that, Sun Yeoju exclaimed, And our father and brother will welcome you warmly. As he wandered around his house, the young man asked, Why are you following me? To which the reply came, So you finally decided to talk to me. Turning abruptly toward his pursuer, Jin Yu-taek, the eldest son of the Dead Sea Bureau, said, Answer me. It's your accomplices who are tarnishing the Dead Sea Bureau's reputation. Hearing the accusations rain down on him, the pursuer said, Hey, don't get ahead of yourself. In any case, today I'm taking you to my superiors. Immediately assuming a fighting stance to confront the enemy, Jin Yu-taek said in surprise, To your superiors, you say? Upon receiving the question from the young man, the gangster used the phantom claw technique and said, All right, let's put an end to this chatter. I have respect for the descendants of well-known families, so please go first. Sitting in his office, Ju Jae-sung, leader of the Blue Flag unit within the Black Turtle Group, said, An order has come from above to handle this discreetly. We must not underestimate the determination of the Dead Sea Bureau leader, nor his persistence. Instead of this backroom maneuvering, I would prefer a more effective tactic. Upon hearing these words from his leader, Mok Tae-min, a member of the Blue Flag unit within the Black Turtle Group, said, Sir, I have been informed that Chu Dal-hua successfully kidnapped the eldest son of the Dead Sea Bureau. He did so by taking advantage of the moment when the boy left the house this morning. Upon receiving the good news, Ju Jae-sung exclaimed joyfully, Just as expected of Chu Dal-hua. I've heard he's one of the masters of the Kam-suk family. He really is incredible. It's a shame that a man sent from headquarters can't stay in my unit for long. Hearing his leader's words, Mok Tae-min, kneeling, said, My lord, this time we will negotiate with the Dead Sea Bureau. With a hostage in our possession, he certainly won't resist if his son's life is at stake. After hearing this proposal, Ju Jae-sung said thoughtfully, Interesting. We need to avoid threats on our part. Since we've come this far, everything must go smoothly. The next moment, upon hearing the leader say, I know your favorite tactics, but handle this without unnecessary provocation, Mok Tae-min smiled slyly and said, I'll keep that in mind. Upon arriving at the location and stepping out of the carriage, Ju Ren exclaimed, We're here. Father will meet you here, to which Song Yeoju replied, Please allow me to greet and introduce you all first. Please wait a moment. As she was about to go inside the house to announce their arrival, Ju Ren exclaimed, It's been so long since we've been here together. But before the girl could take a step, she heard soldiers nearby shout, So, everything is clear. Realizing something was wrong and seeing that everyone was on edge, Ju Ren asked what was happening, to which she heard, You brought Yeoju here. Well done. The next moment, upon hearing from his daughter, Father, what happened? Jin Sang-gon, the leader of the Dead Sea Bureau, bowed his head and said, This... Preparing to explain what was happening, the man added, Yu-taek, your older brother, has disappeared. Hearing this, Ju Ren exclaimed, What does that mean? In response to his daughter's question, the bureau leader said, He left early this morning, saying he was going to prepare for your return, but there has been no word from him since then. Left behind and lost in thought, Sun Yeoju heard such a commotion at the agency. Why do incidents like this keep happening? After giving it careful thought, the head of the Golden City Agency said, Now it's happened at the Dead Sea Bureau too, drawing everyone's attention. Hearing his niece's remark, Ji Sang-gon asked, What do you mean? To which Sun Yeoju replied, Uncle, something similar happened to us. Our property was stolen during transport, and we were attacked by bandits. Recalling the time when they were at home, Sun Yeojin added, Even our estate was attacked. Now the same thing is happening in Luoyang. Hearing the girl add, Obviously this is the work of the same people, Ji Sang-gon said, If that's the case, this is a serious problem. Meanwhile, standing aside and watching the events unfold, Oh Han-pil remarked, It seems the situation here isn't much different from the one at the Golden City Escort Agency, after which Seo Gaia-yong added, It's interesting. Is it normal to be so poor if you work at the agency, big brother? Standing a short distance from his companions, Cha Eun-yop simply watched and listened as Oh Han-pil said to So Tae-yeon, I have a lot to tell you. Standing near the leader, one of the soldiers, seeing a stranger nearby, asked, What brings you here? Hearing that he had been noticed, Mok Tae-min smiled slyly and said, I would like to meet with the leader. It concerns a matter related to his son. Sitting at the negotiating table, Jin Sang-gon said, You said the reason for your visit is my son. No one has seen him since yesterday morning. Do you have anything to do with this? Sipping his drink calmly, Mok Tae-min said, Your son injured the heir of the man to whom I was devoted, thereby forcing him to suffer the humiliation of being of lower status. How should I appease the wrath of the one I serve? Smiling sinisterly after his question, Mok Tae-min added, In this situation, it wouldn't be surprising if something terrible happened to your son. I am also very concerned about a possible assassination attempt, which is why I came here to find a solution. After listening to his guest's proposal, Jin Sang-gon bowed his head and thought to himself, Unbelievable. He's trying to falsely accuse my son, thereby tarnishing his name. Analyzing his guest's tactics, the leader of the Dead Sea Bureau thought to himself, and then destroy me using these rumors. If I continue to defend my son, he'll use that as an excuse to use force. Beginning to clench his hand on his knee, Jin Sang-gon thought to himself, even when the number of requests decreased and the servants left, as long as the children remained with me, I had nothing to fear. Yet I am powerless against those who threaten my son's honor. Finishing his thoughts, the bureau leader said, If I voluntarily hand over the Dead Sea Bureau to you, my son's life and honor will be saved. Is that what you're trying to say? The next moment, hearing Jin Sang-gon ask, Can you give me a day to think about such an important decision? Mok Tae-min replied with a sly smile. Of course, I'll wait. Concluding the conversation and heading toward the exit, the guest added, I hope you make a wise decision, and please don't worry too much. We will set a fair price for the bureau. Immediately after speaking, Mok Tae-min glanced back at Jin Sang-gon with a sly smile and added, If this offer keeps you up at night, continuing to pressure the man, the Blue Flag unit member from the Black Turtle Group added, Then I'll explain your situation to the higher-ups and ask them to pay more. After the meeting, upon learning all the details of the conversation, Ju-ren exclaimed indignantly, That's ridiculous! Angry at her father, the girl added, My older brother wouldn't do anything like this. We need to find out the truth somehow. We can hire someone and try to save him. After listening to his daughter's outburst, Jin Sang-gon said, Ju-ren, that's exactly what they're trying to achieve. If we resort to violence, Yu Take's life will be in danger. Realizing her father was right, Ju-ren bowed her head and said, All right, so be it. The main thing is that our family is safe. We'll always find a new home. At that very moment, a third person joined the conversation, drawing attention by saying, First, prepare the contract. Turning her head toward Cha Eun-yop, Song Yeoju said in surprise, Young master, what do you mean? Receiving the question from the leader of the Golden City, Cha Eun-yop said, When he returns with the contract, if you offer to exchange it for your son at the designated location, they will agree without hesitation. Continuing to express his thoughts, Cha Eun-yop added, And please, allow me to accompany you. Hearing this, Jin Sang-gon asked, What are you talking about? Outraged by the young master's request, the bureau leader exclaimed, Absurd! You have no right to interfere like this. On what grounds should a representative of the Golden City get involved in our family's affairs? Hearing the question, the family leader, Cha Eun-yop, plucked a leaf from a tree in the room and said, I, too, do not like to meddle in other people's affairs, but your enemies are closely connected to those I am seeking. The next moment, tossing the leaf into the air and slicing it into many pieces, Cha Eun-yop added, Besides, these are simply my personal goals. Having demonstrated his skill in front of a large crowd, the young master added, I offered this because I thought I could help save your son. Seeing the skills Cha Eun-yop had just demonstrated, Ju-ren said in surprise, There are so many particles here. Also, while in the room, Oh Han-pil said to Cha Eun-yop, This guy seems to have carefully studied your aerial step. To which So Tae-yeon exclaimed in annoyance, It's annoying, but still impressive. When the demonstration ended, Song Yeoju said, Uncle, I hope you'll trust me and follow this man's advice. Our escort agency was able to survive the crisis thanks to this young master. While Ju-ren and her father exchanged glances to make a decision, the leader of the Golden City added, I'm confident he'll be able to help you with the rescue. Heeding his niece's request, Jin Sang-gon said, He'll be back here tomorrow at noon. Tell me your plan. I'll listen carefully. After receiving a question from the leader of the Dead Sea Bureau, Cha Eun-yop said, We just need to go to the designated location. Hearing Cha Eun-yop say, Please await our return, So Tae-yeon asked in surprise, Is someone else coming with us? The next day, upon meeting Mok Taimin, Jin Sanggon said, "We will send 2 escorts as soon as the contract is delivered. Send my son with them." Upon hearing the conditions set forth by the bureau leader, Mok Taimin asked, "Only 2 escorts? Don't you trust us a little too much?" Hearing this question, Jin Sanggon replied, "Aren't harsh methods used precisely to establish one's authority through legitimate means? Therefore, you will keep your promise." Accepting the terms, Mok Taimin headed to the handover site and said, "Nevertheless, my subjects have taken good care of your son. Please follow me." Watching Cha Eun-yap and So Kye-yong walk away, Seong Yeoju remarked, "I wonder why the young master took Kye-yong with him." Hearing the question from the leader of the Golden City, Han-pil replied, "Probably to bring the hostage back. She's fast and has a good sense of direction. Eun-yap will only return after thoroughly scouting the area. He'll definitely try to find their headquarters." Having fallen into a trap and started running for his life, Mok Taimin thought, "He's a monster. I let my guard down because there were only 2 of them. But I couldn't even imagine that there was such a master among the servants." Recalling what had happened to him just a few minutes ago, the Blue Flag unit member thought to himself, "They followed us to finish us off. It's good that I can withstand light attacks. I need to warn the leader as soon as possible." With cold sweat dripping from his brow and making his way to the right spot, Mok Taimin shouted, "If only I could launch a signal flare in the open." Finding himself right behind the runner, Cha Eun-yap asked, "Will this path lead us to your headquarters?" "Yes." After finishing off the fugitive and glancing at the nearby cliff, Cha Eun-yap thought, "That's the best vantage point for surveying the area. Their headquarters is on that rocky mountain. We'll need to scout it out better after sunset." The next moment, as he began searching Mok Taimin, the young master said, "Let me take the contract you brought with you. It's interesting that they offered 10,000 yang as payment. They must have significant financial power." Putting the contract in his pocket, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "All the negotiators have lost contact, so the response won't be long in coming. That spirited girl, So Kye-yeon, I hope she delivered my message correctly." Arriving home accompanied by So Kye-yeon, Yu-taek hurried to the head of the family and joyfully exclaimed, "Father." Hugging his son tightly upon his return, Jin Sanggon exclaimed, "My God, you really did come back." Approaching his sister after the mission was complete, Han-pil said, "As expected, you came alone. What about him?" Receiving the question from the Phantom Sword, So Kye-yeon turned her attention to Jin Sanggon and said, "Sir, I understand that you are moved by the reunion, but we need to start preparations immediately." Hearing the remark from the girl who had just returned from the mission, Sok Yeoju asked in surprise, "Preparations? What exactly do you mean?" Receiving yet another question, So Kye-yeon said, "That's what Cha Eun-yap said. He warned that there will be an attack tonight." Hearing the girl's warning, Jin Yu-taek asked, "By attack, do you mean the people who kidnapped me?" Receiving the question from the son of the bureau leader, So Kye-yeon replied, "I don't know the details, but that idiot Cha Eun-yap said he'd find the kidnapper's hideout." Continuing to explain the situation, the girl added, "Young Master Jin has returned, and everyone at the negotiating table is devastated. If Cha Eun-yap invades their territory, they'll have to resort to a full-scale attack." Clenching her hand into a fist as she spoke, So Kye-yong added, "The guys we met looked pretty strong. Doesn't that mean dozens more like them will be coming soon?" While So Kye-yong was shouting, "We need to gather," Han-pil, standing behind her, thought, "It'll be a problem if someone like those demons shows up." As evening fell after hearing the report from his subordinates who had returned from reconnaissance, Ju Jae-sung asked with displeasure, "Did everyone who was sent to the negotiations die?" When asked by his leader, one of the scouts replied, "As far as I know, it appears there was a battle at the meeting place." After learning further details, Ju Jae-sung rested his fan against his chin and thought, "They agreed to the ransom on purpose. It seems they had their sights set on us from the very beginning." The next moment, waving his hand, the leader of the Blue Flag group added, "Gather everyone who's left and attack the Dead Sea Bureau at nightfall. If they're plotting something, they'll look for our headquarters first. We must deal with the Dead Sea Bureau before that happens." No sooner had the leader given the order than Che Eun-yap's voice rang out from behind. "Too late. Your headquarters has already been discovered, and I'm ready to attack." Seeing a stranger who had appeared on their territory, one of the soldiers shouted, "Who are you?" After assessing the situation and realizing what was happening, Ju Jae-sung shouted, "Enough! Just carry out the orders given to you." Hearing the enemy leader's shout, Cha Eun-yap rushed toward the group of enemies and shouted, "Do you really think I'll let you escape?" Blocking Cha Eun-yap's attack with his fan, the leader shouted, "Come on! What are you waiting for? Hurry up and complete the mission." After receiving another order and heading toward the rest of the warriors, she exclaimed, "Yes, sir." Having parried Cha Eun-yap's first attack and assumed a fighting stance, Ju Jae-sung asked, "So why did you come all this way? If you tell me the reason, you'll die painlessly. Hearing the question from the leader of the turtle squad, Cha Eun-yap replied, I'm the one who asks the questions here. Outraged by the young man's response and using one of his skills, Ju Jae-sung shouted, You arrogant scoundrel! Then I'll force you to answer. Avoiding his opponent's attack, Cha Eun-yap circled around him from behind and asked, Do you know the name Yayul Sa-an? If you're the leader, you should know. Reacting quickly to the voice behind him and waving his fan, Ju Jae-sung thought, Who is this kid? The next moment, realizing his skills were unusual, Ju Jae-sung decided it would be better to finish him off than to interrogate him, and he used the skill Golden Fan of the 16-Phase Storm. Seeing that Cha Eun-yap had managed to dodge his attack and was closing in, the leader of the Black Turtle Squad thought, even if he's been studying martial arts since birth, he's not even 20 yet. As he continued to approach his opponent, Cha Eun-yap, noticing his reaction, said, It seems you do know him after all. Swinging his fan again to launch his next attack, Ju Jae-sung thought, Who does he think he is? I need to finish this quickly, and shouted, He's not someone you can speak of so lightly. Immediately after his words, Ju Jae-sung once again used his Golden Storm fan technique, Deadly Roll of Thunder. Realizing that dialogue was out of the question, Cha Eun-yap prepared to use the second form of the Bloody Butterfly sword technique and said, So, you don't want to answer? Then let me do what will awaken that desire in you. Using the skill Blood Butterfly, Trembling in the Wind, Cha Eun-yap quickly closed in on the enemy to strike. As a result of the clash, having sustained serious injuries and fallen to his knees, Ju Jae-sung said, You little brat. Having defeated the leader of the Black Turtle, Cha Eun-yap glanced back and said, Now tell me what you know. Bowing his head in defeat, Ju Jae-sung said, Just as I suspected, I should have used force right away. I didn't expect such a master to appear. Since I am the author of this shameful scheme, I will answer only one question, but no more. Having been given the chance to learn one thing, Cha Eun-yap asked, Do you know anything about Sol Soo-yeon? Hearing the young man's question, the leader of the Black Turtles replied with difficulty, I've never heard of her. Having learned what he needed to know and seeing the enemy fall to the ground, Cha Eun-yap thought, Just as I expected, Lady Soo-yeon. It seems she's hiding well. That's enough for now. I must hurry to the Dead Sea Bureau. Meanwhile, at the Bureau, holding back the onslaught of enemies alongside the other soldiers, Sosuke-yeon exclaimed, These scoundrels are just as organized as those dark assassins. After defeating yet another enemy and seeing that several enemies were closing in on So-K-yeon at once, Oh Han-pil cried out, Sister! Gritting his teeth at the sight, the Phantom Sword thought to himself, They're launching a full-scale assault. They've cornered us. Cha Eun-yap must have really pushed them hard at the base. At that very moment, another suspicious figure appeared on the battlefield and shouted, Stand down! Smiling slyly and pressing his hand to his face, Chu Delhua added confidently, I'll handle this myself. Seeing the enemy who had just appeared on the battlefield, Han-pil thought, Iron Claws. This guy also uses a similar technique, but I sense he's much more skilled. Smiling slyly, Chu Dalhua said, I'll take care of the subordinates. Why don't we face off one-on-one? Hearing his opponent's proposal, Oh Han-pil smiled and said, I'll be grateful to you for that. Having agreed on the terms of the battle, Chu Dalhua snapped his fingers, and all his subordinates shifted their focus from Oh Han-pil to So-K-yeon. Seeing even more enemies heading toward her on Chu Dalhua's orders, So-K-yeon cried out, You scoundrels! Noticing that the girl was in danger, the Phantom Sword rushed toward her, shouting, Sister! But at that very moment, Chu Dalhua attacked. Stopping Han-pil's attempt to come to his sister's aid, Chu Dalhua said, Where are you going? Didn't we agree to fight one-on-one? Receiving a rebuke from his opponent, Oh Han-pil couldn't hold back. Swinging his sword, he shouted, You scoundrel! Gritting his teeth upon realizing the situation, the Phantom Sword thought to himself, It's not that I'm unsure of my abilities, but I'm no genius, and besides, I need to keep an eye on my younger sister. At the same time, while fighting her own battle, So-K-yeon, noticing that Yu Taek was in danger, rushed to his aid and shouted, Young Master Jin, get up quickly. Hearing his sister's cries, Oh Han-pil turned his gaze toward Jin Yu Taek, and, seeing that he was in danger, shouted, Master Jin! But just as Oh Han-pil let his guard down, Chu Dalhua sank his claws into his opponent's ribs and said, You're getting distracted. Feeling a sharp pain in his right side, and swinging his sword to fend off the enemy, the Phantom Sword cried out, You devilish bastard! Smiling slyly after landing the first blow, Chu Dalhua said, Why not focus on me? Don't worry during the fight. The Dead Sea Bureau will meet its end today. Pressing his wound, Han-pil clenched his teeth and thought, Maybe I should have brought more people from Gabon. The next moment, glancing at the battlefield, the phantom sword added in his mind, Cha Un Yop left us to deal with this while he just ran away. Seeing that, So Kei-yong had just defeated the fighter who could have finished off Mr. Jin, one of the enemies who had surrounded So Kei-yong and Yu Taika said, "You two are stubborn." Getting ready to attack together and finish off the pair of enemies, the fighter shouted, "But now it's all over!" At that very moment, Cha Un Yop appeared on the battlefield and destroyed the overconfident enemy in a matter of seconds. Seeing that reinforcements had just arrived, So Kei-yong, helping Ji Yu-taek to his feet, exclaimed, "Hey, why are you so late?" Also seeing that Cha Un Yop had arrived, Oh Han-pil asked happily, "Couldn't that scoundrel have shown up sooner?" Joining the conversation, the young man Yu-taek said, "You saved my life, young Master Cha." Quickly glancing between Oh Han-pil and So Kei-yong, Chu Dal-hwa thought, this boy and the girl he calls his younger sister are outstanding masters. It seems he is one of them as well. At that very moment, turning his attention to Chu Dal-hwa's appearance, Cha Un-yop thought, that pattern on his forehead and those iron claws. Judging by his movements, one can say with certainty that he has been trained for a long time. Lost in thought, Cha Un-yop said to himself, "I remember the masters of the Chu family whom I once saw at the Sol family's house. The reason the Chu family became a family of martial arts masters was the Dragon Claw fist technique. Those who use this technique." Finishing his thoughts and confirming his suspicions once more, Cha Un-yop finally said, "I've finally met you. You're one of the Chu family's masters." Frowning and preparing for battle, Cha Un-yop said menacingly, "Don't count on me letting you go. That's why fight me with all your strength." Hearing the instruction from the boy who had just arrived, Chu Dal-hwa thought, this boy knows about us. He's definitely their leader. First and foremost, we need to deal with him. No sooner had Chu Dal-hwa thought this than Oh Han-pil attacked him from behind and shouted, "Aren't you the one getting distracted right now?" Having lost his vigilance and barely dodging a strike from the phantom sword, Chu Dal-hwa shouted, "These guys!" Noticing a perfect opportunity to attack, Cha Un-yop rushed at Chu Dal-hwa, employing the bloody butterfly technique. As a result, unable to react in time, Chu Dal-hwa was struck by Cha Un-yop's sword, and in the very next moment, sensing danger behind him, he quickly turned around and managed to block Oh Han-pil's attack. Seeing that his opponent had survived the combined attack from him and Oh Han-pil, Cha Un-yop said, "Well, you're much more skilled than that guy with the fan." Frowning even more deeply and recalling the new wife of the Sol family's leader, Cha Un-yop added, "You probably know more than he does, so answer me. Tell me everything you know about Chu San-mi." Upon receiving Cha Un-yop's question, Chu Dal-hwa of the Kamsuk Chu family of the Sochong Guild froze in place. The next moment, placing a hand over his mouth, Chu Dal-hwa asked, "How do you know that name?" So, our meeting wasn't a coincidence. Assuming a fighting stance and preparing to battle Cha Un-yop, Chu Dal-hwa added, "I need to defeat you and find out who you really are." After his opponent's confident words, Cha Un-yop said, "Let me make you an offer. If you defeat me, you can simply leave, but if I win, you'll have to answer all my questions first." Hearing the conditions his opponent had set, Chu Dal-hwa thought to himself, this kid is acting differently. It must have something to do with the Chu family. In the end, swallowing the bait and agreeing to Cha Un-yop's terms, Chu Dal-hwa exclaimed, "So be it. If you win, I'll answer anything, though I don't know what interests you." Standing aside and watching the events unfold, Oh Han-pil thought to himself, "I'll leave this guy, Cha Un-yop, for later. First, I'll sort this out here." Actively leading the battle against Cha Un-yop, Chu Dal-hwa thought to himself, what strength he has, but moving like that, you won't be able to keep up with me. Seeing that his opponent was relying on his speed, Cha Un-yop blocked all of his attacks and said, "Do you think you'll win if you fight like that?" The next moment, preparing to use his bloody butterfly technique, Cha Un-yop added, "The Chus always underestimate their opponents, but I have no intention of playing your games." Realizing that great danger was closing in on him, Chu Dal-hwa thought to himself, "I won't be able to handle this guy." At that very moment, Cha Un-yop used the second form of his butterfly in the wind skill and attacked his opponent. Having lost the battle against Cha Un-yop and falling to his knees, Chu Dal-hwa said, breathing heavily, "I can't believe I couldn't even force you to show your full strength. This is a complete failure." Continuing his speech, Chu Dal-hwa added, "Next time, I'm sure." But before he could finish, Cha Un-yop crouched down beside him and asked, "Do you really think there will be a next time with your arrogance?" The next moment, swinging his sword and wrapping the blade around Chu Dal-hwa's throat, Cha Un-yop added, "All you do is mock others. I, on the other hand, trained for hours on end to hone my skills. After explaining his training methods and pulling his opponent closer, Cha Eun-yap asked, "So, will you keep your promise? Which guild do you belong to?" Upon receiving the question, Chu Dal-hua used telepathy and replied, "The Sochong Guild, the Black Turtle Group. Our leader's name is Yayul Sa-an." Hearing the information he needed, Cha Eun-yap said to himself in surprise, "I hear a voice. Is this telepathy?" Yes. The next moment, withdrawing the blade of his sword from the enemy's neck, Cha Eun-yap said, "Tell Chu-san-mi this. The old man who suddenly disappeared after completing his mission. I will definitely avenge him." As the battle ended and morning broke, recovering from a rough night, Yu Taek exclaimed to Song Yeoju, "You really saved all of us." Leaving the noisy crowd behind and finding a quiet spot, Cha Eun-yap heard, "Here, take this and drink." Seeing So Kae-yong beside him, who had handed him a flask, Cha Eun-yap asked, "What is this?" To which he heard, "It's not poisoned, so just drink it already." Smiling happily after her reply, So Kae-yon added, "My brother has a hole in his side, so the alcohol just pours right out. I think Sister Yeoju will be really worried." The next moment, holding out the flask of liquor to Cha Eun-yap again, the girl added, "And you're still sitting here with that worried look on your face. You don't have to call me sister, but since I'm older, I'll listen to you. Let's have a drink." Upon meeting Sun Yeoju, Jin Sang-gon said, "The reason I called you so early was to express my gratitude. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, Yeoju." Sitting at the table to thank her for her help, the leader of the Dead Sea Bureau added, "Since you worked so hard day and night, peace has returned to the Dead Sea Bureau. How did you manage to find such people?" When asked by her uncle, Sun Yeoju replied, "They came to me on their own when I was in a difficult situation. That's all there is to it." The next moment, lowering his gaze, Jin Sang-gon said, "But still, be more careful with them. If they are masters with such outstanding skills, they may have hidden motives." Looking at his niece again, Uncle added, "Perhaps I shouldn't say this after they've helped us, but I'm just worried about your well-being." Hearing this remark from her uncle, Soy Yeoju said, "You're right. It's very strange that such masters would help a pitiful agency like ours, which can't even offer a decent payment in return." The next moment, placing her hand on her chest, the girl added, "But as long as they don't leave me first, I want to believe in them until the very end." Recalling the many times her companions had helped her, Sun Yeoju added, "From the very beginning of my journey, they have repeatedly risked their own lives to save strangers." After telling her uncle about the positive qualities of the three companions, the leader of the Golden City Agency smiled gently and added, "So, maybe they're not bad people." Accepting his niece's words, Jin Sang-gon bowed his head and said, "If you say so, Yeoju, then I'll trust them too." After discussing the main points, her uncle asked, "By the way, how's your trip going?" To which she replied, "Nothing specific. I'm just planning to hang around Hanam a bit until the agency opens." After receiving the question from her uncle, the girl bowed her head and said, "For that reason, I'm planning to stay here for a while. I'd like to hear your thoughts on the itinerary." Hearing his niece's request, the uncle smiled and said, "I don't even know when you grew up so fast. I think I can help you with this, so come to me for advice anytime." Meanwhile, while trying to get Cha Eun-yap to drink, Seo Gye-yeon asked, "You mentioned you were looking for a woman. Is that why you look so serious?" To which he replied, "You brought alcohol to find out about that?" She laughed awkwardly and said, "No, not really." The next moment, So Kae-yeon remembered how Oh Han-pil had told her, "We should be more careful with Cha Eun-yup," and asked, "What do you mean? If it weren't for him, many people could have died." Despite her sister's remark, the Phantom Sword said, "Did you notice how his expression changed when he found out that boy was from the Chu family? Actually, I tried to find out about Cha Eun-yup from my fellow vagabonds. I wanted to establish his identity based on his techniques and philosophy, but..." Recalling his attempts to obtain information, Oh Han-pil added, "They all said they were hearing about this guy for the first time, just like they were hearing about his techniques." After listening to her brother, So Kae-yeon said that even if they didn't know about Cha Eun-yup, there shouldn't be any problems with it. After listening to his sister's remarks, Oh Han-pil said, "I heard that a new faction has emerged in the Kam-suk clan. The Seoul and Chu families have united and formed an alliance called the Flying Dragon Gate. It's suspicious that these two major families have joined forces and are actively hiring experienced masters." Continuing the conversation with So Kae-yong, the ghostly Cheom added, "We need to find out how Cha Eun-yup is connected to the Chu family, to whom he reacted so strongly. It wouldn't hurt to know whether they are enemies or allies." Finishing her recollection of this conversation, So Kae-yong, holding a cup of drink in her hand, said, "Until the end of the journey, I'll be by your side. Consider me just like a family member, but is it okay that I only know your name?" To which she heard, "Is that really so important?" After receiving a little more drink in his cup, Cha Eun-yup looked away and said to himself, "Ever since early childhood, I grew up in a noble family as a servant, and when I felt the time had come to leave, I set off for the mountains to hone my swordsmanship, having learned a little more." So Kaeyeon asked, "So you met your master in the mountains? I was curious where and from whom you learned martial arts. You have a unique fencing style, after all." Hearing another remark from the girl, Cha Eun-yup looked at her and thought, her eyes completely betray her intentions. She's trying with all her might to find out about my origins. Most likely, that guy asked her to do so. Continuing his thoughts, Cha Eun-yup stood up from his seat and wondered what Su-yeon would have done in my place. Obviously, not everyone in the world thinks the same way. She was probably trying to understand me. The next moment, realizing the reason for her doubts, I understood that, after all, I used techniques of unknown origin, and said, "There's nothing special about that." Moving forward, Cha Eun-yup added, "I just like being free, and I only want to find the path that will lead me to the power I desire, since I don't know the limits of my skill or what awaits me in the future." Continuing his story, Cha Eun-yup, looking up at the sky, added, "For now, I'm just swinging a sword to get stronger, but I think trying to change something within myself, like that person did, is a good idea." Having learned something interesting, so Kaeyeon thought, "Big brother, I understand his concerns, but as expected, Eun-yup isn't the kind of person who would cause harm. He's saved lives many times already." The next moment, holding out the flask to the boy. So Kaeyeon said, "Come on, just one more sip, and there won't be any secrets between us." To which he replied, "There's one problem. The one pouring the drink isn't trustworthy." Hearing this remark from the young man, So Kaeyeon thought to herself, "At least now I can trust him." While fleeing from pursuit, one of the fugitives thought to himself, "There are 5 of them, those stubborn scoundrels. We were exhausted from 5 days of pursuit, so we decided to rest a bit, but who knew they'd catch up to us so quickly?" Suddenly, the edge of the forest came into view ahead, along with bright sunlight filtering through the tree leaves. Shielding their eyes from the bright light, the group didn't even notice how they had been surrounded by their pursuers and were forced to stop. At the same time, not far from these events, Sol Subam stood on a hill, watching what was happening. Finding herself surrounded, the girl said fearfully, "Sister, brother," to which Bu Hyang replied, "Don't be afraid, we'll protect you." Hearing that the fugitives were preparing to resist, one of the pursuers exclaimed in annoyance, "Stubborn scoundrels!" Stepping in front of her younger sister, Sol Bu Yong shouted, "You from the gate of the Flying Dragon!" Hearing the question from the trio of children they were chasing, the man smiled slyly and said, "You have only yourselves to blame for your weakness." Hearing the enemy's final remark, Sop Bu Seong thought to himself, "So this is really how it will end." The next moment, drawing his sword and pointing it at the trio of children, the commander shouted, "Finish them off!" At that very moment, a voice rang out from somewhere behind them, asking, "The Flying Dragon Gate, you mean?" Turning around instantly and seeing a figure on the rock, the warrior shouted, "Who are you?" To which the figure replied, "Who is your leader?" Receiving no answer to his question, Sol Subam added in a menacing tone, "If you don't tell me everything you know, I'll finish you off." Receiving a threat from the unknown figure who had suddenly appeared, the squad leader said with a sneer, "Go ahead, try it." Without hesitation, Sol Subam leaped off the cliff and unleashed Yuma's 7 Blades technique. Seeing that he was the last fighter left, the man fell to the ground and began crawling backward, shouting, "This is impossible!" Approaching the last surviving warrior and pressing his sword against the man's shoulder, Sol Subam said, "I'm asking you one last time, who is the leader of your faction?" Glancing at the blade of the sword resting on his shoulder, the last survivor said in confusion, "We follow the orders of our immediate superiors, and we've never seen the leader's face. The only names I know are Sol Sadok and Chu Pil-yong." Having extracted at least some information from the last survivor, Sol Subam thought to himself, Sol Sadok and Chu Pil-yong. The next moment, shifting his gaze to the group of fugitives, Sol Subam said, "I knew it. As far as I know, the Flying Dragon Gate appeared after the merger of the Chu and Sol families. But why attack these people?" Hearing the warrior mutter indistinctly, "Well, this Sol Subam removed the sword from the boy's shoulder and said, 'All right, let's ask them ourselves.' After finding out everything he could from the boy, Sol Subam said in a menacing tone, "Get out of here. If I see you again, I'll definitely finish you off." As soon as the last enemy took off, Sop Bu Seong said, "You saved our lives. Let me thank you." To which Sol Subam replied, "No need. We'd better get to a safe place first." Hearing the thanks weren't needed, Sop Bu Seong clasped his hands in front of him and said, "Still, thank you. I'm from the Kam Suksop family. My name is Sop Bu." But before he could finish, a rumbling sounded from his stomach. Hearing these sounds and seeing the children avert their eyes, Sul Subam said, I have a rabbit, but there isn't enough for everyone. Let's go to the nearest tavern. Once inside the tavern and having ordered a snack, Sop Buseong, without taking his eyes off Sul Subam, pondered, we owe our lives to this man, but for some reason I feel uneasy. Continuing to stare at the young man, who was simply sitting with them at the table, Sop Buseong thought to himself, the atmosphere is tense. It's hard to even start a conversation. Later, after finishing her meal, Sop Bu-yang asked the master, how are you connected to the Flying Dragon Gate? Upon receiving the question from the girl at the table, Sul Subam spoke directly. No, it's not that simple. I just need to figure something out. So if you know anything about them, I'd like to find out. Hearing Sul Subam's reply, Sop Bu-sang lowered his gaze and said, all right, since you're our master, I'll tell you everything I know. Beginning his story, Sop Bu-seong started from the beginning, saying, one day, the Chu and Sol families joined forces and founded the Flying Dragon Gate, declaring their independence. Continuing the story, the young man added, they wanted every family to join them. Our SOP family also received an invitation. Reaching the climax of the story, Sop Bu-seong added, but when our family refused, they mercilessly attacked us, and as a result, my grandfather, father, and brothers, gritting his teeth and bowing his head, Sop Bu-seong, the eldest son of the Kumsuk Sop family, added, only I and my younger sisters, Bu-yeon and Bu-hyang, remained. We hoped to hide at our uncle's place in Seonyeong, Jeonhae province. The next moment, shifting his gaze to the sisters, the eldest daughter of the Kumsuk Sop family, Sop Bu-yong, and the youngest daughter of the Kumsuk Sop family, Sop Bu-hyang, Sop Bu-seong added, but those scoundrels caught up with us. After hearing the boy's story, Sul Subam thought, the Kumsuk Sop family is one of the 5 prominent families in the Kumsuk clan. Why would they try to drag her into the Flying Dragon Gate? After finishing his story, Sop Bu-seong asked, where are you headed? Upon hearing toward Chatelmak Valley, he replied, my teachers are there. Upon hearing where Sul Subam was headed, Sop Bu-yong remarked, then you're on our way. You can take us to Uncle's house. After receiving the question from the eldest daughter of the family, Sul Subam sensed someone's presence and thought, I feel suspicious footsteps. They're here. Seeing their master suddenly rise from the table, Sop Bu-seong asked in confusion, what happened? Hearing the boy's question, Sul Subam said, they've surrounded the tavern. We should finish eating and leave as if nothing happened. That way, no one here will get hurt. Obeying Sul Subam's order and following him out of the tavern, Sop Bu-sang asked the master, where are we going? The next moment, seeing that the young man had suddenly stopped, Sop Bu-sang asked the young master, why are we here? To which he replied, they'll be here soon. The group of enemies Sul Subam had mentioned didn't keep them waiting long. Within a few seconds, they all peeked out from behind the trees. Spreading his arms wide and looking at the figures in front of him, the group's commander asked, so, is this the one who finished us off? Hearing the question from his leader, the warrior who had been spared last time exclaimed, yes, I'm sure. It's definitely them. Realizing they had stumbled upon the very people they were looking for, the leader smiled slyly and said, not another word. He interfered with our work and asked to be killed. Seeing exactly what weapon the enemy leader was using, Sul Subam said in a menacing tone, you're using claws in battle. You're one of the masters of the Kumsuk family. Receiving no answer from the enemy leader, Sul Subam said angrily, I'll ask again. Are you one of the masters of the Kumsuk family? Hearing the question that so unsettled his opponent once more, the enemy leader exclaimed with a sneer, the rumors weren't lies. You look experienced. So, I am from the Chu family. What are you going to do? Listening as the enemy added, do you think you can handle 3 dozen on your own? Sul Subam, preparing his demonic sphere, said, oh, so that's what you mean. You're from the Kumsuk family. Seeing what was happening right before his eyes, the enemy leader cried out in fear. This guy! Didn't you say he uses a sword? What kind of sword is that? Before the enemy leader could finish his question, Sul Subam, having completed the creation of the demonic sphere, sent him to the other world with a single strike. Seeing what had just happened to his comrade, the warrior who had brought him there let out a frightened sob. At that very moment, Sul Subam pointed his finger at the boy he had spared last time and said, and you? Casting a stern glance at the one who had disregarded his mercy, Sul Subam added, I'm sure I warned you clearly back then. If you return again, you'll say goodbye to your life. Drawing his sword and holding it before him, the warrior said fearfully, this, after which Sul Subam said menacingly, as expected, everyone in the Kumsuk family is the same. Preparing to unleash yet another demonic sphere, Sul Subam added, even though good and evil can coexist in this world, I am not merciful enough to spare an ungrateful and despicable person. Also, sensing the intense pressure Sol Subom radiated toward his enemies, Sop Bu Seong thought with dismay just how strong the resentment driving him must be. Continuing to prepare the next demonic sphere to deal with the remaining opponents, Sol Subom said in a menacing tone, "I will not let any of you survive." Immediately after speaking, Sol Subom unleashed his demonic sphere skill, the devouring whirlwind, and finished off all the enemies who had dared to attack him. Standing aside and watching the events unfold in fear, Sop Bu Seong thought, this martial art was created by a demon. Also, noticing the appearance of the young man who had just demonstrated something incredible, Sop Bu Seong mentally added him to his list and concluded he was indeed a demonic absolute demon. Sitting in his office, Jin Sangon thought to himself, it will be difficult to renovate the office in this situation. There aren't enough funds for that. Thoughtfully rubbing his beard, the man mused, what should I do? When suddenly he heard, what are you so worried about? Lifting his head and seeing Cha Eun-yap before him, Jin Sangon asked, young sir, what brings you here? After receiving the question from the bureau leader, Cha Eun-yop, recalling Song Yeoju, said, our agency leader faced the same dilemma, so I decided to drop by and see you, to which he replied, indeed. Feeling guilty about what was happening, Jin Sangon said, it seems this child is worried because of me. Tell her not to worry too much. To which Cha Eun-yap replied, yes, I'll be sure to tell her. And also, putting a piece of paper on the table and hearing this, Cha Eun-yop said, right, 10,000 yang in gold, I'll lend it to you. Upon hearing the amount being lent to him, Jin Sangon asked, really? Hearing this, he said, yes, but in exchange, please write a promissory note to agency leader Sun, and if you can calculate the interest rate based on the Luoyang market rate, I would be very grateful. After explaining some details of the deal, Cha Eun-yap added, but this is after the trip is over, since these funds are intended for the restoration of the Golden City Escort Agency. Upon hearing this, he asked, and where did you get so much money? When asked by the agency owner, Cha Eun-yap, recalling how he obtained the funds, said, I took it from the people who kidnapped your son. Since those guys have passed on to the next world, those who are still alive should benefit from this. Upon learning the source of the funds, Jin Sangon chuckled and thought, I sensed this even when he saved Yu Taik. He really is a daring young man. Reaching into his desk for the receipt and saying, I understand, Jin Sangon added to himself. What's more, he cares about the agency. With someone like him, the revival of this place will only be a matter of time. Handing the completed sheet of paper to the young man, the owner of the Dead Sea Bureau said, here is the promissory note addressed to the agency's leader, Sun, to which he replied, thank you. Having received everything he needed, Cha Eun-yap bowed to the man and said, then I'll take my leave. After saying goodbye to the young man, the owner of the Dead Sea Bureau thought to himself, Il-san, my brother, it seems you have nothing to worry about now. A few days later, the Namgung family celebrated the 80-year birthday of Namgung Seon-yu, the eldest member of the family. When Cha Eun-yap and his companions heard about the start of the celebration, they set off for Luoyang to rest and recuperate. Hearing son Yeoju say, please enjoy yourselves. So Kei-yong, stuffing her face, cheerfully exclaimed, thank you, little sister Yeoju. Receiving thanks from one of her companions, Seon Yeoju said, there's no need to thank me. It's all thanks to you. To which Cha Eun-yap replied, we didn't do anything special. As she continued to sit at the table and chat, So Kei-yon remarked in surprise, there are so many people here. Well, someone replied, it is after all a banquet hosted by the Namgung family. At the same time, while sitting at the table and sipping his drink, Oh Han-peel noticed several suspicious figures in cloaks standing nearby. Cha Eun-yap, having also noticed them, whispered, hey, Oh, do you know them? They keep staring at us. I hear you, Oh replied. It bothers me too. Maybe they're surviving mercenaries. Upon learning that the hooded figures were not members of the Phantom Sword, Cha Eun-yap said, I sense a strange aura. They don't look like weaklings. Turning his gaze to So Kei-yong, Cha Eun-yap said, there are some strange figures over there. About 3 of them. The next moment, Om Han-peel joined the conversation and added, there's no peace from them anywhere. Who is it this time? The Sochong Guild, or dark assassins in disguise? Upon hearing about the trio of strange figures, So Kei-yong glanced at them and thought, could it be? Pondering who exactly these people might be, the girl added in her mind, if they were the ones pursuing Yeoju, they would have attacked somewhere on the street, not in a place like this. The next moment, recalling the incident during her escape, So Kei-yon thought to herself, I nearly died when those mercenaries disguised themselves as ordinary people. This time, We need to strike first. Deciding to check who exactly these people had come for, Cha Eun-yap stood up and said, "First, let's pretend we're all moving seats except for K-Yong. If they try to attack her right away, that's a red flag. If not, then the Sochong guild leader, please stand up for a moment." The moment Cha Eun-yap and the others began to move away from the table, So K-Yong drew her sword, leaped onto the table, and shouted, "You vile scoundrels! I'll finish them all off." Ignoring her companion's cries, the girl strode toward the trio of suspicious figures and shouted, "Disappear!" Startled by this turn of events, one of the three mysterious figures dropped an inconspicuous needle from her hands, while another tried to shield her with his body. Seeing the weapon that one of the suspicious figures had just dropped, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "It's the same as back then." Instantly stepping in front of So K-Yon and shielding the people she was running toward, Cha Eun-yop shouted, "Stop! They're not mercenaries!" Stopping in front of her companion, So K-Yon exclaimed indignantly, "How do you know that?" The next moment, So K-Yon saw the girl pull back her cloak and show her the pendant, after which she said in surprise, "This pattern, could it be?" Realizing who had been secretly following them, Cha Eun-yap asked, "Why were you following us?" Receiving the question from the young master, the girl, clutching a needle in her hand, said, "Can we go somewhere else first? I'll explain everything to you there." After changing locations, Tang Yu-hua, the niece of Tang Zhongyi, the head of the Sichuan Tang family, with Tang Yicheol of the Sichuan Tang family standing behind her, said, "I am Tang Yu-hua of the Sichuan Tang family." Upon hearing who was standing before them, So K-Yong exclaimed in surprise, "The Sichuan Tan family?" After which, Song Yoju added, "You mean the Sichuan Tan family? The Sichuan Tang family? Unrivaled in the production and use of poisons capable of killing hundreds of people with a single drop. They can send an enemy to the afterlife with a needle thinner than a human hair." Realizing who they were dealing with, Han Pil asked, "So why has the Sichuan family targeted us?" To which he heard, "It's not what we expected, the Black Veil." After learning a few more details from Tang Yu-hua, So K-Yong exclaimed in surprise, "The Black Veil?" After which the Phantom Sword, calming his sister, asked, "Why?" Bowing her head in response to the question, Tang Yu-hua said, "We cannot tell you that. We simply followed you after learning that the Black Veil was targeting you." After hearing this answer, Song Yoju asked, "So you'll keep following us until they attack?" To which Tang Yu-hua, turning her head to the side, replied, "I'm sorry, but for now, yes." Then, deciding to join the conversation as well, Cha Eun-yap drew his weapon and asked, "Can you take a look?" Lifting her gaze and seeing the young man's weapon, Tang Yu-hua exclaimed in surprise, "This sword!" After which Cha Eun-yap said, "This is my urumi. It looks like the needle you dropped earlier. It seems they were made by the same person." Hearing Cha Eun-yap mention the blacksmith whose work she was holding in her hands, Tang Yu-hua jumped up and asked, "Do you know him? How can I meet him?" After receiving a barrage of questions from the girl, Cha Eun-yap, sheathing his sword, said, "Actually, I'm looking for him too." Seizing the moment as an opportunity, Cha Eun-yap added, "If you explain the situation, we can work together. What do you think?" Hearing Cha Eun-yap's proposal, Tan Gi-cheol said, "Sister," after which Tan Yu-hua sighed and said, "Since you've already exposed us like this, I suppose there's no point in hiding it, but in return, I ask that you not tell anyone about what happened today." Having accepted the promise, Tang Yu-hua said, "Our family has a long-held dream that we've been unable to realize. It's both our desire and our regret, but recently I saw an opportunity when I saw the Black Veil weapon." Continuing her story, the girl added, "We thought the person who created it might be able to resolve our regrets." Telling everything she knew, Tan Yu-hua added, "And I found out that this person is none other than Zhongri Che-jun." After listening to the girl's story, So Ki-hyeon said, "So you're looking for Zhongri Che-jun, who created this needle?" To which she replied, "That's right." Continuing the story about the blacksmith, Tan Yu-hua added, "I mean, we believe he is the very person who will help our family." Hearing this story, Song Yoju asked, "And what do you plan to do?" To which she replied, "Well, we can't just keep following you like this." After receiving the question from Tan Yu-hua, Song Yoju thought for a moment, and then So K-yong said, "Join us. You said that meeting him is your family's long-held dream, so let's go together." Hearing the wonderful proposal they were offered, Tang Yu-hua asked in surprise, "You don't mind?" To which So K-yong exclaimed, "Of course not, right, sister?" Sighing heavily and thinking that this was better than being followed, Song Yoju said, "Okay, let's do that," to which a joyful "thank you" rang out. Then, folding his hands in front of him, Han Pil said, "But shouldn't your family be present at the Namgung family banquet? I heard it's an important event." After asking the question and hearing the reply, Yes, but for us the mission comes first. My uncle, the family leader, my grandfather, and the elder are already there. Han Pil thought. Even the leader and the elder? Surprised by such a presence at the celebration, the Phantom Sword asked, "Does the elder usually attend such events?" To which Tang Yuhua replied, "No, but this time." Recalling the reason why everyone would be at the festival, Tan Yuhua added, "I heard they'll be discussing the creation of a new faction, the Flying Dragon Gate, which will unite the Kam-suk Seoul and Kam-suk Chu families." Hearing Tan Yuhua's words, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, they will become one family. Chu San-mi, along with the rest, has taken control of the Seoul family after all. Arriving at the smithy where the blacksmith Doc Nogging worked, the deputy leader of the Black Veil shouted, "Hey!" Having caught his attention, Doc Nogyun asked, "Is the Thunderbolt ready?" After posing the question, the deputy leader thought to himself, the Thunderbolt, fired from a crossbow, strikes its target like a bolt of lightning, simultaneously deafening it with a powerful gunpowder explosion the moment it makes contact. Watching the young man's pace, Doc Noggin added in his mind, "To create such a weapon, you need a specialist. That's exactly why I brought this guy here. He's pathetic. I caught him while he was chasing after a woman." Continuing to forge the arrows, the blacksmith asked, without turning his gaze, what Gimran was doing. Upon receiving the question and recalling what had happened to the girl, Doc Noggin thought, "Damn, I can't say she's dead," and then said, "She went on another mission. She took your weapon." Standing behind the blacksmith, the deputy leader of the Black Veil added, "She said she liked it and is eagerly awaiting the completion of the thunder arrows." Upon hearing the news about the woman, Zhongri Chejun said, "Wait 10 days, 10 more days." Hearing the date when his weapon would be ready, Doc Nagun smiled slyly and said, "I understand," then thought to himself, "Exactly." Heading toward the exit of the smithy, the deputy leader of the Dark Veil added silently, "Just keep making weapons for us, and when the arrow is ready." Recalling Cha Eun-yop, Han Pil, and So Ke-yong, Dok Naging added in his mind, "I will destroy them all." Upon arriving at the Dead Sea Bureau, the girl said, "I am Tan Yuhua of the Sichuan Tan family," after which her brother added, "I am Tan Gicheol," to which a warm welcome was heard. Folding his hands in front of him and greeting the visitors, the owner said, "I am Jin Sanggon, leader of the Dead Sea Bureau. I did not expect to meet such important members of the Sichuan Tan family." His son then added, "I am Jin Yu Taik. I feel something good will happen now that you are here at our bureau." The next moment, pointing to the building, Jin Sanggon said, "Let's go inside." "Thank you," they replied. As everyone headed inside, Tang Yuhua stopped Cha Eun-yop and said, "Just a moment. I want to discuss something. Could you spare me some time?" After speaking with Cha Eun-yop, Tong Yuhua asked, "Did you know from the very beginning that this person was being held by the Black Veil?" To which she heard, "That's not the point." Looking up at the sky, Cha Eun-yop added, "I just listened to the story of the old man who gave me the urumi and thought his son might be with these people. I promised him I'd repay him for the sword." Upon learning this new information, Tang Yuhua said, "So you want to do this to save his son? Then what if we take him by force?" Hearing this question, Cha Eun-yop looked Tang Yuhua in the eyes and asked, "Do you really want to do this?" To which she replied, "If it's for the sake of the family." Immediately after speaking, Tang Yuhua looked down, which brought a smile to Cha Eun-yop's face. Realizing the nature of the girl he was speaking with, Cha Eun-yop said, "I don't think the young lady is like that." Hearing this, Tang Yuhua asked, "Why are you so sure?" Hearing the girl's question, Cha Eun-yop, recalling everyone he had met, said, "I've seen quite a few people in my life. In their eyes were passion and desire." Also recalling So-yeon's gaze, Cha Eun-yop added, "Despair and contempt, sorrow, fear, relief, and anxiety. There were many emotions in their eyes." Finishing his recollection and looking at Tan Yuhua, Cha Eun-yop added, "Well, in this young lady's eyes, I see a desire to protect her family, mixed with a fear of failure." Continuing to look into Tan Yuhua's eyes, the young master added, "People like that try to avoid problems and always act cautiously. Our agency's leader is the same." Without taking her eyes off him, Cha Eun-yop, the girl heard, "However, if something like that does happen, I will do everything to keep my promise." Hearing this, Tan Yuhua rested her hand on her chin and thought, "His gaze is direct and keen. You can't fool a person like that." Finishing her thoughts, Tang Yuhua said, "Then, if someone decides to follow us, you'll let them go without saying a word." To which she heard, "Only if you don't force them to go with you by deception." Having learned all the necessary details, Tang Yuhua clasped her hands before Cha Eun-yop and said, "I'll keep that in mind." Later, when the young couple arrived to join the rest, Han Pil, upon seeing them, said, "Come on, hurry up and come in. after which Tang Gicheol added, "Please, have a seat here." When Cha Eun-yap and Tan Yuhua took their seats at the table, So Kye-yeon asked, "Where were the two of you?" To which Tan Yuhua replied, "It's a secret." Upon hearing this answer, and beginning to pour a drink into the girl's cup, So Ga-yeon said, "Well, if it's him, then there's nothing suspicious." To which So Ga-yeon replied, "It seems you trust him." Smiling happily after Tang Yuhua's remark, So Kye-yeon said, "Well, you know, Eun-yap is helping to make the Golden City famous." Hearing how So Kye-yeon had just referred to the young master, Tang Yuhua asked, "Eun-yap?" To which she replied, "I just believe he's a good friend." The next morning, leaving the building, So Kye-yeon wiped her hands and said, "It's chilly. I guess I drank too much yesterday." Later, hearing a commotion nearby and glancing in that direction, So Kye-yeon saw the Tan family and thought they were already recruiting volunteers. Suddenly, spotting Cha Eun-yap in the crowd helping the Tang family, So Kye-yeon remarked, "There are quite a lot of people here. Is that why he's being so polite?" Feeling a certain dissatisfaction at having to see him, So Kye-yeon thought to herself, "What an idiot. What is he up to now?" After receiving the long-awaited thunderbolts and testing them on animals, Doc Na-gyun said, "I like this," and then heard his deputy report that the reconnaissance unit had successfully infiltrated the enemy's headquarters. Hearing the wonderful news, Doc Na-gyun smiled ominously and said, "Indeed, well then, it's time to start the hunt." A few days later, while on duty, Han-pil exhaled and seeing the steam coming from his mouth said, "My breath, it seems winter is approaching." The next moment, hearing a pensive snort, So Kye-yeon turned around and asked, "What is it, sister?" To which she replied, "Nothing special." Continuing her thought, So Kye-yeon added, "That guy and those people from the Sichuan family are up to something. They're not letting us get close and won't say a word." Gritting her teeth in anger, So Kye-yeon added indignantly, "And then he suddenly asked me to be bait for the Black Veil. Doesn't that seem absurd to you too?" Still angry at Cha Eun-yup, the girl added, "As soon as this is over, I'm definitely going to find out what happened." After which, a voice from behind asked, "What do you want to find out?" Hearing Cha Eun-yup's voice nearby and seeing him standing not far away, So Kye-yeon exclaimed, "You're here." Approaching his companions, Cha Eun-yup said, "I told you to come out one at a time. Why are you all here together?" To which So Kye-yeon replied awkwardly, "I thought that way we'd attract more attention from the dark assassins." Upon learning the reason for the girl's behavior, Cha Eun-yup thought, it seems she had a hard time being chased by the mercenaries, and upon smelling a familiar scent, he added to himself, "This scent is the fragrance of 1,000 miles." Looking back to spot the enemies, Cha Eun-yup said, "It looks like we've drawn them in," after which Han-pil added, "Someone's here." Reaching behind his back for his weapon, the phantom sword, he asked, "Which way are you going, sister?" To which she replied, "Left." Upon learning his sister's priorities, Han-pil rushed in the opposite direction and exclaimed, "All right, then I'll go to the right." Finding himself surrounded by enemies, Cha Eun-yup thought to himself, "So far, everything is going according to plan. Well, then I should join them too." While eliminating the enemies who had entered their territory, Han-pil noticed Cha Eun-yup's progress and thought, "This kid seems to have gotten stronger again." Also, while swinging her sword and eliminating enemies, So Kye-yeon noticed the face of one of them and thought, "Wait a minute, weren't they among the volunteers?" As she drew a little closer to Cha Eun-yup during the battle, So Kye-yeon cried out, "Did you know this was going to happen?" Upon hearing this, Cha Eun-yup, sensing something foreign approaching nearby, leaped to the side and dodged the arrows. The very next moment, those arrows exploded as soon as they made contact with a solid surface. Seeing that her companion had just leaped out of the cloud of fire, So Kye-yeon cried out, "Cha Eun-yup, are you all right?" Smiling slyly after the failed attack, Doc Na-gyun said, "What a pity. The arrows were wasted." Hearing the voice and glancing in his direction, Cha Eun-yup thought, "He's their leader. His weapon will be a problem." Continuing to stare at the dark figure standing on the roof with a crossbow in his hands, Cha Eun-yup asked, "Are you Doc Na-gyun from the Black Veil?" Hearing the question directed at him, Doc Na-gyun smiled slyly and said, "Oh, you know me? It wasn't hard to gather information about you." Rushing toward his opponent, Cha Eun-yup shouted quite simply. Seeing that the man was heading toward him, Doc Na-gyun aimed his crossbow at Cha Eun-yup and fired. Seeing all his arrows shatter into pieces, he thought, "He's breaking through the arrows." Having sustained injuries after Cha Eun-yup approached him, Doc Na-hyung closed the distance and thought, "Damn, what kind of sword does he have?" Seeing that the enemy had created a smoke screen, Cha Eun-yup shielded his eyes from the smoke and thought it was a smoke grenade. Having lost sight of the enemy after the smoke cleared, Cha Eun-yup heard from Han-pil That guy ran away, to which he replied, he couldn't have gotten far. Rushing efter the enni who had decided to flee the young master suit. This guy was not have run away so easily if he's hiding in the building as a hostage, but it was not be that simple. Heard, hey, Cheun-yup, let's go together. Fleeing the scene of the crime, Doc Nagyun stumbled upon the Tang family, who blocked his path, and thought, oh no. Deciding to return the way he had come, Doc Noggin looked back and saw Cha Un-yop. With a dissatisfied snort, he said, they're already here. The next moment, loading an arrow into his crossbow, Doc Nagyun recalled how the blacksmith had said, this can be effective when there are a lot of people around. Use it when it gets too dangerous. Smiling menacingly and aiming his weapon at his enemies, he said, I didn't think I'd use it here, but I'll finish you all off. Glaring at Cha Un-yop, who had caused him the most pain, Doc Noggin added, you think you can just walk away after dishonoring the Black Veil, you arrogant idiots? First, I'll deal with the one who wounded me, and then with the rest of you insolent scoundrels. You'll all die here. As soon as he pressed the button, an explosion rang out. The arrow immediately detonated, tearing off half of the man's arm. Not understanding what had just happened, Doc Nagoon thought to himself, what the hell? He said this was a lethal weapon. Recalling the look on Jeonri Chae-jun's face when he handed him the weapon, Doc Najing thought to himself, it can't be that he found out about Gimran and still gave me this weapon. Enraged at the blacksmith who had betrayed him, Doc Na-hing shouted, you worthless scum, how dare you? After which, Cha Un-yop dealt him a fatal blow. Fleeing the battlefield, one of the surviving members of the Dark Veil mused, damn it, I can't believe it's come to this. It's all because of that idiot Chi-jun. Recalling the moment he saw the special arrow explode, the man thought to himself, he's given us a weapon meant for suicide. Leaving behind a trail of 1,000-mile scent, the man thought to himself, I will definitely finish him off. At the same time, having dealt with the enemies, so Kaon asked, what exactly are you planning? How did you find out that the Dark Veil sent spies? Explain everything to me. I'm dying of curiosity. After hearing the girl's demands, Cha Woo-yop turned his gaze to Tak Yu-hwa, who had been the instigator of this plan. Realizing what the young master was asking of her, the girl said, all right, I'll tell you. The Tang family has never lost sight of the Dark Assassin. Continuing her story, the girl added, we learned that they send spies to various agencies in Haenam, which is why I thought the Black Veil was seriously looking for you. Revealing the details of the plan, Tan Yu-hwa added, Master Cha devised a plan, and we created a reagent capable of detecting traces of highly toxic substances, the 1,000-mile scent and the blood-curdling poison of the flying mouse. Sharing the details with So K-yong, Tang Yu-hwa added, then we had the volunteers sign their names with a brush dipped in this reagent. Dark assassins usually use heart-rending poison, which is quite deadly. Continuing her story, Tang Yu-hwa said, they receive a small dose of this poison daily to build up immunity. When they touch the brush with the reagent, a faint light appeared, allowing us to detect. The next moment, folding her hands in front of her, Tan Yu-hwa added, then we sprayed the 1,000-mile scent on the identified Black Veil assassins, after which we asked you to act as bait to provoke an attack. We couldn't reveal everything earlier. I offer my apologies. After hearing all the details of the mission that had been kept from them, So Ki-yan exclaimed, the 1,000-mile scent? So that's how you knew the people in the Black Veil were coming. Han Peel then added, now I'm starting to understand a little. Once the details were revealed, Cha Un-yop joined the conversation and said, we can follow the tracks of those who fled and find Chae-jun. Immediately after the young master's remark, Tang Yu-hwa used her ability to see tracks nearby and thought to herself, I see a path there. Having found the path, Tang Yu-hwa said, the scent of 1,000 miles leads there, about 5 li away. Hearing this, Cha Un-yop remarked, they left not long ago. Let's hurry. Noticing his companion's intentions, Han Peel asked, are the two of you going together? To which Cha Un-yop replied, even though the distance isn't great, it will be difficult for me to track the scent on my own. Upon learning that they were going as a pair, Han Peel said, I see, then I'll leave it to you. After that, Cha Un-yup glanced at Tan Yu-hwa, and they set off. Hurrying after the fleeing enemy, Tang Yu-hwa exclaimed, the scent is getting stronger. Let's go that way. Hearing the good news, Cha Un-yop said, it seems they haven't noticed we're chasing them. After hearing Cha Un-yop's remark, Tang Yu-hwa said wearily, I deliberately made the scent so that only our family members and those who helped prepare it could detect it. More importantly, as soon as they realize this is all because of Chae-jun, they won't stay quiet. We need to get there before they harm him. Continuing to guide Cha Un-yop, the girl added, I've heard that the Black Veil has more pride than other assassins. They will never forgive anyone who tarnishes their reputation. Bowing her head, Tan Yuhua added, "We need to act as quickly as possible," to which he replied, "I'll go alone." Pausing after hearing the decision, the girl asked, "Why? You're already at your limit. Go back and rest." Hearing the instruction from her partner, Tang Yuhua said, "I spent several nights desperately making medicine. My work wasn't related to reagents, so everything's fine." After listening to the girl's explanation, Cha Eun-yap said, "Don't worry, I wouldn't forcefully take someone who is dear to you." Recalling the moment when he noticed Tang Yuhua's sincerity, Cha Eun-yap added, "I could see how sincere your feelings for that person were." Hearing Cha Eun-yap's words, Tang Yuhua reached into her inner pocket and said, "I'll believe you." The next moment, taking out a small bottle and handing it to the young master, the girl added, "Take this potion. It will make you more sensitive to the scent of 1,000 miles. Please, save him." Returning to the smithy and beginning to beat the black-veiled blacksmith, the black-veiled man shouted, "You scoundrel! How dare you betray us, you worthless wretch!" Having endured the beating and listened to all the insults, Jongri Chae-jun said, looking at how quickly he had run over, seething with rage, "It seems the show was a great success." Hearing the word scoundrel directed at him, the black-veiled man raised his gaze to the blacksmith and said, "Well then, finish me off. Isn't that why you came?" Hearing the blacksmith's plea, the black-veiled man took a kunai in his hands and said, "Is there any point in a quick execution? I will break you slowly and painfully, starting with your fingers." Before the man could begin his revenge, bloody butterflies appeared in the basement and stopped him. Having dealt with the enemy, Cha Eun-yap stood before the blacksmith and said, "Finally, I've found you. You are Jongri Chae-jun, aren't you?" Hearing the question and noticing the weapon the young man held in his hands, the blacksmith said in surprise, "This Urumi?" Hearing this, Cha Eun-yap thought, "He really is Chae-jun." Realizing he had found the person he needed, the young master said, "My name is Cha Eun-yap. I've come to fulfill the promise I made to your father. Let's go see him." Upon learning why they had come to rescue him, Jongri Chae-jun said, "My father? But how can I do that after I abandoned him for a girl?" Hearing the blacksmith's words, Cha Eun-yap raised his weapon and said, "Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is finding the courage to admit it and make amends." After breaking the chains that bound the blacksmith in the basement, Cha Eun-yap added, "You still have a chance." Granting Jeonri and Chae-jun their freedom and reaching out to him, Cha Eun-yap added, "I hope you don't let it slip away." Seeing his son in the doorway, the blacksmith dropped his hammer and rushing toward him shouted, "You scoundrel!" As he walked toward his son, the father said in confusion, "Chae-jun, what have you done?" The boy, without looking up, replied to his father. Hugging his son tightly, the father exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Chae-jun, where have you been? Why did you only return now?" To which he heard, forgive me, father." Standing by the entrance and watching the joyful reunion between father and son, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "I suppose Oven has repaid you for the sword, old man." The next moment, thinking to himself, "And now only Cha Eun-yap remains." He turned his head back and seeing Tong Yuhua behind him, said, "What?" Approaching the girl who didn't dare to go inside, Cha Eun-yap asked, "Ms. Tang, are you all right?" To which she replied, "Yes, thanks to you." The next moment, upon hearing, "Aren't you here to meet them?" Tang Yuhua replied, "I'll wait a little longer. It's a shame to interrupt their reunion." After finishing his joyful reunion with his son and seeing that Cha Eun-yap was heading for the exit, the blacksmith hurried after him and called out, "Wait." Catching the young man's attention, the blacksmith exclaimed, "You're leaving already? How can we ever repay you?" When the blacksmith asked him, Cha Eun-yap replied, "Sir, the moment you gave me the sword to save your son, it became my duty." Hearing these words, the blacksmith took Cha Eun-yap's hand and said, thank you very much. By the way, who is this young lady?" When the conversation turned to her, the girl said, "I am Tan Yuhua of the Sichuan Tan family." Hearing this, the old man asked in surprise, "The Sichuan family?" The next moment, bowing his head, the old man added in astonishment, "The very same family known for creating and using poisons and antidotes? And why would anyone from that family need me?" Hearing the old man's question, the young lady, feeling a certain uncertainty, lowered her gaze and said, "Well," seeing that the conversation had hit a snag, Cha Eun-yap said, "The young lady greatly helped in saving your son." Hearing this, the blacksmith asked, "Is that really true?" When the atmosphere had eased a bit, the blacksmith smiled happily and said, "Oh, there it is. I didn't even know." To which the girl replied, "Come on, I had to do it." After a brief pause, Tan Yuhua finally gathered her courage and said, "Sir, I'd like to discuss something regarding your son. Ms. Tan honestly recounted everything that had happened. While trying to find the master of the weapon they had received from the Black Veil, they learned of Cheonri Che-jun. Intrigued by him, they searched everywhere for him. Of course, the old man realized that the Sichuan family had come to them to take away his talented son and was bewildered. When all the details were revealed, Tan Yuhua said, "Sir, we respect the young master. If you trust us, the Sichuan family will ensure his protection." Placing her hand on her chest, the girl added, "We will never harm your son." Joining the conversation, Cha Eun-yap said, "Sir, as long as the young master possesses such talent, many will want to take him. In that case, sending him to a safe place wouldn't be such a bad decision, would it?" Hearing Cha Eun-yap add, "If that place will respect his talent and guarantee his safety," the old man replied, "I understand what you mean, but it is not for me to decide." Hearing that he must choose for himself how to proceed, Jeongri Chejun said, "I have disgraced my father with my actions, so I will do as he wishes to avoid repeating my mistakes." After hearing the blacksmith's and his father's decision, Tan Yuhua said, "Sir, I also craft weapons and understand the value of such talent. It would be an honor for me to work with the young master. Will you trust me?" After thinking it over for a moment, the shop owner said, "If you're certain you won't change your mind about him, then you may take him with you." Having received the old man's consent, the girl took his hands and exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you so much for your trust, father. I, Tan Yuhua, will do everything in my power to be of service to the young master." Standing aside and observing the situation, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "I hadn't really thought about it, but I doubt anyone thinks about Che-jun as much as this young lady does. In any case, it's her decision." Finishing his thoughts, Cha Eun-yap headed for the exit, when suddenly he heard the blacksmith call after him. "Are you leaving already?" Stopping and looking back, the young master asked, "What do you have to say to me?" Falling to his knees before Cha Eun-yap, Jeongri Che-jun said, "I considered myself an animal. I knew only how to swing a hammer and thought I would live my whole life that way. But when you broke my chains, I became human again. So this?" Hearing that the blacksmith was hesitating due to his uncertainty, Tang Yuhua said, "It seems the young master, Che-jun, wishes to honor you as his sworn brother." Realizing what was being implied, Cha Eun-yap asked his sworn brother, "Is that so?" His expression suddenly changing, Cha Eun-yap exclaimed in displeasure, "Why on earth would you suddenly call me brother? If you go with the Tan family, you'll be able to live better than anyone else. You'll gain nothing from a connection with a wanderer like me." Joining the conversation at a tense moment, the old man said, "It seems my son has felt a strong brotherly bond with the young master who saved him." Hearing the old man add, "Therefore I also ask you," Cha Eun-yap thought, bewildered, "to become sworn brothers." Recalling his past, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "Stupid family and brotherly bonds. Do you even understand how strongly all this can bind a person and weaken them?" Looking at Jeongri and Che-jun, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "Do you understand that I saved you because I had the freedom to ask me to do something so senseless?" The next moment, thinking of Sol Subom, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "Great master, I remember the days when you treated me like a younger brother. I even thought you were trying to use me for Su-yeon's sake." As he began to draw his sword from its sheath, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "After all, you already knew I had feelings for her. But what about now?" Having made a difficult decision, Cha Eun-yap said, "Jeongri Che-jun, thanks to you making this urumi, my bloody butterfly technique is finally complete. And if it is fate that I saved you with this sword, then so be it. Hold out your hand." Swinging his sword and making incisions, Cha Eun-yap mixed his blood with the blacksmith's and said, "Now we are bound by blood." Continuing to speak his vow, the young master added, "From now on, anyone who so much as touches a hair on your head, I will dig them up from the ground and finish them off. I will cut them all down." After bandaging his hand following the ritual, Cha Eun-yap heard a sound from the street. It seemed to be coming from here. Standing at the shop's threshold, a couple of members of the Sichuan family said, "Please let us in." Seeing that her relatives had just entered the shop, Tang Yuhua joyfully exclaimed, "Grandpa, uncle." When the girl recognized them, the two guests clasped their hands in front of them and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Tang Moon-jong, Yuhua's grandfather, and I am Tang Chong-yi, the head of the Sichuan Tang family." Hearing who had just arrived, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "If the Sichuan family is here, they could have used poison on the road to intimidate us and take Cheonri Che-jun." Turning his gaze to the bewildered blacksmith, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "It must have been the young lady's choice not to do so. I'd like to think it's none of my business, but Now it concerns my brother. Continuing to watch what was happening, the young master thought to himself, if they had ignored my words, the young lady would have taken excellent care of everything. As they rode in the carriage together with the elder and the young master, the elder said, I heard from Yu Hua that you helped a great deal. And where is my grandson from? Hearing his name just mentioned, Cha Eun-yop asked discontentedly, My grandson, to which he replied, It seems my granddaughter and the son of the late Zhong Ri will soon become a couple. Doesn't that make us relatives? The next moment, Tang Moon-jong added, When I first saw you, I thought this must be a faction that has historically established itself. Am I not right? Upon receiving this question, Cha Eun-yop sighed discontentedly and thought, Just as I thought. He suggested they go together to ask this question, after which he said, Not exactly a conspicuous place. Hearing the answer to his question, Tang Moon-jong said, Interesting, but judging by the atmosphere, it's actually the exact opposite. Realizing that it wouldn't be so easy to wrap things up, Cha Eun-yop looked at the elder and thought, I need to come up with the answer he wants to hear. Finishing his thoughts, Cha Eun-yop said, I am from the Moon Gate faction, which follows the ancient tradition of passing down the great yin breathing technique through apprenticeship. Upon hearing this, he asked, I've heard of the Moon Gate, where they study the great yin breathing technique. Who is your master? Closing his eyes and smiling feignedly, Cha Eun-yop asked, Well, have you heard of Master Wan Sa-hu? Upon receiving this question, Tang Moon-jong began stroking his beard and said, Interesting. I think I've heard something. Or maybe not. Hearing this, Cha Eun-yop thought, You're lying. I just made him up. Continuing his thoughts, Cha Eun-yop recalled a phrase from the book. I was born too weak, so I gave up everything to gain strength. He thought, if I think about it, this old man could be considered my master. Calling the one who wrote that, a master isn't so bad. Not wanting to give up so easily, Tang Moon-jong said, But you know, grandson, this technique is very interesting. Will you let me take a look at it? Receiving the request from the elder, Cha Eun-yop thought, so he wanted a battle from the very beginning. If that's his nature, what a headache. It seems I have no choice. After which he said, All right, what should I do? Having received consent for the duel and a demonstration of strength, Tan Moon-jong stopped the carriages. Lifting an iron ball in front of him, Tan Cheong-yi said, So that my father may fully understand your strength, you will compete in pushing the iron ball. After preparing everything for the demonstration, the family leader added, You must push the ball from its starting position. Once it reaches the line, you may stop. After hearing the rules, Tang Moon-jong said, Well, I'm ready. Let's begin. Hearing this, the judge said, Then please. Enveloping his body in an aura and preparing for the contest, Cha Eun-yop thought, This is their way of measuring inner strength. Well, it wouldn't be bad to find out how this works in prestigious families. I need to take this opportunity to understand just how strong I've become with the help of the great yin breathing technique. Watching the progress of the inner strength demonstration, the judge noticed that the ball had begun to shift in one direction. Realizing that this was no coincidence and that the situation wasn't changing, Tang Jung-yi thought, They're pushing my father away. Trying to somehow resist Cha Eun-yop's power, Tang Moon-jong thought, My inner strength is fluctuating and dissipating. This is the first time I've felt something like this. Without taking his eyes off the young master who surpassed him in strength, Tan Moon-jong thought to himself, It's so mysterious and refined, infinitely gentle yet at the same time powerful and graceful. I sense her uncontrollable, ominous qi. Continuing to focus on the competition, Tang Moon-jong thought to himself, Despite its public nature, it doesn't feel oppressive. It's refreshing and pure. I wonder if I should try it. Suddenly noticing that Tang Moon-jong's qi was dissipating, Tang Cheong-yi exclaimed in surprise, Father has weakened his power. The next moment, using all his accumulated reserves, Tan Moon-jong instantly released all his qi to overcome Cha Eun-yop and fired the ball in his direction. Seeing that the iron ball had ended up in the ground, Tan Moon-jong thought to himself, I thought he'd fire it like a cannonball, which is why I prepared to deflect it, but turning his gaze back to Cha Eun-yop, who seemed capable of stopping even this, Tan Moon-jong added in his mind, What kind of power is this? Arriving at the establishment for a bite to eat, Tan Moon-jong, sitting at the table with Cha Eun-yop, said, You say your master didn't teach you the final breath of the great yin technique, but why? After finishing off a stack of drinks, Cha Eun-yop said, I'm not skilled enough yet. Hearing that the young master lacked the necessary skills, Tan Moon-jong asked in surprise, So, if you master it, you'll learn all the secrets of the faction? Upon hearing this question, Cha Eun-yop replied, The final stage of the breathing technique has fatal consequences. Hearing this, Tan Moon-jong asked in surprise, Consequences? What do you mean? Lowering his gaze to the table, Cha Eun-yop said, Although the breathing technique grants great power, the more you master it, the more poison accumulates in your body. That is why, without the ability to neutralize the poison, even if you become a master, you will not be able to use it properly. After telling this story, Cha Eun-yap raised the cup of liquor to his mouth and, smiling slyly, thought to himself, "Of course, it's all just a fabrication." Hearing these new details about the breathing technique, Tang Moonjong asked in surprise, "Is that why your master isolated himself and never entered the world of martial arts?" To which he replied, "Yes." Without lifting his head so as not to reveal his smile, Cha Eun-yap added, "When he tried to become stronger, his symptoms worsened." Hearing this, Tang Moonjong said, "That's unfortunate." The next moment, upon hearing Cha Eun-yap say, "But my master saw an opportunity and entrusted me with a mission," Tang Moonjong asked, "What mission?" Continuing to share his thoughts, Cha Eun-yap said, "Any elixirs only have a temporary effect." He explained that the body must always contain something capable of providing a healing effect and preventing the loss of strength, even for a moment. As he recounted this story, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "If he gave me a difficult task, expect the same in return," and then said, "Among them, the sphere of immortality is the best, but it exists only in legends." The next moment, upon hearing the young master say, "That is precisely why he asked me to bring white jade, the best antidote in the world of martial arts," Tang Moonjong froze in shock. Hearing what Cha Eun-yap was looking for, Tang Moonjong asked in surprise, "Did you say white jade?" Then he thought, "This rare item is very difficult to find, even for our clan. How could a child know where to get it?" Seeing his grandfather's reaction to his words, Cha Eun-yap, sitting with a smile on his face, thought, "React like that at least, so my game isn't boring." The next moment, recalling his conversation with his friend, the young master mentally noted that asking Han Pil about the Sichuan Tan family had been quite useful. As expected, this young man knew a great deal about martial arts. Finishing his thoughts and turning his gaze toward Cha Eun-yap, he said, "But you know, this poisoned wine is so valuable that it costs a fortune to obtain. But even if I had that much money, I wouldn't know where to look." Glancing at Tang Moonjong, the young master added, "Since no one in the world would just tell me about it, how am I supposed to meet the master then?" After listening to Cha Eun-yap's story, Tang Moonjong said, "Indeed, but all right, my head is spinning a bit. I'll go for a walk and get some fresh air. Please forgive me. I'll be back soon." Hearing that Tang Moonjong was leaving him, Cha Eun-yap said, "Don't rush, I'll wait," after which he smiled slyly and thought, "It's not very pleasant to deceive an innocent old man." Watching Tang Moonjong, Cha Eun-yap added to himself, "But perhaps this is a chance to obtain white jade, poisoned wine, second in potency only to the elixir of life. Now, all that remains is to wait." The Golden City Escort Agency received a scroll with news. Upon opening it, Sagwan Jin Gol read, "Classification, Secret, Recipient, Inspector Number 7, Sender, Dong Ho." The top 10 Hanam agencies have nearly collapsed, while the Blue Dragon Bureau, the Jinan Bureau, and the Pegasus Bureau are rapidly gaining strength. The three major bureaus secretly destroyed the rest and took over their bases. However, no evidence of illegal activity was found. All their movements and connections indicate that there is nothing unusual about their work. After rereading this report, Sagwan Jingol thought to himself, "However, considering the timing of their emergence and the similar methods of absorbing the fallen bureaus, it seems they are acting in concert. I wonder what's in the second report." Opening another scroll, Sagwan Jingol read, "Two of the three companions of Song Yo-ju, leader of the Golden City, a man of large build, the sword demon Han Pil. The identities of the other two remain unknown." A month ago, on the day 2 of the 3 companions were hired, 10 assailants attacked the Golden City, but they were all destroyed by the 2 escorts. Later, during their journey, they were attacked by figures infamous in the past. The demon lord of the withered trees, the generous smile, and the demon of bloody fire. All 3 were eliminated by the escorts. After rereading this information in the report, Sagwan Jingol rested his chin in his hand and thought to himself, "They defeated the demons of the northern forest. I can speculate about the swordswoman's origins, but it's hard to figure out who's using the Urumi. Is it because of them that the Flying Dragon Gate has been acting cautiously lately? That means they haven't fully identified their identities." The third escort agency, Golden City, is still located at the Dead Sea Bureau in Luoyang, and it has been confirmed that a large-scale battle took place there a few days ago. Thanks to the escorts, the enemy forces were destroyed, and with that, all activities of the Pegasus Bureau, which had expanded its influence in Luoyang, were suspended. Having read this, Sagwan Jingol thought to himself, "At this moment, the capabilities of the Golden City are unmatched. Could these experienced people be the reason for Yeoju's confidence? Recalling Cha Eun-yop, who stood out among the three escorts, Sagwan Jingol thought to himself, that guy definitely has a special aura. I sensed a strange energy. No matter how I looked at him, he didn't seem like an ordinary escort. Where did he come from? As he thought to himself, I must visit Luoyang, Sagwan Jingol heard Yo Hong burst into his office, shouting, Uncle! Seeing his uncle and catching his attention, Song Yo Hong exclaimed, Father, it seems he's looking for you. His condition has suddenly worsened. Arriving immediately at Son Il-san's side, Sagwan Jingol exclaimed, Brother, sit still. You mustn't overexert yourself. Yo Hong is here too, so don't worry. Not in the best of condition, Son Il-san, the former leader of the Golden City escort agency, said to Yeoju. Holding his brother's hand and trying to calm him down, Sagwan Jingol said, Don't worry, Yeoju. You're surrounded by good people. Then he thought, this is dangerous. Energy and blood are flowing in the opposite direction. We need to hurry. Standing behind his brother and beginning to channel energy into him, Sagwan Jingol shouted, Yo Hong, support your father. Using his energy circulation technique, Sagwan Jingol thought to himself, the blood flow is blocked more severely than I thought. If I can't reach the abdomen, then... Suddenly feeling a surge of energy and significant relief, Sagwan Jingol thought in surprise, could it be that this energy is restoring blood flow in combination with my technique? Turning his gaze to his nephew, Sagwan Jingol asked Yo Hong, did anyone look after my brother earlier? To which he heard, yes, one of the escorts was constantly by his side. Looking up at his nephew, Sagwan Jingol said, if you met my older sister, you most likely saw him. He's my age and is skilled not only with the sword, but also with inner strength. After listening to his nephew's story, Sagwan Jingol, recalling Cha Eun-yop, thought, he's definitely talking about that young man. Later, seeing that Son Il-san had drawn blood, Yo-hoon cried out, Father! Also seeing this and stopping the flow of inner energy, Sagwan Jingol, thinking of his brother, realized that the blood had been drawn out. The greatest obstacle blocking the blood flow had disappeared. This mysterious energy played a key role in providing aid. If only there were someone who could control his brother's life energy. After making sure everything was definitely fine, Sagwan Jingol said, everything's fine, Yo-hoon. We'll keep an eye on him for now. To which he replied, thank you, uncle. Seeing that his nephew had happily begun watching over Son Il-san, Sagwan Jingol thought, it seems the biggest crisis is behind us. Continuing his thoughts, Sagwan Jingol mused to himself, perhaps great masters like the righteous demon can wield such energy, but once again, folding his hands in front of him, Cha Eun-yop said, thank you for your hospitality. I will now go my own way. Hearing that their meeting would end there, Tang Zhongyi said, wait, I have something for you. Reaching into his inner pocket and pulling out a medallion, the man added, this token signifies your membership in our family. Hearing this, Cha Eun-yop thought, do these people even listen to me? Reaching for the plate that had been handed to him, the young master said, I told you I used to be a monk, to which he replied, I have no intention of holding that against you. Trying not to press Cha Eun-yop too hard, the man added, this plate not only symbolizes the family's support, but also serves as protection against poison. Continuing to talk about the object, Tang Zhongyi added, although it isn't made of white jade, it should withstand most of them. This is a token of gratitude for fulfilling my father's wish. With your skills, few will be able to defeat you, but without taking his eyes off the man, Cha Eun-yop heard, if you intend to cross the river with a sword in your hands, conflict is inevitable, but if you have the support of your family, no one will dare to act recklessly. That is the sole purpose of this gift. Please accept it. Putting the plate in his pocket, Cha Eun-yop said, I appreciate your honest answer. I will gladly accept it. Then he thought, surprisingly, there are many simple-hearted people in the Sichuan family. I need not worry about Che-jun. The next moment, Tang Chong-yi said, if you need white jade, I'll get it for you. When you finished your business, please visit us again. Noticing the surprise on Cha Eun-yop's face, the family leader added cheerfully, if my niece and the son of old Zhong-ri become a couple, you will no longer be a stranger in our home. That is true. Having received the question from Tang Zhongyi, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, however, that doesn't mean I'll fall for all your tricks. Finishing his thoughts and folding his hands in front of him, Cha Eun-yop said, then, during my next visit, let's make an exchange. Hearing this, the head of the Tang family thought, interesting, an exchange. That's how you steer the conversation in a different direction. The next moment, a voice called out from behind the pair, hey, Cha Eun-yop! Looking back and seeing the familiar cart, the young master wondered, why is the Golden City's cart here? Also seeing the Golden City carriage, Tang Zhongyi said, it seems the escort agency has been very popular lately. I think they came to greet you. After that, Seo Gyeong exclaimed, "It's been a long time. You must be happy to see us again." Seeing that the carriage had stopped, Cha Eun-yap thought, they've already decided to continue their journey. Then, Song Yeoju stepped out of the carriage and exclaimed, "Young Master Cha." Following the girl, Sagwan Jingol also stepped out of the carriage. Noticing him, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, this man. Once inside the small restaurant, Song Yeoju, sitting at the table, asked the leader, "How did you find out where to look for me?" In response to the young master's question, the girl said, "After you and Mrs. Tang left, we hadn't heard from you for several days. So I asked Mr. Jigaol to find you, and shortly after I learned that you were with the Tang family, I came here." Upon learning exactly how they had found him, Cha Eun-yap asked, "But why did you have to gather everyone just to find me?" Hearing another question from the young master, the girl said, "The Dead Sea Bureau's affairs had been settled, so it was time to continue our journey. Just then my uncle arrived, and after discussing it, we decided to head toward the Namgung residence. Thanks to that decision, we were able to find the young master." Upon learning these new details, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "I see. So, from Ms. Sun's perspective, quite a few people have gathered at the Namgung family home, which makes this a great opportunity to support the Golden City." Continuing his thoughts, the young master added to himself, "Judging by the atmosphere, people from many factions must be gathering there. In that case, this is a good chance to learn more about the Flying Dragon Gate." The next moment, shifting his gaze to the leader of the Golden City, Cha Eun-yap noticed how the man suddenly began drinking heavily. Leaving the establishment and stepping out onto the street alongside Mr. Sagwan Jin Golem, Cha Eun-yap remarked, "It seems you found a good spot. After all, the journey was long, and everyone is tired." Continuing to describe the situation that had unfolded, Cha Eun-yap added, "The agency leader will be able to rest well for the first time in a long while." After listening to his companion, Sagwan Jingol asked, "You're Master Cha, right? Yeoju told me a lot about you. There's still a little time left before the event begins. Please rest here for now." Hearing the man's suggestion, Cha Eun-yap spoke, "But here it's surprisingly quiet, which is a bit strange for a guest house. It's as if someone deliberately cleared the place of people. Do you know anything about this?" After asking the question, Cha Eun-yap heard, "Well, only that you're interested in the Flying Dragon Gate faction," and froze in place in surprise. Noticing the confusion in the young man's eyes, Sagwan Jingol said, "Don't worry, Yeoju trusts you, so I have no intention of harming you." Hearing the man's reassuring words, Cha Eun-yop, without relaxing for a moment, remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps you are also a member of the Flying Dragon Gate." Continuing the conversation, Sagwan Jingol waved his hand and said, "I can say with certainty that this is not the case, but I won't say anything more. If you want me to talk, you'll have to do something first." Seeing a group of people who suddenly attacked him, Cha Eun-yop leaped into the air, drew his weapon, and thought, "A coordinated attack." Having missed his mark during the sudden attack, one of the assailants thought to himself, "Such light and agile martial arts, he must not be underestimated." The next moment, using the skill of layered shadow weaving, the four attackers tried to capture the young master. Noticing that the enemies were preparing to launch another joint attack, Cha Eun-yop tried to stop them, but his urumi was caught and pinned to the ground. After disarming Cha Eun-yop, the girl whose mask had just been knocked off shouted, "West! South!" Hearing the girl's instructions, another member of the squad approached Cha Eun-yop from behind and shouted, "Open!" Reacting quickly, Cha Eun-yop parried his opponent's attack, but at that very moment, another enemy approached him from behind and shouted, "Behind!" Realizing the situation was becoming quite tense, Cha Eun-yop snatched his weapon from beneath the girl's feet and executed the first form of the bloody butterfly technique. Seeing that the battle was getting too serious, Sagwan Jingol shouted, "Stop!" Putting an end to Cha Eun-yop's test, Sagwan Jingol exclaimed, "That's enough for now. Let's continue our conversation." Holding out a bottle of liquor to Cha Eun-yop, Sagwan Jingol said, "Have a drink, since I've dragged you out in the middle of the night. Let's talk after we wet our throats." Hearing the man's instruction, Cha Eun-yop, holding the bottle in his hand, said, "First you wound, then you heal. You have a strange hobby." Sitting down in the middle of the forest where no one would find them, Sagwan Jingol said, "I apologize. I know it was rude, but I thought it was the best way to assess your skills. Your reputation is well deserved. Now I can confidently engage in dialogue." Paying tribute to Cha Eun-yop's skills, Sagwan Jingol, folding his hands in front of him, added, "Before we begin, I'd like to thank you." Turning his gaze to the man, Cha Eun-yop said, "Thanks to you, my foster brother survived his illness and is now on the mend. I am very grateful." Hearing these words, Cha Eun-yop asked, "Are you referring to the former leader of the Golden City? I simply shared my energy, nothing special." Despite Cha Eun-yap's explanation, Sagwan Jin-gol said, "A short while after I returned to the escort agency, my brother found himself in a very dangerous situation, so I immediately tried to redirect his QE flow." Without taking his eyes off his interlocutor, Cha Eun-yap heard, but at that moment, a strange energy in his body greatly helped in opening the blocked blood vessels. It was truly a mysterious energy. After hearing this account, Cha Eun-yap said, "Nothing special. It must be due to the former leader's resilience." He then thought, as I called him, Master Wan Sa-hu, the old man who devised this technique, must have been an outstanding master. I'll need to find out who he is. Finishing his thoughts, Cha Eun-yap turned his gaze to Sagwan Jin-go and said, "I suppose you're all still asking questions, but will you answer mine?" Taking the initiative, Cha Eun-yap added, "You've probably already figured out that one of the Sword Demon's escorts, that burly guy, is a martial arts master, but he didn't recognize you. At the same time, you command subjects and are well informed, which means you're either from the ruling house or a secret organization." Continuing his train of thought, Cha Eun-yap added, "And it seems your last mission was in the Golden City. What do you say? Did I guess right?" Hearing this, Sagwan Jin-gol thought to himself, "Indeed, his insight is astonishing. I have nothing left to hide." The next moment, picking up a bottle of liquor, Cha Eun-yap added, "I don't think you'll say anything frivolous." Pouring himself a drink and raising the glass to his lips, Cha Eun-yap added, "What do you want from me regarding the Flying Dragon Gate? I'm listening carefully." Realizing the conversation was turning more serious, Sagwan Jin-gol said, "Danho, seal off the surrounding area," to which he replied, "Yes, sir." Seeing how the warriors immediately set off to carry out the order, Cha Eun-yap tilted his cup and said, "You have wonderful subjects. I never thought anyone would follow in my footsteps." To which Sagwan Jin-gol replied, "Yes, they are wonderful." After emptying his cup, Cha Eun-yap added, "If these four work together, they might even be able to fight the Sword Demon, though they're still far from my level." Hearing this, Sagwan Jin-gol thought, "I thought he was just aloof, but that's just his nature." Finishing his thoughts, Sagwan Jin-gol said, "I've been studying not only you and the Sword Demon, but also that lady named Soka-yeon. I heard she single-handedly dealt with the Dark Assassins, and there are also rumors that the three of you defeated the three demons of the Northern Forest." Continuing to mention the rumors circulating among the people, Sagwan Jin-gol added, "Especially you yourself destroyed several forces that were tarnishing the reputation of the Hanam Bureau." Mentioning Cha Eun-yap's other notable achievements, Sagwan Jin-gol added, "Among other things, you tracked down the Dark Assassins who were hunting So-Kae-yong, uncovered their base, and eliminated the remaining members of the organization." Continuing to share well-known information, the man added, "All of this happened in just a few months, and by a lucky coincidence, your actions align with what I'm about to do." Savoring a chicken drumstick, Cha Eun-yap asked, "So, are you trying to recruit me? Is that where you're going with this? I'm sorry, but even though I travel alone, I possess a sufficient amount of information." Hearing Cha Eun-yap's remark, Sagwan Jin-gol, recalling his subjects, said, "No, quite the opposite. It would be to my advantage for you to take command. I would like you to command that quartet in my place for a while." Continuing to explain his wishes, the man added, "If someone like you were to guide them, I would be at ease. The Flying Dragon Gate is closely watching your actions. As long as they're focused on you, I can gather more information about them." Upon hearing Sagwan Jin-gol's request, Cha Eun-yap asked, "Do you think they'll listen to me? Especially that girl. She treated me like an enemy." To which he replied, "I've made a deal with them. We'll call it off only if they can defeat you. Their pride has been hurt, but they'll accept the outcome." After listening to the man's persuasion, Cha Eun-yap said, "I'm still not sure. Call them. I'll tell them I refuse." Hearing this remark from the young man, Sagwan Jin-gol said, "I heard you're looking for Sol Soo-yeon, the eldest daughter of the Kam Suk-sol family. No matter how talented you are, it's impossible to gather all the information on your own. Dong-ho told me about your reaction to Chu-sang-mi, and from that I understood a lot." Hearing this from Cha Eun-yap, "Are you trying to lure me with this?" Sagwan Jin-gol replied, "It's just a guess without solid evidence. I can't even bring it up. I just wanted to show you what teamwork is all about." The next moment, calling out the subject's name and hearing him appear instantly, Sagwan Jin-gol said, "I heard you spend all your time training. With such powerful energy and a talent for creating techniques, you'd change your mind if I offered this to you." Spreading out 4 martial arts books before him, Sagwan Jin-gol added, "Here is this secret martial art known as the 4 Great Demonic Techniques." Pointing to the first of the 4 books, Sagwan Jin-gol said, "The first was left 300 years ago by a sound demon named Song Cho-gi, the Soul Sound Technique. They say he could drive hundreds of masters mad with just a single flute. Pointing to the second book, Sagwan Jingol added, "The next one was written by a man named Ta Mo Yul from an island in the East Sea, the diving into the Great Sea technique. According to legend, with its help, one can learn to control the currents of water." Turning his gaze to the third book, Sagwan Jingol said, "The third contains the demonic techniques of Mosan, left behind by a martial arts master named No Dansi from the Mosan faction. It contains the unconventional techniques of the Mosan faction." Reaching the last book, Sagwan Jingol added, "And finally, created by the illusionist No Jong-yi, is a secret technique called 3 Tactics of Illusion and Evil. We recently acquired this book, so I have no idea what's in it." After describing the 4 existing martial arts books, Sagwan Jingol said, "They're from the secret archives of the Imperial Court. What do you think? If you agree, one of these books will be yours." Upon receiving this offer, Cha Eun-yap looked at the man and thought, "Damn, that's tempting. Why is he so persistent?" But it's true that the Flying Dragon Gate will be sending ever stronger masters. That will definitely be useful. Continuing his thoughts, Cha Eun-yap added in his mind, "One day, even Oh Han-pil and Seo Gye-yong will leave. I need to become stronger. Maybe I should accept the offer." Finishing his thoughts and picking up the last book, Cha Eun-yap said, "All right, I agree. I'll choose this one." Seeing the young master's choice, Sagwan Jingol asked, "The 3 Tactics of Illusion and Evil? Are you sure that's the one you want?" After asking the young man the question, Sagwan Jingol added, "Interestingly, the other 3 are much better known and easier to learn." To which Cha Eun-yap remarked, "You said yourself that it was written by an illusionist. Surely there will be more spectacular techniques in it than in the orthodox manuals." Seeing Cha Eun-yap's mood after receiving the intriguing book, Sagwan Jingol thought that with such talent, he could flawlessly master the techniques of the Mosan faction, or the Sound of the Soul, but he was interested in the sinister arts. Continuing his musings, Sagwan Jingol said thoughtfully, "I wonder if he can walk the righteous path like a righteous demon." The next moment, holding out a dagger to Cha Eun-yap, Sagwan Jingol said, "Well, a promise is a promise. Take this. It gives you the right to command the 4. When Cha Eun-yap took the weapon in his hands, Sagwan Jingol added, "With this golden dragon dagger, any order you give will be regarded as equal to an imperial decree. You must not use it to harm the imperial family or peaceful people. Apart from that, you are free to do whatever you wish." Hearing the man's words, Cha Eun-yap asked, "So these 4 now follow my orders? Call them all here." The next moment, pointing his finger at the squad leader, Cha Eun-yap said, "I hear your name is Dong-ho. It seems you are the leader of the 4. Surely you all have subordinates as well." When asked by his new commander, Dong-ho replied, "Each of us has 4 subordinates, who in turn have 4 subordinates of their own." Upon hearing the answer to his question, Cha Eun-yap spread his arms wide, smiled, and said, "That's what I thought. Call them all here." When all the subordinates arrived at the assembly point, Cha Eun-yap looked at the entire group and said, "You, Buck-ho, here, So-ho, and Nam-ho." After calling each subordinate by name, the young master said, "Nice to meet you. I am Cha Eun-yap. From now on, I will be giving the orders." The next moment, pointing his finger at the squad members, the young man said, "I don't need any of you, so don't hang around me. That is my first order." Having shocked his subordinates, Cha Eun-yap added a second, "Until your leader is here, you are all dismissed." Continuing to shock his subordinates, the young master added, "Under your leadership, there are many people, and your intelligence is likely excellent. I wouldn't want you to report everything to me, so just relax." The next moment, tossing the golden dragon dagger into Dong-ho's hands, Cha Eun-yap added a third order. "While you are on leave, all matters are transferred to Captain Dong-ho." Relieved of the unnecessary burden Sagwan Jingol Cha Eun-yap had placed on him, he headed off to attend to his own affairs and called out, "I'll be busy studying the manual for a while. That's all. Don't worry about it. I'll keep my promise when the time comes, and until then, get some good rest." Hearing the young man's instructions, Sagwan Jingol laughed loudly and said, "You've played a trick on me. I didn't expect him to answer that way. You may all go now. He said he'll keep his promise." Hearing the leader ask, "So, did you find out anything?" the subject, bowing before Yael Sahan, said, "Just as you suspected, the Imperial family and the Morim Alliance have been quite active lately." After listening to his subject, Yael Sahan asked, "So, the one who led the Namgung family gathering was Sagwan Jingol, a dog of the Imperial family, and the Morim Alliance is likely represented by an impartial elder, a master of intelligence gathering?" "That is correct," came the reply. Having confirmed his suspicions, Yael Sahan thought that, although the imperial family had hired a clever man, he could not reveal himself as an official yet. The biggest problem was the vagabonds who could move about freely. Continuing his musings, Yael Sahan mentally added that the Hanam Bureau had been revived, so at the moment, the most important thing for the Sochong Guild was the Flying Dragon Gate. They would be able to strengthen our position. Finishing his thoughts and glancing at his subject, Yael Sahan said, "We'll deal with the imperial family later. The Elder of Poverty, the Shadowless Wanderer, is more important right now." With a sly smile, Yael Sahan added, "Tell Elder Yom Sol B, the soul-stealing demonic sword, that the time has come to hunt down the great shadowless wanderer whom he despises. If they so desire to learn about the Sochong Guild, it is worth showing them in person. To master the 3 tactics of illusion and evil, one must push one's breath and pulse beyond human limits. A person cannot survive even a moment without a heartbeat. However, these 2 parameters limit us from surpassing our capabilities. If someone becomes free from them, they can become a superhuman. By blocking various meridians in the body and controlling internal energy, one can awaken superhuman strength. This is the essence of the 3 tactics of illusion and evil." During training, feeling a heaviness inside his body, Cha Unyap clutched his chest and began to cough heavily. Feeling relief after stopping the training and taking a deep breath, Cha Unyap thought, "This is completely different from the great yin breathing technique." Assuming a comfortable posture and beginning to regulate his breathing, Cha Unyap thought to himself, "I must completely discard everything inherent to an ordinary person. This breathing method in itself is entirely different from the one used for healing." Finishing his thoughts, exhausted but impressed, Cha Unyap said, "What a strange book. I like it. I'm definitely going to study it." The next moment, he let out a heavy sigh and slumped to the ground. Cha Unyap thought, "I've only been concentrating for a few hours, but I'm already exhausted, and I've read only 2 of the 3 chapters. If the great yin breathing technique hadn't been protecting my meridian, I would have been in big trouble." Instantly getting up and starting to flip through the pages of the book, Cha Unyap wondered to himself what was in the 3rd chapter. By mastering everything described earlier, one can achieve a state of instantaneous mental movement, where body and mind act simultaneously and attain the title of illusionist. After rereading this section and imagining how it worked, Cha Unyap thought, instantaneous movements of the mind. If the trajectory of the bloody butterfly sword could accurately replicate my thoughts, then it would be possible to create techniques that far surpass what I have now. After pondering the advantages of the technique he was studying, Cha Unyap sighed heavily, stood up and thought, "Well then." The next moment, opening the window to the street and seeing Dong Ho there, the young master exclaimed indignantly, "Why are you here again?" When Dong Ho jumped into the room, Cha Unyap asked, "I sent you on leave," to which he replied, "Impressive. How did you spot me so quickly?" The young master retorted, "Impressive or not, why are you loitering here?" After receiving the question from the young man, Don Ho took out a golden dagger and, showing it to Cha Unyap, said, "I can go wherever I want as long as I have the golden dragon dagger," to which he replied, "Indeed." After answering the question and noticing the young master's condition, Don Ho asked, "By the way, did something happen to you? You were gasping for breath." Hearing this question from the young man, Cha Unyap thought, "It seems there are more side effects than I expected," and then said, "Don't worry about that. What did you want?" When the conversation turned to business, Don Ho said, "Please help us save someone." Upon learning the reason for the man's visit, Cha Unyap asked, "Under your leadership, 12 people. Why are you asking me?" To which Don Ho replied, "Everyone has their own duties. It's hard to gather everyone in one place." After explaining the reason for his request, Don Ho added, "I heard that the Sochong Guild is pursuing the Elder, the representative of the Muram Alliance. In about half an hour, they'll be passing by us. Sagwan has left, so it'll be hard for us to stop them on our own. If possible, could you also call the Sword Demon?" Hearing yet another request from Don Ho, Cha Unyap snorted in displeasure and said, "Forget about that bear. He meddles too much in my affairs, and if you get involved too, you'll just be a nuisance." Hearing this, Don Ho asked in surprise, "What did I think? You all joined forces at the gaming house and traveled together, aren't you close?" Receiving the question from the man, Cha Unyap glanced at him and said, "Each of us has our own goals. I'm not in the Golden City for no reason. Why should I help you? I've already received the secret manual, so I can just escape at the right time, right?" Hearing that his request had been refused, Dong Ho headed for the exit and said, "When I was studying you, I decided that you valued loyalty and duty. I must have been wrong. Let's forget this conversation." Seeing how quickly Donjo left him and walked away, Cha Unyap watched him go and thought, He gave up faster than I expected. It seems he's thought about this a lot. Standing by the window, Cha Eun-yap drew his weapon and said, "Well, it would be better for me if they just wore each other out in a fight. I guess I need to go tell them that I don't live by such trivial concepts as loyalty." After encountering a shadowless wanderer fleeing from pursuit and defeating a dozen enemies, the girl shouted, "Hold on a little longer." Hearing the shout from one of his allies, the Elder of Misery thought, though these masked men are experienced, if those individuals are under that boy's command, they won't be able to handle it. The next moment, assuming a fighting stance, the great shadowless wanderer, the Elder of Poverty, shouted, "All of you, be ready to fight and die together. You must not fall into their hands alive." Hearing his opponent's shout, Yom Sol B laughed and said, "Cool as always, shadowless wanderer. I was actually curious. If I catch you and interrogate you, will you become hostages?" Smiling slyly as he appeared on the battlefield, Yom Sol B, the soul-stealing demonic sword, added, "Considering the torment I've inflicted in the past, this time I must take you alive." Aiming his weapon at the shadowless vagabond, the soul-stealing demonic sword spoke, "Stand down. Neither the Imperial family nor the Murim Alliance will stop us." At that very moment, bursting onto the battlefield and seeing what was happening, Hong Ho thought, "Damn it, they've already caught up to us." Sensing another person approaching from behind, Yom Solby smiled slyly and said, "Arrogant young man," then used his skill on the commander. Noticing that the skill, Demon Sword that steals souls, was flying toward him, Dong Ho covered his face with his hands and closed his eyes, but at the last moment, Cha Eun-yap joined the fight and saved his comrade. Having repelled the enemy's attack with his skill, the young master said, "So you've decided to spend your vacation in the underworld. We'll talk when we're done here." Continuing his fierce battle with Cha Eun-yap, Yom Solby asked, "So you're the one who defeated me?" With a magnanimous smile, "But you won't defeat me." Pushing Cha Eun-yap aside and attempting to break through to the shadowless wanderer, the demonic sword that reaps souls added, "I would have dealt with you, but I wouldn't want my prey for today to escape." Seeing that the shadowless wanderer was still on the battlefield, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "This old man can't even run away properly." Having dealt with yet another enemy and rushing to escape, the Elder of Poverty thought to himself, "What incredible swordsmanship this boy displays." Seeing that the old man had managed to escape, Buk Ho exclaimed, "We must protect the Elder. What should we do?" To which she replied, "Leave him be. If we keep this man here, everything around us will be fine." Having prevented the soul-stealing demonic sword from pursuing the shadowless wanderer, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "He is strong." Finally, unable to restrain himself after being thwarted several times, Yom Solby shouted, "Enough games! I'll destroy you all instantly." At that very moment, the demonic sword that steals souls unleashed its ki and directed it toward the enemies. Seeing the situation escalate, Dong Ho rushed toward the demon and shouted to his companions, "Weave the threads!" Hearing what his companions were about to do, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "No, the weaving isn't enough. He's stronger than anyone I've ever met, capable of defeating me with a single strike. I feel strange because of the three tactics of illusion and evil, but..." Gathering his strength and launching his attack, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "All right, I should use what I've learned. If the leader's father could handle the poison, then I can too. I'll try to harness the energy of the great yin breathing technique." Gathering his thoughts, Cha Eun-yap applied the Bloody Butterfly Sword technique, the fourth form of the Bloody Butterfly Dive, and defeated the soul-stealing demon with a single strike. After defeating the enemy, Buk Ho ran up to the young master, scooped him up in her arms, and shouted, "Hey, wake up!" Unable to rouse the boy, the squad leader muttered, "Something's wrong." The next moment, realizing what was happening, Dong Ho exclaimed in alarm, "His chi energy is leaking out of him." Seeing that Buk Ho had begun channeling her energy into him, the squad commander cried out in surprise, "What are you doing?" Continuing to fill Cha Eun-yap with chi energy to restore the flow, Buk Ho exclaimed, "We can't just sit here and watch. This happened because he was trying to help." Seeing that his other comrades had also begun to help, Buk Ho and Dan Ho shouted, "Nam Ho, So Ho!" To which they heard, "If it weren't for him, we would have died. Buk Ho can't handle this alone." Hearing his comrades' words and joining them, Dong Ho shouted, "All right, if that's what you want." Feeling that the situation was becoming too difficult, Dong Ho thought, "It seems there's a small chance, but if we continue, we'll all be in danger." At that very moment, Sagwan Jingol appeared behind Dong Ho. Joining the effort, he said, "Focus." Helping his comrades save Cha Eun-yap, Sagwan Jingol thought to himself, the problem turned out to be much more serious. Recalling the moment he arrived to help, Sagwan Jingol added in his mind, Everything happened much faster than I expected. I'm late again. Continuing to channel his energy into his companions to save the young master, Sagwan Jingol thought to himself, if this keeps up, every one of us will be poisoned. I can't lose all of you. We have to survive. While in a coma, Cha Eun-yap saw his very first memory of his parents, who, leaving him at the gate of the Sol family, said, "You won't go hungry here, Eun-yap." The next memory that appeared in Cha Eun-yap's mind was of Sol Sang-hee and Sol Sang-il, who had beaten him. The next moment from his life in his delirium was about how grandfather Huang nursed him back to health after he was beaten by members of the Sol family. Also, in his delirium while unconscious, Cha Eun-yap saw a memory of Oh Han-pil, who asked, "Do you like swinging a sword so much? Let's go already." The next memory was of Jongri Chejun, who wished to become a sworn brother to the young master. Following that was a moment when Cha Eun-yap was talking with Sagwan Jin Golem while drinking. While in a delirium, Cha Eun-yap felt a touch on his hand and heard Sol Subam's voice saying, "What an idiot you are. This is the price you pay for your arrogance." Looking down on the boy who had gotten too carried away, Sol Subam added, "No matter how smart you are, not everything in this world is as easy as you think." Continuing to scold the boy, Sol Subam added, "After meeting the person who could see through you, the mask you were wearing cracked. So, what are you going to do now? Will you be able to find Su-yeon?" Noticing that her brother was deep in thought, Song Yeoju asked, "Is something wrong?" To which Oh Han-pil replied, "I haven't seen him for a few days. He's off swinging a sword somewhere again." Hearing the reason for her brother's pensive mood, So Kaeyeon said, "I saw him go into his room with a book not long ago." Having learned at least some news from his sister, Oh Han-pil said, "Well, I guess he's resting this time. The Namgung family is right in front of us. Let's leave him be for now." Coming to his senses and sitting up in bed, Cha Eun-yap pressed his hand to his head and said with difficulty, "Where am I?" Seeing that the young master had finally woken up, Buk-ho said, "Don't worry, this is one of the rooms we use." Hearing where he was, Cha Eun-yap asked, "Did you save me?" To which he replied, "Thanks to the fact that you defeated the demon, we're alive too." The next moment, hearing the conversation, Sagwan Jingol entered the room and asked, "Are you awake yet?" drawing attention to himself. Standing in the doorway, the man added, "I heard about the situation from Dong-ho and arranged everything, so it looks like you've temporarily gone on the mission Yeoju gave you. You can go back to your room when the time comes. We're planning to go to the Namgung family tomorrow." Continuing his story, Sagwan Jingol added, "To be honest, when I handed over the golden dragon dagger, I didn't think that the rest of us would end up helping each other like this. What a relief that Buk-ho stepped in and saved you." Feeling embarrassed, the girl turned away demonstratively and, heading for the exit, said to the others, "The elder has decided everything, so I'll be going then." Left alone with Cha Eun-yap, Sagwan Jingol said, "It seems all your chi has been drained by those 3 illusions and evil tactics. It could have ended badly. Now you're fine." When Cha Eun-yap asked him a question, he replied, "If that old man hadn't acted so hastily, we wouldn't have had to overexert ourselves." "I see," he said. "You must be talking about the shadowless vagabond. He delivered information to the Namgung family, and taking advantage of the chaos, he tried to reach his destination somehow." Continuing his story, Sagwan Jingol added, "Just like us, he was simply doing his job. Thanks to that, he should already be there." Hearing this, Cha Eun-yap snorted in dissatisfaction and said, "Because of that old man, 6 people were on the brink of death. Of course, that's how it should be." Continuing to voice his dissatisfaction, Cha Eun-yap added, "As expected, such things aren't for me. This time, I've gained power, so for now, I'll keep my promise. But, Mr. Sagwan, you know that the golden dragon dagger belongs to Dong-ho, so when the time comes, I'll simply leave. I plan to repay my debt to these people as soon as possible." Walking away from Cha Eun-yap, Buk-ho, seeing her comrades nearby, called out, "Captain Dong-ho, is everything okay? Why are you all gathered here?" Hearing the question from his partner, the commander replied, "Buk-ho, we're fine. Actually, we're much better off." After that, the girl asked, "What are you talking about?" Hearing the question, Buk-ho Nam-ho, placing his hand on his neck, said, "My neck has been hurting for a long time, but now I'm fine." After that, Dong-ho added, "Cha Eun-yap's energy that Sagwan was talking about, it seems to have affected us." As he began testing his abilities after recovering, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "Incredible. Even though I'm not breathing at all and I'm blocking my meridians, my body is naturally absorbing the energy." Feeling the changes in his body, the young master thought to himself, "It seems I've almost lost my chi. It was worth it. Traveling was a good idea. So many interesting things are happening." The Namgung family arrived at the square, and upon seeing guests nearby, a member of the Namgung family exclaimed, "Well, look who's here." pointing his finger at the guests. Namgung Seong-yu, the elder of the Namgung family who had arrived with Namgung Hee-jun, the leader of the Namgung family, exclaimed, "The old monster of the Sichuan family is still alive." Outraged by how he had just been addressed, Tong Moon-jong shouted, "Idiot! When you see your senior, you must bow immediately. What are you staring at?" Stepping closer to the guest, Namgung Seong-yu added, "I thought you'd become a better person after 30 years of imprisonment, but how have you changed at all?" To which Tong Moon-jong exclaimed, "Look at him. He'll die without ever growing up." At that very moment, Tan Yu-hua, who was standing behind them, coughed, drawing her grandfather's attention and forcing him to calm down. Realizing that the conversation had gone a bit off track, Tang Moon-jong pulled himself together and, pointing to the blacksmith behind him, said, "Some of you may be seeing this man for the first time. Allow me to introduce him. This is Jong-ri Che-jun." Hearing this, Tang Moon-jong added, "He is our family's honored guest, Namgung Seong-yu." And the young man spoke up. Taking a closer look at the young man who had just been introduced, the Namgung family elder stroked his beard and thought, "At last, we've met the man who will fulfill the ancient wish of the Sichuan Tan family. Soon, this family will become even more prosperous." Finishing his thoughts and approaching Tong Yu-hua, Namgung Seong-yu asked, "And how did you two meet?" To which the girl replied awkwardly, "Well," recalling Cha-un-yop, thanks to whom all this had come to pass, Tang Yu-hua said, "By pure chance, I met him thanks to a priceless benefactor." Hearing this, the elder asked, "A benefactor?" Hearing the surprise in the elder's voice, the girl said, "He'll also be coming to the Namgung residence, so I'll introduce you to him." At that, Namgung Hee-jun interrupted the conversation and said, "Well, you must be very tired. Let's go inside and continue our conversation there." After making his suggestion, the head of the Namgung family led the guests inside the building, but Tang Moon-jong remained where he was, along with Namgung Seong-yu. Seeing that they were left alone, Tang Moon-jong asked, "So, what is the current situation?" Receiving the question from his companion, Namgung Seong-yu said, "A great shadowless wanderer arrived yesterday. Your fears were correct. It seems we also need to be on guard." Upon learning the details of the situation, Tang Moon-jong, recalling Yael Sahan, said, "That's right, they're starting to get serious." Finding herself at the celebration, So Kye-yong, turning her head in all directions, exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, how cool! I never would have thought there was a place better than the Golden City." The next moment, realizing she was behaving too wildly, So Kye-yong covered her mouth with her hand and said, "Oh my, I sound like a country bumpkin." After that, Sun Yeoju, trying to calm the girl down, said, "As expected of one of the most prestigious families of the Central Plains, this place is incredible." While the girls went ahead, Cha Un-yop, remaining behind with his phantom sword, said, "Hey, handpill." Having caught the man's attention, the young master said, "You're quite well known here, so uphold the dignity of the Golden City. We must show respect to the leader of the Namgung family." Hearing this, Oh Han-pil asked in surprise, "What?" And Cha Un-yop replied, "Behave yourself." So Kaon, realizing where this was going, nodded approvingly. After sending Oh Han-pil to Sun Yeoju, So Keon, left alone with Cha Un-yop, thought to herself, "He's quite skilled." After getting rid of a couple of people who might get in his way, Cha Un-yop pointed in a direction and said, "You and I need to survey the surrounding." Turning his gaze to the diverse surroundings, the young master added, "This place is full of all kinds of people." The next moment, hearing Brother Master Cha ring out behind him, Cha Un-yop felt a shiver run down his spine, while So Ka-yeon turned around and said in surprise, "What?" Seeing Jong-ri Che-jun and Tan Yu-hua nearby, who were waving happily at Cha Un-yop, So Ka-yeon asked who they were, but received no answer. Glancing back at the couple of young people he had caught sight of, Cha Un-yop thought, "How annoying. I need to say hello and get out of here quickly." Also arriving at the celebration, Uiji Jong-hang, a member of the Uiji family from Hebei, looked around and said, "My goodness, there are so many people here." As he continued on, Uiji Jong-hyun thought to himself, most likely this is because all the influential families of the Central Plains have gathered to discuss an important matter. I hope nothing bad happens. The next moment, catching up to the boy walking ahead, Ping Ying Li from the Ping family of Hebei joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Uiji!" Seeing the girl who had just called out to him, Uiji John Hein rushed into her arms and exclaimed happily, "Oh, look who's here. It's the cutest youngest child of the Ping family, Inri." To which the girl remarked, "And my brother is just as sycophantic." Convinced that Uiji John Hyun hadn't changed at all, Peng Inri asked, "You must be looking for Tan Yu-hua, right?" To which the boy froze in place and asked in surprise, "What?" Convinced that she hadn't been mistaken in her guess, Peng Yin Yi said, I recently saw her walking with a man I didn't know. They were talking with a boy and a girl. Hearing what Peng Yin Yi had just told him, Wei Jizhonghan thought to himself, a stranger? Could she have a lover now? Finishing his thoughts, Wei Jizhonghan said, I think I should go say hello to them. Will you walk me over? Meanwhile, Peng In Ear, noticing Cha Un-yap nearby, exclaimed, Oh! Pointing to So Kei-yon, who was pestering Cha Un-yap by shouting, How many rooms are there here? 1, 2, 3. Wow, that swordsman looks so strong, Peng In-ri said. Those are the ones Tan Yu-hua and that young man were talking to. Looking in the direction the girl pointed and seeing Cha Un-yap, Wei Jizhonghan thought to himself, could it really be them? And headed toward them. Approaching the pair of escorts and folding his hands in front of him, Wei Jizhonghan said, I beg your pardon, are you the guests who arrived with the Tang family? When Cha Un-yap asked him a question, he clasped his hands in front of him and said, We are the escorts from the Golden City. Upon hearing this, Wei Jizhonghan exclaimed joyfully, Oh, the very same famous escorts. Watching Wei Jizhonghan's reaction, Cha Un-yap thought, Wow, I've met such famous people as soon as I arrived. Thinking of a way to get rid of the annoying person, Cha Un-yap pointed ahead and said, You must be looking for Tan Yu-hua. She's currently in the east wing of that building. To which Wei Jizhonghan replied in surprise, How do you know? After receiving the question from Wei Jizhonghan said, If you're asking whether we're guests of the Tang family, that means you're looking for them, so I thought you might be interested in where Ms. Tang is right now. Surprised by the young man's line of thinking, Wei Jizhonghan held out his hand and said, I see. I've heard you're incredible at martial arts, but your insight is just as impressive. You understood my intentions so easily. Now, I'm even more interested. Expressing his surprise, Wei Jizhonghan approached Cha Un-yap and asked, May I escort you to the Namgung family? Since you're so clever, you must be gathering information here on your leader's orders. I can help you. Upon receiving this offer, Cha Un-yap thought, This guy is no slouch either. The central plain is indeed vast. After which he smiled and said, Thank you, I'd be grateful. On the way to the Namgung family, Wei Jizhonghan said, So that's what happened? You're incredible. To which Cha Un-yap replied, But the situation turned out well in any case. Wei Jizhonghan then added, You're very modest, Master Cha. As he continued to escort Cha Un-yap to the Namgung family, Wei Jizhonghan added, Although the leader of the Golden City has already paid her respects, you should also greet the members of the Namgung family. Look, they're receiving guests from all over. Following Wei Jizhonghan, Cha Un-yap looked back and seeing the servants thought, These are the Namgung family's servants. There are so many of them, far more than in the Kamsuksol family. The next moment, upon seeing a little girl helping a servant, Cha Un-yap immediately recalled a moment with grandfather Huan from his childhood. At that very moment, approaching the group of guests nearby, a member of the Namgung family said, I am so grateful that the Gonya family made the long journey here. Hearing the words of gratitude for the visit, the head of the Gonya family said, How could I not come to the celebration of the 80-year birthday of the great master Namgung? Especially as the head of such an influential family, of course I had to come, haha. Hearing what the guest had just said, a member of the Namgung family forced a smile and thought, An influential family? More like a den of thieves. Finishing his thoughts and bowing before the head of the Gonya family, Namgung Hee-jun exclaimed, Thank you. We, the influential Namgung family, gratefully accept the kind wishes of the Gonya family. Feeling somewhat offended that they were being ignored, the man exclaimed, Our influential Gonya family will gladly join the celebration. Watching the situation unfold from the sidelines, Cha Un-yap asked, Who are these people? Bandits? To which Wei Jizhonghan replied, Bandits, yeah. Pointing to one of the three members of the Goni family, Wei Jizhonghan said, This Hulk with two axes, Chok Palsi, is known as the axe-wielding bruiser. He possesses great strength. They say his body is impenetrable to most swords. The next moment, shifting his gaze to another member of the family, Wei Ji-hyun added, The big man with the iron hammer, Mok Yom-tae, known as the Iron King. He is a martial arts master, and earned his nickname because dozens of people have died by his hammer. After pointing to the last of the trio, Wei Jizhonghan said, However, the most terrifying of them is the family leader, Goni In-nak. He is known as the Plates of Chaos because he uses two plates. Recalling Gonya, In-nak's skills, Wei Jizhonghan added, Though they are the size of a palm, once he launches them, they skillfully fly into the enemy's throat. The plate's movements are impossible to predict unless one has encountered them before. After hearing the story about the Gonya family trio, Cha Un-yap thought, They don't look like masters of traditional or demonic arts. How do foreign masters fight then? Noticing Ping Inri's surprise, So Ke-yong, who was standing behind her, remarked, "This friend of mine is always interested in other people's fighting skills." The next moment, glancing at the young man who was giving him the tour, Cha Eun-yap asked, "Mr. Weiji, do you know them?" Hearing this question, Weiji Jonghyun thought, "So, he's the type I like." Soon after, a voice rang out nearby, saying, "Who's here? Could it be that I've met Weiji here in Hanam?" Quickly heading toward Weiji Jonghyun, Sun Moon Bae exclaimed, "Let's stick together. If not me, then who will look out for you?" Hearing the young man's suggestion, Weiji Jonghyun said, "It's been a long time, young Master Sun Moon," and then thought, "Of all the possible places, we met right here." Continuing his thoughts, Weiji Jonghyun, recalling the person he had encountered, added to himself, Somun Pei, the third son of the Somun family, uses the power of his older brother, Somun Dok Yang, who holds a position in the administration, to constantly harass prestigious families, resorting to the most despicable methods. Approaching Weiji Jonghai, Somun Bae smiled cheerfully and said, "I'm so glad to see you, but you don't seem to feel the same way." Hearing the voice and seeing Somun, So Ke-yeon pointed at him and exclaimed, "It's you!" Recognizing the girl as well and thinking, "It's because of this girl," Somun Pei clenched his teeth and thought, "He sent mercenaries after me because of her." Drawing even more attention to herself, So Ke-yong shouted, "That bastard sent assassins after me because of some nonsense. Since we've met by chance, I'll turn you into a filthy dog." Hearing the shouts and noticing that people were starting to stare at him, Somun P thought, "She's disgracing me in front of everyone, if that's the case." Assuming a fighting stance and lunging at the girl, Somun P shouted, "I was drunk back then, but not now. Do you think you'll get away with this again?" Stepping in to defend the girl and pushing the attacker back, Cha Eun-yap said, "Watching how you get into a fight without assessing your opponent, you're no different from a filthy dog." Seeing that Somun Pei had just flown into his axe, Chok Pal Si said, "God, you fly so easily, it seems like someone didn't eat enough porridge." The next moment, grabbing the guy who had just flown into him by the collar, Chok Pal Si shouted, "Hey kid, did you ask if we're gangsters?" Hearing the question that had just been directed at him, Cha Eun-yap thought awkwardly. He heard that even though we were talking quietly off to the side, and then said, "You have sharp ears." Laughing heartily at Cha Eun-yap's praise, Chok Palsi exclaimed, "I see now. I finally figured out what I was doing over 10 years ago. Your powers of observation are impressive, and besides, you're straightforward. I really like that." Hearing Cha Eun-yap's words, So Ke-yong, who was standing behind him, exclaimed in surprise, "What do you say, my young friend? Maybe we should grab a drink somewhere?" Having received an interesting offer, Cha Eun-yap thought, "What a lucky guy I am. I've so easily gotten the chance to learn about external martial arts." After which he said, "Actually, I'm not opposed to it at all." Standing aside and watching as So Ke-yong pointed at herself and shouted, "Hey, and I'm Weiji Jonghyun," I thought to myself, "Oh my, it seems he's closer to that side than to ours. The So-moon family won't just let this slide. It looks like this could turn into a big problem." Once they were in a secluded spot, Chok Palsi exclaimed, "We rarely drink with others, but Cha Eun-yap, I don't know what kind of person you are, but I really liked your fighting style." Mok Yomtae then added, "A man should speak not with his mouth, but with his fists." As he continued to sit and drink with the two men, Cha Eun-yap thought, "They're much more troublesome than I thought. They're not interested in anything except my name." Picking up another glass and glancing at its contents, the young master thought to himself, "Just as I thought, thanks to the antidote I received from the Tang family, I'm not getting drunk. But if I stay any longer, I'll only be wasting time." Finishing his thoughts and looking at the men again, Cha Eun-yap said, "I'm grateful for your kindness. I think we've grown closer because of it. So may I ask you for a favor?" Hearing the men say, "Of course, what do you want?" Cha Eun-yap replied, "I'd like to practice external martial arts, but I have little experience. May I learn a few techniques?" Upon hearing Cha Eun-yap's request, Chok Palsi said, "So that's what you want. Unfortunately, I have to refuse you. Look at us. If we start a fight here, foolish rumors would spread about the Ganya family." Continuing his speech, the man added, "I don't want to listen to complaints from these chatterboxes. It's much better to drink quietly in the corner, don't you think so?" After that, Mok Yom-tae added, "For now, let's just drink. If you ever visit the Ganya family, I'll gladly face you in battle." Having learned something interesting for himself, Cha Eun-yap tipped back another shot and thought, "So, they're actually that simple-minded. In that case, I'll have to back off." The next moment, exclaiming, "All right then, let's make a bet on who gets drunk faster," Cha Eun-yap added silently, But to make it easier to deal with them next time, I need to break their spirit a little. The next morning, upon learning something interesting, people began to talk among themselves. "No way! Did you hear?" said one of the Golden City's escorts. "He drank with the giants of the Goni family. Those drunks were completely out of it." Waking up after the evening drinking session, Cha Eun-yap said in surprise, "I drank so much, yet there's not even a hint of a hangover. This stuff really works." Seeing that Cha Eun-yap was awake, Oh Han-pil, who had been waiting for this moment, said, "You're awake. What on earth are you thinking?" Continuing to express his dissatisfaction, the man added, "We can't let agency leader Song be misunderstood and receive unwanted attention." Hearing this remark, Cha Eun-yap said, "That's why the sword demon is on the agency leader's side. What difference does it make what I do if you're by her side?" Heading toward the young master's bed, Oh Han-pil said, "It's dangerous for strong people like you to hang around with those who've gone astray. Of course, I didn't think you'd always be with us, but..." The next moment, reaching for his sword, the man added, "If you break away from us, I will certainly fight you." Receiving a threat from his comrade, Cha Eun-yap shot him a displeased look and said, "I have no desire to live the way you think is right." Hearing Cha Eun-yap's remark, Oh Han-pil said, "And yet, to earn the trust of others and work with them, you must accept their values. Leader, Song, like K-yong, are people who will eventually find their place and their work." The next moment, glancing at Cha Eun-yap sitting before him, Oh Han-pil headed for the exit and added, "And as for you, think it over properly." Hearing his friend's words, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "He's right. After all, the demon of the sword and that wild girl are different from me." Also recalling the leader, Song Yeoju, the young master added to himself, "And they won't attack the Golden City so openly anymore. It seems it's time for me to go." In the midst of his thoughts, Cha Eun-yap heard a voice say, "You've made Han-pil worry so much." Turning his head, Cha Eun-yap saw a shadeless vagabond on his windowsill, who added, "It seems you're a disobedient little one." Upon bowing their heads before their leader, Mok Yom-tae and Chok Palsi said, "We have no excuses, Henim." Continuing to berate his subjects, Goni In-nak added, "You don't even know this kid, so why did you go drinking with him and even pass out before he did? What a disgrace." Having calmed down a bit after his outburst, Gonya In-nak added, "It doesn't matter. Upon learning more about this boy, it turned out he's an escort who revived the Golden City Escort Agency. What's more, he's here as a guest of the Namgun family, and this kid knocked a member of the Soman family to the ground. Well, the situation couldn't be better." Glancing at his subjects again, Gonya In-nak added, "This time, he played a major role in provoking the Soman family, and you've become drinking buddies with such an impressive man. This could work to our advantage." Placing his hand on his forehead, Gonya In-nak added, "He may help us someday, but for now, we'll just observe the situation." Gathered around the table with the extended families, one of the participants spoke, "On this wonderful day for the Namgun family, I apologize for appearing here in connection with an unpleasant incident." Continuing his speech, Soman Dokjo of the Soman family added, "As you all know, yesterday my third nephew was brutally mistreated by an escort from the Golden City." Turning his gaze to the Namgun family, Somun Dokjo added, "This has tarnished our family's honor, so I hope the head of the Namgun family will help us resolve this matter." Continuing his monologue before the members of the distinguished families, Somun Dokjo added, "I have heard that this escort is also connected to the Tang family." Hearing this, Weiji Jonghang, unable to contain himself, said, "Wait a moment. The cause of the conflict lies with the young lady Soman, not with the escort. In this situation, it is inappropriate to speak of his relationship with the Tang family." After receiving this remark, Somun Dokjo said, "That's not all. Another escort who was with him also said he had something against my nephew. Of course, I'm not justifying his behavior, but what are the chances of a chance encounter with two escorts from the Golden City who have to the Tan family? No matter how you look at it, this seems like an attempt to slander our family." The next moment, extending his hand toward Weiji Jonghei, the grandfather added, "And considering that Weiji, who is also close to the Tan family, began defending them immediately after my words, I'm certain my suspicions are not unfounded." After hearing everything that had been said, Tan Moonjong thought to himself, "It seems my grandson has gotten involved with some troublemakers." Joining the conversation after hearing these remarks, Namgung Hee-jun asked, "What should I do for you as the family leader?" Hearing that everything was going according to his plan, Soman Dokjo said joyfully, "We're not asking the head of the Namgung family to handle this. As a family of martial arts masters, we resolve such situations in battle. I only hope you'll allow it." The next moment, with a sly smile, Soman Dokjo added, "We, the Soman family, want to avenge yesterday's defeat, so we challenge the escort of the Golden City to a battle. Looking at the old man who had appeared on his windowsill, Cha Eun-yap exclaimed in surprise, "The great shadowless wanderer." Without raising his gaze, the old man who had come to visit asked, "Are you truly a servant of the Kam-suk Seoul family?" Hearing that no one knew anything about him, Cha Eun-yap said, "They say you know all the information about the Murim. That's impressive." With a sly chuckle after the young man's words, the tall, shadowy vagrant said, "Do you think I wouldn't know what Sagwan Jin Gol knows?" Still sitting on the windowsill, the tall, shadowy vagrant added, "In any case, I'm in your debt, which is why I'll give you some useful information in return." Watching the old man, Cha Eun-yap heard, "Somun Juchi, the second son of the Somun family, will be looking for you. He wants revenge for yesterday." Continuing his story, the tall, shadowless vagabond added, "You shouldn't underestimate him. Somun Juchi has mastered all the techniques of the glass sword." Speaking of the second son of the Somun family, he added, "This sword, transparent as glass, is capable of deceiving an opponent's vision. Even if his swordsmanship isn't perfect, he has defeated many masters with his technique. You should be especially careful when the position of the sword's blade changes from horizontal to vertical." After listening to these stories, Cha Eun-yap thought, "He acts as if he's looking down on me from above. That's why his kindness seems feigned." He then asked, "Who is this Sagwan Jin Gol?" Upon receiving the young man's question, the great shadowless wanderer asked what he had said about me, to which he replied that I was a shady character who possessed all sorts of information, and also mentioned that I would be hosting the Namgung family gathering. Upon learning what was known about him, Cha Eun-yap, the great shadowless wanderer, said, "I'll put it plainly, Sagwan Jingol is the leader of a secret organization acting on the emperor's orders, and the Golden Dragon Dagger is proof of that." Continuing his story, the great shadowless wanderer added, "At the moment, we are working together to expose the dark forces encroaching on the Central Plains." Sharing information with the young master, the great shadowless wanderer added, "And the gathering will take place because we have received information regarding a key figure in these forces." Getting to the heart of the matter, the old man added, "The unrivaled leader of the Sochong Guild, known as the monster of the secret sect Ga-ma Rip, we suspect he is the main culprit behind what is happening." After telling about the leader Sochong, who is the prime suspect, the great shadowless wanderer added, "That is all I can tell you." After listening to this story, Cha Eun-yap said, "I have a question. If you know me, you may have heard something about a man named Sul Subom." Hearing this question from the young man, the great shadowless wanderer, heading for the exit, said, "I can't say for sure, but he's clearly not on the righteous path." Seeing how the tall, shadowless vagabond had just left his room, Cha Eun-yap smiled and thought, "The great young master has strayed from the right path." Recalling the image of Sol Subom in his mind, Cha Eun-yap added silently, "A man who always suppressed his anger and lived honestly." Envisioning the worst possible scenario, Cha Eun-yap added in his mind, "If such a person were to master the demonic arts, it would be quite terrifying." When it was time to celebrate and everyone had gathered around the table, Namgung Seong-yu picked up a glass and joyfully exclaimed, "What a wonderful day." Holding out the cup of liquor in front of him, the birthday boy added, "So many guests from the martial arts world have gathered here for my 80th birthday. I feel like I've gotten 50 years younger." To which Tong Moon-jong remarked, "You haven't matured at all. No wonder you feel that way." Receiving this remark from his friend, Namgung Seong-yu joyfully exclaimed, "I'm just a lucky man to have lived to this age, so please forgive me if I get a little tipsy today. Please enjoy yourselves." To which the crowd responded, "Long live Mr. Namgung." The next moment, taking the floor, Namgung Hee-jun said, "As the head of the Namgung family, I would like to sincerely thank everyone who came to celebrate my father's birthday." Continuing his speech, Namgung Hee-jun added, "We were concerned about how best to welcome guests who would travel such a long distance, so we prepared the finest drinks, food, and music. But no matter how delicious the drinks or food might be, or how good the music is, it would be a shame not to witness martial arts in a place where the greatest masters of the Central Plains have gathered." Stroking his beard, the Namgun family leader added, "Of course, we cannot ask our guests to fight at the festival." And while I was pondering this problem, the Somun family, having learned of it, kindly offered to arrange a match. Hearing the words of the Soman family leader, a couple of guests began whispering in surprise. The Soman family? Those arrogant people who think the world revolves around them? How unexpected. When the spectacle was announced, Namgung Seong-yu, patting Tang Moon-jong on the back, joyfully exclaimed, "What great news! If the Somun family hadn't offered this, I would have stepped up myself and settled the score with Tang Moon-jong." The next moment, upon hearing that the opponent chosen by the Somun family was Cha Un-yop from the Golden City Escort Agency. Cha Eun-yap of the Golden City and So-moon Ju-chi of the So-moon family were asked to please come onto the stage as soon as they were ready for the match. All members of the Golden City were shocked. After announcing the match, the leader of the Namgun family silently said, "I'm sorry, son-in-law of the Tan family," but he thought that the So-moon family wouldn't cause any trouble in a public place. Recovering from the shock, Oh Han-pil exclaimed, "What the—" while Cha Eun-yap, who was sitting next to him, thought, "That shadowless vagabond made it sound as if they were going to attack me in the woods at night. But it's much simpler than I thought. That old man is really overreacting." Rising from his seat and ignoring Oh Han-pil's exclamation, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "It seems the Namgung family, who are close to the Tang family, has intervened. I'm grateful to them, but I don't like to remain in their debt." As he headed toward the stage, Cha Eun-yap heard whispering behind him, and turning around, he noticed two young ladies there. Leaning toward her friend, one of the women whispered, "That's the young man who defeated Soman Bai earlier. It's clear that the Soman family arranged this duel for revenge." To which the other replied, "Wait a minute. Didn't he defeat two thugs from the Gonya family in a drinking contest? He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Could the Soman family be up to something?" As he continued walking onto the stage after hearing the whispers, Cha Eun-yap thought, "It's natural that the stronger you become, the more attention you attract. But as Oh Han-pil said, the situation involves the Golden City and the Tang family, so we can't let rumors spread." Once on stage, the young master thought to himself, "It's best to leave right after the banquet," and then heard, "Is that you, Cha Eun-yap?" Reaching for his sword, So-moon Ju-chi of the So-moon family said, "My brother wants to repay his debt to you." Hearing the provocation and drawing his weapon, Cha Eun-yap cheerfully said, "Don't bother, save that talk for later. You'll soon have a debt of your own," which enraged his opponent. When both fighters were in the arena, the judge rang the bell and, giving the signal, shouted, "Let the duel begin!" Realizing the battle could begin, So-moon Ju-chi immediately rushed at Cha Eun-yap without a second thought. Dodging his opponent's attack, Cha Eun-yap saw a transparent weapon above him and thought, "A glass sword!" Having dodged the attack and braced himself for the next one, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "This guy is really strong. He could even match the three demons of the northern forest." The next moment, activating his chi and breathing technique, Cha Eun-yap launched his attack, thinking, "But that's all. After releasing my ki, it became much easier for me to handle the great yin breathing technique and the three tactics of illusion and evil. This level is no longer dangerous to me." Seeing that Cha Eun-yap had become quite serious, So-moon Ju-chi dodged his first attack and moved behind him. Immediately after leaping into the air and changing his grip on his weapon, So-moon Ju-chi thought to himself, "I'll finish you off." Meanwhile, watching the events in the arena from the stands, the spectators shouted, "It's dangerous, brother!" Hearing the shouts from the stands watching the battle, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "Do so many people really care about me?" The next moment, recalling Sol Subom, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "I'm tied to far too many people. Young master, you must have felt the same way." Remaining motionless as the enemy approached, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "It seems I won't be able to wait until the banquet is over." Finishing his thoughts, Cha Eun-yap employed the Bloody Butterfly sword technique, the fourth form of the Bloody Butterfly dive. With a single strike, defeating So-moon Ju-chi, breaking his weapon, and drawing everyone's attention to himself, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "I need to leave this place right now." Turning her head toward the shocked subjects, Song Yeoju said, "Young Master Cha has indeed become stronger." While Oh Han-pil mused, "This boy has mastered a new martial art. His aura is completely different from what it used to be." Recovering from the shock, the leader of the Namgung family exclaimed, "The victory goes to Cha Eun-yap. Thank you both for the fight. You may return to your seats." Standing on the stage, Cha Eun-yap heard the crowd murmur, "What an unusual way to wield a sword. I've never seen such a technique. It's not just a technique. Didn't you sense anything strange in his energy? I didn't expect such a stunning victory." Hearing the spectators' murmurs, the young master thought to himself, "It seems everyone was thrown off by the three tactics of illusion and evil." The next moment, bowing before the leader of the Namgun family, Cha Eun-yap said, "I am grateful to the Namgun family for the opportunity to demonstrate my skills." With a sly smile after his thanks, Cha Eun-yap added, "However, the difference in our abilities is so great that this cannot be called a good match. The Soman family needs to work harder." Having provoked the Soman family even further, Cha Eun-yap bowed and added, "I hope you enjoy the rest of the banquet." Seeing the young man leaving the arena and the banquet, Song Yeoju cried out in confusion, "Young Master Cha, where are you going?" Before the girl could get up and follow him, Oh Han-pil said, "He's trying not to cause you any trouble. You don't need to go after him." Also seeing what had happened and exclaiming, "Brother Cheon-ri," Chejun saw Tan Cheon. I extend his hand in front of him and say, let him go. Standing somewhere in the crowd and also watching what had happened, the tall, shadowless vagabond thought, that kid. Watching Cha Eun-yap head for the exit, Wee Ji-jong Hyen thought to himself, did Master Cha provoke him on purpose so as not to harm those around him? Continuing to follow the young master with his gaze all the way to the exit, Wee Ji-jong Hyen added in his mind, he truly has a free spirit. Leaving the banquet and sitting down on a tree nearby, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, the wind is cool. It's gotten much colder, though it was worse before. The next moment, a voice rang out near the boy. It was Buk Ho who said, young master, what are you doing alone in such a spooky place? Turning his head toward the girl and recognizing her in that outfit, Cha Eun-yop exclaimed, Buk Ho? What is that outfit? What task did they give you? As soon as the young man jumped down, Buk Ho snorted in displeasure, turned her head away and said, do you think I only follow orders? I just decided to attend the banquet. Upon learning the reason for the girl's outfit, Cha Eun-yap thought, I see. It seems she, just like me, has nowhere to go alone. Finishing his thoughts and finding a perfect moment to do something, Cha Eun-yap said, I heard from Mr. Sagwan that you were the first to come to my aid. Folding his hands in front of him, the young master added, I didn't have a chance to thank you properly. It's late now, but thank you. Feeling a bit awkward after receiving his thanks, Buk Ho, without looking away, said, you saved us too, so it's all good. After thanking her for the rescue, Cha Eun-yap asked, but seriously, why are you here? To which the girl exclaimed indignantly, I told you, I just wanted to check out the banquet. Looking at the girl, who was actively showing her displeasure, Cha Eun-yap said, by the way, Buk, is that really your name? Catching the girl's attention, Cha Eun-yap added, if you're not here on a mission, then you're off duty now, and I don't need to address you by a pseudonym. Glancing at the young master, Buk Ho asked, if I don't have another name, then why not come up with one right now? To which she replied, for example. Without hesitation, Cha Eun-yap said, Buk Mi. How about Buk Mi? Since you've been using a pseudonym for so long, it's become part of your identity. You can add beautiful at the end. Instantly looking away and folding her hands in front of her, the girl exclaimed, fine, if you want to call me that, I agree. The next moment, looking at Cha Eun-yop again, the girl asked, but are you sure everything's okay? Just abandoning the duel like this? What will you do about the consequences? Upon receiving this question from Buk Mi, the young master said, I've been looking for someone for a long time. It's time to set out on the search again. Turning his back to the girl and already preparing to leave, Cha Eun-yap added, since our paths have crossed by chance, it would be better if I left quietly until we meet again. But before he could take a step, Buk Mi said, perhaps you're looking for Sol Suyan, which caught the young master's attention. Hearing the familiar name and immediately approaching Buk Mi, Cha Eun-yop placed his hand on her shoulder and exclaimed, do you know anything? When asked, Buk Mi replied, there is a place called the Sect of the Goddesses. I was there for a while myself. As she shared what she knew, Buk Mi added, women with nowhere else to go gather in that place to study martial arts and basic sciences. Senior Sagwan suspects she might be there. Looking at the surprised Cha Eun-yop, the girl added, although the goddess sect doesn't have a fixed location, it's winter now, so they've probably stopped somewhere to wait out the cold. Therefore, there must be a way to find them. Having received useful information, Cha Eun-yop removed his hand from Buk Mi's shoulder, walked away, and said, thank you. As he set out to search for the girl, Cha Eun-yop thought to himself, in such a short time, I've seen the world, met intelligent people, mastered powerful martial arts, and even felt a sense of kinship. Hurrying to find the girl, whom he now knew where to find, Cha Eun-yop added in his mind, when I meet Ms. Su-yeon, I'll have so many stories to tell her. After the celebration ended, all the distinguished guests gathered in the Namgung family's meeting hall. Taking his seat in the center, Namgung Seong-yu said, I would like to thank everyone for traveling such a long way. Since we don't have much time, I'll get straight to the point. The next moment, as the words, shadowless wanderer, elder of poverty rang out, the leader's gazes fixed on Namgung Seong-yu. Surprised by the man's statement, one of those present said, it seems to me that he isn't here. Hearing the remark from one of those present, the man sitting next to him said, that's not the point, and grabbed his cloak. Immediately after shedding his disguise, the shadowless wanderer said, since everyone is here, let's begin the discussion. Drawing everyone's attention to himself, the shadowless wanderer said, thanks to the self-sacrifice of our comrades, and because time is on our side, we've managed to gather information about the dark force that has set its sights on the Central Plains. Continuing his story, the Elder of Poverty added, The name of this organization is the Sochong Guild. The main faction of this guild is the Gate of the Flying Dragon, and it seems they are gathering great strength within the Muram Alliance with its help. Recalling everything he knew, the Shadowless Wanderer said that within the structure of this guild, Gama Rip is its supreme leader and founder, and the position of deputy leader is held by his first follower. Continuing his story, the Shadowless Wanderer added that beneath them are 4 groups: the Blue Dragon, the White Tiger, the Phoenix, and the Black Tortoise, all of them followers of Gama Rip. The next moment, recalling the only known figure, the Elder of Poverty added, "At this moment, the only name known to us is Yaul Sa'an. He is the leader of the Black Tortoise group, and the son of the guild leader, Sochong. He is also the last disciple who studied directly under the leader, Gama Rip." After hearing part of the story, one of those present said, "How complicated it all is." After which a woman from the Tang clan remarked, "The safety of the Muram hangs by a thread, and we haven't a clue." After receiving feedback from those present, the Shadowless Wanderer said, "It may already be too late, but we must devise countermeasures. Allow me to suggest this. A decade ago, the great martial arts masters, who knew of a possible threat, hid something within 3 jade Buddha statues. 2 of them have already been found. The 3rd is still hidden." Upon hearing this, the Elder of Poverty, Tan Moonjong, asked, 3 jade Buddha statues?" To which came the reply, "The time has not yet come to reveal what is inside the statues. When we gather all 3, we will learn of it from the Alliance leader." Continuing to discuss countermeasures, the Shadowless Wanderer added another factor concerning the 2 greatest martial arts masters, the Evil Hero and the Righteous Demon. Mentioning this pair, the Elder of Misery added that the existence of these 2 was a major obstacle for the Sochong Guild. They had not come forward until recently because they lacked the confidence to face such powerful masters. Hearing this directed at him, the Shadowless Wanderer replied, "That means the fact that they've begun to act means disaster is inevitable." Expanding on his answer, the Shadowless Wanderer said, "We suspect they've already infiltrated the Heavenly Fortress." Hearing this, Namgung Seong Yu exclaimed in shock, "What?" Equally surprised by what he heard, Tang Moonjong asked, "Have they invaded that far?" To which Namgung Seon Yu replied, "Perhaps they are trying to provoke a civil war within the Heavenly Fortress. That would pose a massive threat to the Central Plains." The next moment, turning his gaze to the Shadowless Wanderer, Tang Moonjong asked, "Then why isn't the Righteous Demon doing anything?" To which he replied, "Speaking of that, something strange has been noticed." Hearing Tang Moonjong ask, "What are you talking about?" the Shadowless Wanderer said, "The Righteous Demon is secretly training a disciple." Upon hearing this, the woman said in surprise, "How unexpected. I thought he hated martial arts and didn't want any students." After that, another elder added, "Are there any masters in the world who wouldn't want that? Perhaps it has become important to him now." Hearing his companion's remarks, the Shadowless Wanderer said, "However, the fortress's supreme martial art, the Asura transformation, is not something just anyone can learn. If he passes this knowledge on to someone incapable of mastering it perfectly, the consequences could be dire." Continuing his train of thought, the Shadowless Wanderer added, "It's hard to understand a genius, but one thing is clear. Something terrifying will soon strike Muramu." As she left the Heavenly Fortress, Ran looked back and thought, "It's become truly stifling here." Continuing her thoughts, the girl added silently, "It used to be warm here, but now the Heavenly Fortress has come to resemble a prison filled with evil schemes and tension. Ever since the day grandfather banished the young master, I haven't been able to shake this feeling." Recalling her emotions from the day the young master was driven out of the fortress, Ran added in her mind, "Only then did I realize that the Heavenly Fortress is merely a stronghold where they prepare for the worst." Also recalling the time after that incident, Ran thought to herself, "After that, I tried to protect this place with my own strength, but..." Continuing to gaze at the Heavenly Fortress she was leaving, the girl thought to herself, "To expel such a principled and talented young master, isn't that a loss for the Heavenly Fortress?" Seeing the girl on the walls of the Heavenly Fortress, Men-gi Hai said, "After we expelled that man, Mu Subom, or whatever his name was, Ran became so cold. After that," Wu Xiangguok added, "Perhaps after that incident, she lost faith in the way itself." The next moment, soldiers appeared behind the elders, and one of them said, "The Lord of the Heavenly Fortress is summoning a meeting of all the fortress elders. Please assemble immediately." Outside the Heavenly Fortress, on Mount Sonam, while patrolling the area, one of the warriors said, "This is a bit much." Of course, the Lord of the Fortress had his reasons, but to insist so fiercely on patrolling Mount Sonam, to which his comrade replied, Well, considering the growing vigilance around the fortress, it must be very important. At that very moment, sensing someone's presence, a pair of warriors shouted, "Who's there?" and turned their heads towards Sol Subom, who was emerging from the forest. Recognizing the young man approaching them, the warriors shouted, "You! How did you get back here? Are you here to seek revenge?" Hearing Sol Subom say, "Let me see the fortress's owner," one of the warriors thought. This is quite dangerous. The next moment, rushing into battle, the men shouted, "No way! First you have to defeat us, and only then can you go any further," and unleash the heart-rending sword technique. As they approached Sol Subom, who stood his ground, the warriors thought there was no way he could avoid this. A split second before the clash, Sol Subom used the Asura transformation technique, the Phantom Asura, and evaded the warriors' attack. Confused by what they saw, the pair of warriors thought it was an Asura transformation. More than that, his energy. Looking at the back of the boy who had just demonstrated something incredible, the warriors exclaimed, "How did you learn about the Asura transformation? Only the lord of the fortress can teach that." Upon receiving this question and glancing back, Sol Subom thought, "It was similar to the master's technique. I was curious if I was trained enough, but hearing this, I'm satisfied." Finishing his thoughts and turning back to the guards, Sol Subom said, "I need to discuss something important. Please take me to the lord of the fortress. Do this quietly so that no one in the heavenly fortress knows about it." Seeing a considerable number of elders from the heavenly fortress before him, the righteous demon said, "It seems everyone is here." Opening the meeting, the righteous demon added, "I imagine you were surprised that I summoned you so suddenly. We need to discuss an important matter concerning the heavenly fortress." Continuing his speech, Moonhake added, "As you know, it was the Asura transformation that allowed me to take my place as lord of the fortress. But even having followed all my master's instructions, I cannot say with certainty that I have fully grasped all the secrets of this formidable martial art." Addressing the elders, the righteous demon said, "I have also been unable to find a worthy successor who has fully mastered this technique. That is why I have had no disciples until now, however." Looking at the elders he had gathered, Galmoon Hyok added, "Today I will reveal what I have kept secret. This concerns Unren and Punren. 10 years ago, I began teaching these two boys the secret techniques of Asura transformation, dividing them between them. When the two disciples appeared behind him, the righteous demon added, "And today, I intend to officially make them my disciples, devoting all my efforts to their training." Hearing the wonderful news, Wu Xiongguok joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations, Master! How long we have waited for this, and how delightful this news is." Joining in the congratulations, the other elders added, "Indeed, now we have nothing to worry about. If the Asura transformation is passed down in this way, then the heavenly fortress will become the strongest in Murim." While everyone was rejoicing over the transmission of the secret technique, Yon Hua Seong, the elder of the heavenly fortress, stroked his beard and thought, "It seems something else is happening. I suspected there were suspicious individuals in the heavenly tower, but this cunning fox, who has shown no interest in the world all this time." Casting his gaze once more upon the righteous demon, the elder mused to himself, "He suddenly announced the heir publicly. What on earth is he planning?" Waiting until nightfall, Sol Subom, sitting in a private room, thought, "As expected, they let me in. All I had to do was show my abilities." Continuing his musings, the young master thought to himself, "Surely the lord of the fortress knew I would return and prepared himself." When suddenly he heard a voice in his head. "You've returned." Establishing a connection with the righteous demon sitting on the other side of the wall, Sol Subom said, "I have come to meet with you." Upon learning the reason for the visit, the righteous demon said, "I heard about your successes from Unren and Punren. They said you've mastered the Asura transformation well. Much time has passed. It's a pity we had to meet this way." Continuing the conversation with the young man, Moonhake added, "You may not know this, but the heavenly fortress is currently full of conspirators. I will hide you from them. Unren and Punren will provide cover." Playing with himself, the righteous demon added via telepathic link, "You'll need to do something. This will be the beginning of your revenge." Hearing these words, Sol Subom thought in surprise, "Oh, he already knows about my intentions. He even knows why I wanted to study at the heavenly fortress." Continuing the conversation with his guest, Moonhake asked, "Are you acquainted with Cha Un-yop? Besides you, there is another person trying to reach the Flying Dragon Gate. That person is Cha Un-yop. He is impressive with his unusual martial arts." Lowering his head onto the game board, Moonhake added, "Unlike him, you need to hide your face and face the threats alongside me. Are you ready for this?" After receiving the question from the righteous demon and recalling Cha Un-yop, Song Subom thought, "That's it. In that case, I also need to do something. I'm ready for anything to become stronger." speaking confidently. Of course, master, Song Subam added in his mind, even if it means walking the path of demonic arts. The Namgung family, having arrived at the call of their leader, Oh Han Pil, said, "You called for me, leader?" To which he replied, "There's no time." Leaning against the wall, the shadowless wanderer added, "The Sochong Guild will soon begin hunting for Cha Eun-yap. To catch him, at least one of the 4 leaders will have to take action." Continuing to share information, the Elder of Poverty added, "You need to focus on finding the Jade Buddha statue. However, the conflict between this boy and the Sochong Guild will be an excellent opportunity to assess their strength. After hearing from your leader and studying the guild's combat strength in detail, you must follow the battle to the very end," Oh Han Pil said. "Understood." Lifting her head and stretching her arm out in front of her, Song Yeoju said, "It's snowing. Young Master Cha has left. How could he be alone in weather like this?" Hearing her thoughts, So Kei-yeon remarked, "Sister, don't worry too much. With his temperament, he's hardly starving anywhere." After calming son Yeoju, So Kei-yeon thought, "Cha Eun-yo, I didn't think he'd leave without a word, a note, nothing. What a heartless boy." Continuing her thoughts, So Kei-yeon remembered Oh Han Pil and thought, "My brother seems to have heard a lot. I wonder if he knows anything about Cha Eun-yap." Still standing on the street in the snow, Seong Yeoju and So Kei-yeon heard a voice behind them. "You're leaving already?" Drawing attention to herself, Tang Yu-hwa, who was standing with Jongri Che-jun, said, "I heard about this, so I came to see you off." Folding her hands and bowing before the leader of the Golden City, Tang Yu-hwa added, "Thank you for everything." "No, we should be thanking you." Without raising her head, Tang Yu-hwa added, "I heard that Master Cha has passed away. Cha Eun-yap, my benefactor, but I didn't even have the chance to thank him." The next moment, smiling gently, the girl added, "Well, what can you do? That's just the kind of person he is." To which Sun Yeoju replied, "You're right." Joining the conversation, Cheonri Che-jun, catching snowflakes, said, "Brother, he's trying to face the whole world on his own. We can only hope to meet again." Standing nearby and overhearing the conversation, Uiji Jonghyun thought, "What a pity. How sad. Young Master Cha, so many people care about you, and yet I still don't think I'm capable of understanding you." Fleeing from the bandits who were shouting to catch him, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "What a mess." Looking back during his escape, Cha Eun-yap thought, "Even after 10 days, the number of pursuers hasn't decreased. I've surely shaken off at least 50 of them." Continuing to flee from the enemies who wouldn't let him get away, the young master added to himself, "How did they manage to close the distance so quickly when I only rested for half a day?" The next moment, using the Bloody Butterfly technique's first form, Cha Eun-yap took out a couple more pursuers. At that very moment, the young master sensed the approach of an enemy force and barely managed to block the sudden attack. Seeing that the attack had failed, Do Jong, the demonic jade flute who was paired with Bok Seong-tak's 9-fold poisonous whip, clicked his tongue in disappointment and said, "It seems you've chosen the wrong path." Looking around and seeing the 2 demons, Cha Eun-yap thought, "The fact that such people have appeared before me means they want to get rid of me right here and now." Using his flute and launching a massive attack, the flute demon said, "And I heard you're quite skilled at magic tricks." No sooner had De Jong asked this question than he saw a Urumi above him, rapidly approaching. Noticing that his comrade was in danger, Bok Sin-tak parried Cha Eun-yap's sudden attack and joined the battle. Having failed to capitalize on a prime opportunity to attack, Cha Eun-yap thought, "This weapon is similar to mine, but it's heavy. I should dodge the blow rather than block it." Continuing to press Cha Eun-yap with the crowd, Bok Seong-tak shouted, "You won't be able to escape." Staying on the sidelines while the others fought in close combat, the flute demon decided to help and created a sphere of sound that Cha Eun-yap was unable to destroy. After taking the blow and landing on the ground, the young master, catching his breath, thought, "It's unbelievable. Even in a situation like this, you were able to withstand my strike." Lifting his gaze and looking at his opponents, Cha Eun-yap thought, "The demonic flute and the iron whip, their techniques are vastly different. If I try to fight each of them separately, I definitely won't be able to hold out." Gripping his sword tightly and preparing for a different approach, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "The only way to win is to unleash the chi I've accumulated through advanced breathing techniques. I must pour all my strength into the next strike." Remaining on his feet before his opponent, who was kneeling, the flute demon said, "Yom Solbi, you old fool. You chased after this child and only hastened your own demise." Noticing that the enemies had come close enough to him, Cha Eun-yap said, "Very well," and applied the Bloody Butterfly sword technique, the 4th form of the Bloody Butterfly dive. As a result of using the technique, having expended considerable strength, but having overcome his opponents, Cha Eun-yap said, "It seems you are no different from anyone else." Hearing more enemies approaching from behind, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, even though I've blocked my meridians using the 3 tactics of illusion and evil, my body is barely holding on. Thinking, if only I had more time to catch my breath. He then sensed that one of the enemies was behind him and had already raised his sword. But at that very moment, a heavy groan rang out. The enemy's body fell to the ground, and a beautiful girl who had come to his aid remained standing. Looking around and seeing the familiar girl who had come to his defense, Cha Eun-yap said in surprise, "Miss Su-yeon." Hearing that she had been recognized, the girl said, "We'll talk about this later. Right now, we need to get out of here." Holding out a pill to Cha Eun-yap, Su-yeon said, "Here, take this." Hearing the enemies who had reappeared shout, "Stop right there!" the girl added, "We need to hurry." When the enemies got too close, Su-yeon used the white crane technique and dealt with them. At the same time, Cha Eun-yap swallowed the pill she had given him, and, feeling a surge of strength, joined the battle as well, using the first form of the bloody butterfly technique. After fending off the enemies who had surrounded them, Cha Eun-yap, with Su-yeon's help, began to flee to a place where they could hide from the enemies. Having broken free from the pursuit, Su-yeon began healing Cha Eun-yap and said, "We had to buy some time. It won't be long before we need to gather our strength." At that very moment, placing his hand over Su-yeon's, Cha Eun-yap asked, "Is that really you, Ms. Su-yeon? It doesn't seem real to me." Hearing the boy's question, Su-yap replied, "You've become quite strong, even stronger than I imagined." The next moment, squeezing Cha Eun-yap's hand and pulling him toward her, Su-yeon added silently, "I really missed you, Eun-yap." After the treatment, feeling relieved, Cha Eun-yap thought, "Thanks to the pill, I've recovered. Now I need to figure out how to get rid of my pursuers." Noticing that Cha Eun-yap was feeling better, Su-yeon asked, "Can you move?" To which he replied, "Thanks to you." Standing up and preparing to go on his way, Cha Eun-yap said, "Most of their masters are dead, so they'll make their move soon. If that's the case, the next one will appear." Realizing the danger that lay ahead, Cha Eun-yap placed his hand on the girl's shoulder and said, "Miss Su-yeon, you need to run away. If they see me, they'll chase after me, and then you'll escape." Hearing this, Eun-yap looked worried. Trying to somehow convince the girl to listen to him, Cha Eun-yap added, "I'm just bait. I'm not connected to either the Murim Alliance or the Imperial family, so I have to deal with them on my own." Looking at the girl standing before him, the young master added, "If you know where I am, you must assume where the Grandmaster is. Find him, and I will certainly follow you." Throwing herself into his arms and hugging Cha Eun-yap tightly, Su-yeon said, "I've been waiting all 3 years, hoping your name would be known throughout the world. I've only met you." Soon after, sensing the enemies approaching and hearing footsteps, Cha Eun-yap, seeing that they were surrounded, said, "They're already here." Drawing his weapon and preparing for battle, Ham Jin-gyun said, "I didn't think you'd stop in a place like this. It wasn't easy to find you, but next time, there won't be a next time for you." At that very moment, sensing something unusual approaching, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "This energy, there's no mistaking it." Immediately employing the bloody butterfly technique, Cha Eun-yap destroyed all the minions who had arrived with the Black Turtle's deputy leader. Seeing that Ham Jin-gyun had blocked his attack with his ki, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "He's very strong too," but no sooner had Cha Eun-yap thought this than he sensed something hostile approaching from behind and barely managed to dodge it. Announcing his arrival with a sudden attack and returning the bracelet, Yahello said, "Finally we meet. At moments like this, it feels as if fate itself is playing a game." Turning her attention to the enemy who had just appeared, Su-yeon exclaimed in surprise, "It can't be you!" Hearing her voice, Sol Su-yeon and Cha Eun-yap assumed a fighting stance, and Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "It's him, Yahello." Turning his gaze to the young master who had caused him so much trouble, Yul-sahan added, "It must be you, Cha Eun-yap." Smiling slyly after this encounter, Yul-sahan said, "To meet you like this, it's as if you were looking for me yourselves." Convinced that this person was extremely dangerous, Cha Eun-yap shouted, "Miss Su-yeon, please run away quickly." Looking at the young man trying to protect her, Su-yeon heard, "You're wise enough to understand the full danger of the situation." Hearing Cha Eun-yap's instruction, Su-yeon thought, "I also sense this man's terrifying inner strength. It will be difficult for Eun-yap to handle him while protecting me." But, glancing at the back of the boy who was looking out for her, Su-yeon added in her mind, "Is abandoning Eun-yap and running away really the best thing I can do right now?" Realizing that the girl was hesitating about the correctness of her decision, Cha Eun-yap said, "Don't worry, I will definitely survive and find you no matter where you are." Hearing these words from Cha Eun-yap's lips, Su-yeon, having resigned herself to the order, began to flee the battlefield so as not to get in the way. Seeing this, Yahello smiled slyly and said to his subjects who wanted to follow her, Let her go. Staying put after the leader's order, Ham Jin Gyeon heard, once we're done with him, finding her won't be hard. I've waited so long for this encounter, and I don't want to rush. Clenching his hand into a fist and anticipating an exciting battle, Yahyul Sahan added, this man held out for a full 10 days against the Sochong Guild. Just wait. If he dies, won't Su-yeon give herself up? Meanwhile, as she fled, Su-yeon thought to herself, they've been following me ever since I left the goddess sect. I need to contact one of them to rescue Unyap. Just as she was escaping, an enemy leaped out from an ambush, intending to deal her a fatal blow. Arriving just in time to help and blocking the enemy's attack, Dong-ho shouted, "West! South!" Hearing their leader's command, 2 comrades appeared on the battlefield and finished off the attacker. Having dealt with the sudden attacker and finding himself surrounded by enemies, Dong-ho shouted, "We'll escort you. You're familiar with the young Master Cha." That was his order. Waiting for the enemies to act, a surprised Su-yeon heard him say, "If anyone follows him or helps him, we must ensure that person can hide. Lady Sol Su-yeon, even the imperial family believes you must be protected. Please follow me." As he continued to fight fiercely against Cha Eun-yap, Yahyul Sahan said, "I heard you didn't study martial arts until you were 13. It's impressive how you've managed to reach such a high level in just 3 years." The next moment, blocking the young master's attack with his bracelets, Yahyul Sahan added, "Apart from my teacher, Gamma Rip, and the 2 greatest martial arts masters, I was curious who else could leave a scratch on this dark ring." Fired up even more by the battle with Cha Eun-yap, he charged forward and added, "I can't wait to see what you're capable of." At the tense moment when Cha Eun-yap was already bracing for the blow, Bukmi appeared and prevented Yahyul Sahan from carrying out his attack. Disappointed that he had been prevented from carrying out his attack, Yahyul Sahan said, "Well, why is it that someone always comes to your rescue?" The next moment, Ham Jin-gyun intervened in the fight, aiming at Bukmi while Yahyul Sahan added, "And you sure know how to attract people." Seeing that the girl was in danger, Cha Woo-yap was about to help her, but Yahyul Sahan stopped him by firing his dark rings at it. Drawing attention back to himself, the leader of the Black Turtle smiled slyly and said, "I have respect for you. I even sent my subordinates away. Shouldn't you focus on the battle?" The next moment, shifting his gaze to the fight between Buk-ho and his deputy, Yahyul Sahan added, "If you can't defeat me, the outcome won't change." Hearing Yahyul Sahan say, "It'll be just like with that old man, won't it?" Cha Eun-yap clenched his teeth and said, "Won't you ever shut up?" Succumbing to anger and beginning to use his bloody butterfly technique, Cha Eun-yap thought, "I know you're involved in what happened to Grandpa Huan. If that's what you want, I'll show you." Releasing all his energy, Cha Eun-yap thought to himself, "I will fully unleash the chi accumulated through the great breathing technique, and then, using the 3 techniques of illusion and evil, concentrating all the tension in my body, I will release it in a single moment." Applying the bloody butterfly sword technique, 5th form, Heavenly Flash of the Bloody Butterfly, Cha Eun-yap directed it at Yahyul Sahan. After a powerful explosion, laughter rang out, and soon after, Yahyul Sahan said, "You didn't just scratch the ring, you managed to wound me quite well. Let's continue. Show me how far you can go." Continuing the battle with Cha Eun-yap, Yahyul Sahan said, "I liked that unexpected attack, but I'm still disappointed. You're definitely talented. Not many masters can withstand my blows." The next moment, preparing to finish him off, Yahyul Sahan added, "But, unfortunately, you're not at my level yet. What a pity. In about 5 years, things would be different." Beginning to release his aura, Yahyul Sahan added, "But in this world, nothing happens the way you want it to. It was a pleasure meeting you, and now, goodbye." Seeing that their leader was preparing to use his skill, Ham Jin-gyun shouted to the side. After using the skill, seeing only a piece of Cha Eun-yap's clothing where he had been, Yahyul Sahan said in surprise, he ran away. The next moment, turning his gaze to his subjects, Yahyul Sahan said, "Ham Jin-gyun, run after Sol Su-yeon, and I'll find this man and sort everything out," to which they replied, "Yes, sir." When the subjects set off after the girl, Yahyul Sahan smiled slyly and said, "I was waiting for me to use my technique to escape. I don't like it when people treat me this way." At the same later, seeing a river ahead of him and a small boat on it, Cha Eun-yap joyfully exclaimed in his mind, "So there it is." Jumping onto the boat and letting go of the girl, the young master heard Cha Eun-yap say, "Hurry!" To which he replied, "No, wait." After making his remark, returning to dry land and seeing the enemy there, Cha Eun-yap asked, "Well, what are you going to do now?" Continuing to approach the boy who had dared to flee the battlefield, Yahyul Sahan added, Even while still in my mother's womb, I was destined to become the greatest martial arts master. I was fed various miraculous elixirs. Such a difference in strength is not easily overcome. Continuing to approach the boat, Yael Sahan added, "But you were able to wound me so quickly? You even scratched my ring. I can't believe some orphan servant is capable of this." And there was a mysterious energy in that attack. Without taking his piercing gaze off Cha Eun-yop, Yael Sahan added, "How did you manage to master it? If you tell me, I can spare your life." Hearing this intriguing offer, Cha Eun-yop replied, "I'm sorry, but I don't know either. And even if I did, I don't have time to explain. However, just like the old man who gave me this power, I must survive." Activating his power and pressing forward toward Cha Eun-yop, Yael Sahan exclaimed, "Now, I'm actually curious who this old man is." Seeing that the situation had become quite tense, Bukmi pressed herself against Cha Eun-yop and, beginning to share her chi with him, cried out, "Hang in there." The next moment, Yael Sahan's aura overwhelmed the girl, and she collapsed to the ground, wounded. Seeing this, Cha Eun-yop shouted, "Bukmi!" Feeling rage begin to overwhelm him, Cha Eun-yop thought, "While I was traveling alone, there were those who tried to understand me and those who simply watched. But even if no one is capable of understanding me, my skill exists solely so that I can live with confidence." Feeling an instant surge of strength, Cha Eun-yop added in his mind, "This is not something that can be achieved by using others or sacrificing someone." Seeing what was happening to his opponent, Yael Sahan thought in confusion, "This can't be the evil hero the master mentioned. This is the energy of a true martial arts master." Facing Cha Eun-yop for the last time, Yael Sahan shouted angrily, "This guy! That's why I can't let him live." A short while later, while wandering along the shore, Chok Palsi spotted a boat, pointed at it, and shouted, "Hey, look at that boat over there. Isn't that a person?" Hearing that there was a person in such a place, taking a closer look at the small boat drifting in the water, Chok Palsi exclaimed, "Hey, wait a minute. Isn't that the boy we met at the Namgung family's house?"